Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
Oh yeah, arrangement for only Aviation. Only Aviation. What the game? Wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi joyè ẹlẹ́mọ́ àkànbí bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi joyè ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi joyè aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀.
And it is right there. Okoluremi, that's certainly not me. That's not, I'm not Okoluremi. Do I have any desire to be one? So I'm already satisfied with what I've got. So Okoluremi, so there it is. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we do it again. Of course we do it again. When do we not ever do it? Of course we always will do it. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. The title of it, let's just address the title straight away. T-Pain. So this seems to be the, actually, let's leave that for the moment. We'll get to that. Let's do the greetings first. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. How are you? So we do that. And then we go on then to the action points, the calls to action. So click on the like button. If you're listening to me now, do that. Just do it. There's no reason to recover from it. Just do it. It helps with the growth of the platform if you do that. So click on the like button. The same principles apply to the subscription button as well. So if you click on like and you are subscribed, then it helps with the YouTube algorithm in terms of the interactions that the platform is getting. So do those two things. Click on like and then subsequently click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Click on like and subscribe. If you look at our subscription numbers, actually, you see we are on 44,000. And we have the ambition, and this is October the 16th where I am, and we have the ambition of hitting 100,000 subscribers before this year runs out. So look at that. It's taking us all that while to get to 44,000, and we want to make this quantum leap to 100,000. So how is that possible? That's only really possible if you are subscribed and if you are sharing the link. It's a people participation thing. So you have to participate actively for that to come to fruition. So do that. Click on like and then subsequently click on subscribe. Do those two things. Do them now. Do them. So click on like and subscribe, and then if you want to come and join me on the screen, of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your tickets to come in. So if I'm especially just looking to hear new voices now. Of course, the traditional voices always welcome because they are established voices on the platform anyway, and their followership never tires of hearing from the excellence of their delivery. But I'm really eager to find champion voices that we've not yet heard before, and that may well be your voice. You may have. I can't get the words in the right sequence. That's just the thing sometimes. So yes, well, I'm looking for champion voices. That might well be your voice. You may have been listening to us for a good length of time now, but never really got to the thought that maybe you should join us on the screen. So get to that thought now and then action it by joining us. So we're ravenously are looking for new voices. It's a want that can never be satiated. The desire for new voices, because that expands the conversation. You see, look at the conversation they had yesterday. Paddy, Kulata, and the rest of them. So that sort of excellence is really by voices coming on. So you be that excellent voice that is our latest discovery. So we really a real champion voice is really what I'm after. I love intelligent people who are able to articulate their thoughts, because they make for engaging conversations. You know that, and I know that. So me trying to hold on to their coattails makes that conversation. So whatever the subject matter, I think I can still sort of hold that. So just be that champion voice that comes on. We want new voices. The established voices come on, but new voices just to freshen it up, energize it, expand the conversation. So always new voices. That's what we always want. Like Chioma, it's like, yes, like you, Chioma, but you don't come on. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen if you're so inclined. Use the $ to super chat towards the stream. That also very important. The platform is a ravenous beast that needs to be constantly fed. So that's just what it is. The platform, a ravenous beast that needs to be constantly fed. So feed the beast. So all the nonsense. So there's a mixed bag of news to go through. So we just leisurely go through them, and then we see where we land. So that's just the format that's the format that's been evolving over the past few weeks. So it seems to be the templates that people especially enjoy. So just easy Sunday morning sort of get together to chew over the fat. So that's just that's the tempo and the temperature now. So all of that, enough of me waffling on. Let's waffle on to this. Enough of me waffle on. Let's waddle onto this. Waffle and waddle. Cardoso, Nigeria's foreign reserve rose to 39 billion naira in October. So first thing is, it's always good news to have more than to have less. So that's the first. That's the good bit. It's always good to have more than you previously had than to have less. But I'm not sure that. I think they actually came in with the balance that Buhari left was around about $33 billion thereabout. So they're not making any giant quantum leaps, but it's a steady growth. But Nigeria's foreign reserve, really, it should be 100 to 150, even a quarter of a trillion billion dollars. So that's really where we should be to really insulate and solidify that country. That's the level of reserve we should have. But then, of course, if you have that level of reserve, the next Aboki that comes in will just steal everything, like we saw with Buhari and Abubakar Malami, and that 8 years of gluttonous looting that we saw. Cardoso, Nigeria's foreign reserves rose to 39 billion in October. So now let's see now what's going on here. Olayemi Cardoso, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says the country's foreign reserves rose by 12.74. That's actually a quantum leap. I was talking about quantum leaps. 12.74% is a quantum leap. Olayemi Cardoso, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says the country's foreign reserves rose by 12.74% to $39.12 billion as of October the 11th. So that's quite a giant stride, actually. Cardoso spoke on Tuesday when he appeared before the House of Representatives Committee on Banking Regulations. The CBN governor said the country's reserve stood at $34.70 billion at the end of June. So that's not really. I'm not quite sure what constitutes. How do they get the money to put in there? Is that after expenses? Is that after expenses? What is left over, or is it a traditional set percentage of the country's revenue that goes towards the reserves? It's essentially savings, isn't it? Like having a savings account. Olayemi Cardoso, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says the country's foreign reserves rose by 12.74% to $39.12 billion as of October the 11th. Cardoso spoke on Tuesday when he appeared before the House of Representatives Committee on Banking Regulations. The CBN governor said the country's reserves stood at $34.70 billion at the end of June. Data from the Apex Bank had shown that the foreign reserves fell to $32.29 billion on April the 15th, the lowest in over 6 years. So what? I don't know, man. And there seems to be some sort of abracadabra going on within this Tinubu administration. There's a lot of flashing lights, but not a lot of substantive things coming through. A lot of flashing lights. They glitter you, they blind you with the glitter of the flashing lights, but where is the substance is really, that's ultimately the acid test of it all is the substance, and the substance is at the market. So where is the substance of, they try to confuse you with mathematics and science, and then you are hungry, but they tell you that you are living in abundance. So where is the substance of it all is really where the question is. Where is the substance of it all? Nigeria's foreign reserve rose to $39 billion October. Okay, let's just start. Let's speed through it and then we move on. Olayemi Cardoso, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says the country's foreign reserves rose by $12.74 billion to 12.74% to $39.12 billion as of October the 11th. Cardoso spoke on Tuesday when he appeared before the House of Representatives Committee on Banking Regulations. The CBN governor said the country's reserve stood at $34.70 billion at the end of June. Data from the Apex Bank had shown that foreign reserves fell to $32.29 billion on April the 15th, the lowest level in 6 years. Cardoso said the nation's foreign exchange reserve have grown significantly, with remittance flows currently representing 9.4% of total external reserves. So what is remittance flow? That's the thing. Is it the money that we send back home? Is that what it is? The reserve rose by 12.74% to $39.12 billion as of October the 11th, 2024, from $34.70 billion at the end of June 2024. The CBN governor said the foreign reserves are driven largely by foreign capital inflows, receipts from all related taxes, and third party. So out of all of those three spaces, there's only really one that seems solid to me, at least that I understand. So foreign capital inflows means absolutely nothing to me. So what does that even mean in real man's language? It means nothing. But receipts from crude oil related taxes, that is more substantial. That's more solid. You can vest on that because you know what that means. And third party, what does third party even mean? So this is where they lose you in the science of it all. In Q2 2024, we maintained a current account surplus and saw remarkable improvements in our trade balance. The current external reserves position can finance over 12 months of import of goods and services, or 15 months of services alone. So I think that's the metric test of what the foreign reserve insulates. So that's the metric test right there, the metric test. The current external reserve position can finance over 12 months of import of goods and services, or 15 months of goods alone. This is substantially higher than the prescribed international benchmark of 30 months. So, no, how is that higher than 30 months? Reflecting a robust buffer against external shocks. So that is really what the foreign reserve is for. It's a shock absorber against, like for instance, if the world finances collapse, you still have the insulation of that for you to, it buys you the time to figure out what you do next. Regarding the foreign exchange market, the bank implemented various reforms, including a unification strategy, which streamlined various exchange rate windows into a single model, adopting the willing buyer, willing seller approach to enhance FX liquidity and financial market stability. This move was aimed at fostering transparency, reducing market distortions, and enhancing the efficiency of foreign exchange allocations. This consolidation involved the implementation of new operational guidelines, which included removing the international money transfer operators quote cap. So the rest of it is probably going to lose us in even more science. So let's abandon it while we still make a bit of sense of it. Cardoso, Nigeria's foreign reserves rose to $39 billion in October. So I suppose that constitutes good news of sorts. Good news of sorts, but even better news, this now next headline. Nigerians are not making so much noise about 1,000 naira per liter petrol due to improved power supply. This is the power minister, Davido. And there's a correlation between, you see, all of the moving parts are coming together to form a beautiful symphony. This is what we're seeing with the goings on. I don't want to say with the Tinubu administration, but all of the moving parts are coming together to form a beautiful symphony. Nigerians are not making so much noise about 1,000 naira per liter due to improved electricity supply. That's the power minister, Davido. So why I am saying all of the moving parts are coming together to form a beautiful symphony is that if you look at the CNG strategy, which is now getting really rapid adaptation by especially the transportation industry and the agriculture industry, also pushing that they want a buy-in into that option as well. So the CNG thing is taken off successfully. So that's one. There's improvement in electricity. That's two. And with all of that, those are taking significant demands away from petroleum. So transportation is probably the biggest consumer of public transportation, that is, not vehicular private car owner. Public transportation is probably the biggest outside of industry. I think industry might well be the biggest, but public transportation is one of the bigger users of petrol. So if they can move public transportation from petrol to CNG, that will significantly impact on the demand for petrol. So it's just basic logic, isn't it? I don't even have to explain that, do I? That's just basic logic. If they remove public transportation, the downfall systems, the interstate transportation, all of these things, if they remove them from petroleum dependency and move them en masse onto CNG, that will significantly impact on the demand for petrol. So that's one. I don't think anybody is faulting the logical. It's just basic. There's no arguments to be had there. So that's just basic logic. So we take that as a given. So if that happens, we take that as a given, and that seems to be happening. So that's one. Now, if they improve electricity supply, that also significantly takes away from the demand for petrol. So because a lot of the demand for petrol is to power generators, etc., petrol and diesel, I think those are the two spaces that the generator space industry uses. So if they remove the usage of generators to power homes and businesses, etc., that also removes significantly demand for petrol. It's a significant demand for petrol space, which is now subsequently removed. So hold that again. So you're holding two things now. You are holding the impact of CNG on the demand for petrol. You are holding that, and we're seeing that playing out in real time because the adaptation, we can all see it. So we're seeing that. And then you are holding the improved electricity supply as well. as a pullback for dependency on petrol too. So if you remove those two dependencies from petrol, what do you think will happen to the price of petrol? And that is the ultimate plan. So it's not a matter of, anyway, it's just, these are just basic stuff now. You can see the workings, you can see the plan. Only a fool can pretend not, you can't even pretend not to see the plan. You know, so only a devious person will say that they do not see the plan. If you don't agree with the plan, it's a different thing. That's your entitlement. You may think there are better ways of doing it, but you cannot claim not to see the plan because the plan is there in open glare. You know, so there it is. Nigerians are not making so much noise about 1,000 naira per liter petrol due to improved power supply. This is your Minister for Electricity, Adedebo. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabo, not Adedibo, but Adelabo, they're both from Ibadan anyway. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabo, says that Nigerians have stopped complaining about the hike in petrol price because they no longer need it to run their generators due to constant electricity supply. The minister stated this while speaking in Abuja on Tuesday, October the 15th. Last week, the NNPC increased the pump price of petrol at its retail outlets from 868 naira per liter to 968 naira per liter in Lagos and above 1,000 naira in some other regions. The astronomical rise in the price of petrol led to the sharp increase in the cost of transportation, food items, and other essential household commodities. During the conference, Adelabu said, people don't need to buy petrol again as much as they used to do for them to have power. That is why the noise is even at this level. If they had to be going to the filling station to buy 1,000 naira per liter of petrol to generate electricity, we would have even had louder noise from the public. So what we intend to do is to make sure that all the generators are replaced in line with the Lagos State policy of replacement of 1 million generators in 1 year. I saw that we will replace all the generators. So there it is right there. Let me take you to the end of it. In the same breath, the minister lamented Nigeria's abysmal performance in the area of power generation, stating that the country added only 2,000 megawatts of power to the national grid in the last 40 years, dating back to 1984. But we are over 200 million people. We are still celebrating achieving 5,000 megawatts milestone. Why this seems to be an achievement is because it took us almost 40 years to generate additional 2,000 megawatts from the 2,000 megawatt milestone we achieved in 1984. When we came to office, we met 4,000 megawatts. Now we have taken it to average of 5,000 megawatts with a peak of 5,527 megawatts in the 3rd of September. But we are not deterred. If the last best time was 50 years ago, I believe the next best time is today. And this must wake us up. So there it is right there. I'm not quite sure how much megawatts you need. I think you need probably 100 times that, 5,000 megawatts for 200 million people. So that's the Nigerian narrative right there. So that's the Nigerian narrative right there. I did not give Falana Fouls any money for pardon. This is Bobrisky now throwing a very dark man firmly under the bus. I did not give Falana Fouls any money for pardon. This is the cross-dresser Bobrisky. Controversial Nigerian cross-dresser Idris Okuneye, better known as Bobrisky, has denied giving human rights lawyer. And by the way, I've got a clip of a very dark man to play you in a moment. It looks as though they want to set him up. So in fact, they clearly are trying to set him up. And I'll play you the clip in a moment. But let's do the readout first. Controversial Nigerian cross-dresser Idris Okuneye, better known as Bobrisky, has denied giving human rights lawyer Femi Falana or his son Falz any money for a presidential pardon. Correspondents report that this comes after Falana and his son gave Bobrisky 12 hours to apologize for the claim he reportedly made in a viral audio clip VDM released last month. Recall that Bobrisky, in an audio shared online, claimed that Falana and his son Falz contacted him whilst he was serving a 6-month sentence for Naira abuse. In the recording, Bobrisky alleged that Falz and his father tried to get me a presidential pardon in exchange for 10 million naira. However, in a letter dated October the 14th, 2024, issued by Falana's legal representatives, Bobrisky was accused of making false and defamatory statements about Falana and his son's involvement in the alleged bribery and pardon. The legal team described Bobrisky's claim as unfounded and damaging to Falana's reputation. Falana's legal team demanded a full retraction of the claim and an apology, which should be prominently published on all platforms where this statement was disseminated. They added that if Bobrisky fails to comply within 12 hours of receiving the letter, Falana will pursue legal action, including claims for monetary damages. In response, Bobrisky, in a post via his Instagram page, denied giving the Falanas money for pardon, stressing that VDM, who published the audio online, should take full responsibility for what he posted in public. He insisted he is not the person in the viral clip and did not publish any defamatory statement concerning Falana or Falz. So I think Bobrisky, I think is panicked somewhat to do this, because I think he should have stood his ground, ignored this, and let the Falana pay it out. Bobrisky never published anything. It never did. Bobrisky never published anything. That's one. Bobrisky also denies ownership of that clip. That's two. And Bobrisky distances himself from that clip, from that audio. That's three. So now, Bobrisky holds no responsibility for anything about that clip. He never made it public. He never, inferred in any way. If it was a private conversation, then it stays within the remit of that private conversation. So whoever published that audio has to take full ownership of it, especially without the consent of who they purport to be the main protagonist on that audio. So Bobrisky should have stood his ground. I never published anything defamatory about you, so you go and sue me and let the law be the judge. So, but I think he's panicked somewhat. Maybe he's always ill-advised anyway, so he's been ill-advised again. It says that Okuneye Idris, aka Bobrisky, did not give Falz or his dad. So look how quickly he. And by the way, they threatened a very dark man to retract the comments and publish an apology and take it down. And the guy just told them to get lost. They even got a court judgment against him, or he told them to get lost. But look how quickly Bobrisky panics. And this is why they say Yoruba people no get liver. Okunawo Idris, aka Bobrisky, did not give Falz or his father any money for pardon. As a matter of fact, no penny was given to them. So the allegation is not that he actually gave money. The allegation is that they requested money from him. So that was what was alleged in that audio. So it wasn't, the audio is not to say that he gave the money. The audio was to say that they requested the money. So this is somewhat of a disingenuous sort of an apology, an obfuscation of an apology. Okuneye Idris, aka Bobrisky, did not give Falz or his father any money for pardon. As a matter of fact, no penny was given to them. have this is what is written. The guy claims that he went to Unilag, but this is meant to be a formal apology. The spelling is poor. The spelling is all those Twitter, WhatsApp sort of short character wordings, and the grammar is poor as well. And this is the guy that went to Unilag. Well, I don't know. I, Okunawa Idris, aka Bobrisky, did not give Fowles or his father any money for pardon. As a matter of fact, no penny was given to them. Have said this before. Have is H-A-V-E, said, and then this is D-I-S. That should be I have said this before, but of course, I have said this before, and I will say it again. The person that published, and that should be a comma, not a full stop, by the way. If you want to really get finicky, it's just, I hate reading badly. I hate reading badly written things because it puts off the flow of how I want to deliver it. I, Okunawa Idris, aka Bobrisky, did not give Fowles or his dad any money for pardon. As a matter of fact, no penny was given to them. Have said this before, and I will say it again. The person that published an audio online should take full responsibility for what he posted in public. My lawyer will respond to any further information the public wants to about this ongoing issue trending on social media. And then it comes out with this: to whom it may concern, in reply to the 2 letters in circulation from the law firm. It says the 2 letters. So are they actually formally, because they seem to be delivering legal letters on social media spaces, did they actually formally serve him these letters, or he just read it in the papers and decided to panic respond? To whom it may concern, in reply to the 2 letters in circulation from the law firm of the Falanos, I like to state, so that would be, I would like to state, of course, but I'm not going to do that anymore, but it's badly written. So to whom it may concern, in reply to the in response, that should be in reply to the 2 letters, it should have gotten his lawyers to write this, and hopefully his lawyers did not write this, because if his lawyers did write this, then you can immediately see why it's in all manners of strife that he is. In reply to the 2 letters in circulation from the law firm of the Falanos, I like to state for the records, pending the official reply from my counsel, so that is from him, not his lawyer, state for the avoidance of doubt that I, Okuneye Idris, Olanrewaju aka Bobrisky, did not publish any defamatory statement or statements concerning the learned SAN and his son Fowles, and that it is in public domain pursuant to my solicitor's letter dated the 27th. Why is he using words like pursuant? Somebody that cannot even spell in English is using pursuant. Yes. So that it says SAN and his son, and that it is in the public domain pursuant to my solicitor's letter dated the 27th day of September 2024, that I have denied any knowledge of what VDM published. I stand by my express denial and put the matter to strict proof, and advise that whoever has been defamed should hold the publishers of the defamatory content and my fundamental rights to privacy. Or, we've not even happened on that, by the way. It's fundamental rights to privacy, to free expression and privacy. These are all breached in these things, by the way. So he doesn't actually owe an explanation, but is panic responding. I stand by my express denial and put the matter to strict proof, and advise that whoever has been defamed should hold the publisher of the defamatory content and my fundamental rights to privacy of my communications should be respected and protected. Best whatever. So that would be best wishes with it, or whatever it is. So that's Bobrisky. Then immediately panic as soon as the Falanos wave a legal suit in front of his eyes. Update: Lagos to pay 85,000 naira minimum wage, says Sanwo-Olu. So of course, and that's still too low for Lagos, by the way, because here in London, for instance, I'm not in London, by the way, I'm in Kent, but in London, they have something called London waiting as in wait, uh, WEIGHT, ING. So they have something they call London waiting. That is to say that whatever the minimum wage is, there's an additional add-on that is added on for reasons that you're living in London. It is the capital and the most expensive place to live in the UK. So they add that onto it as well. So the same applies in Lagos. So you cannot the minimum wage cannot take you. If you had 70,000 minimum wage in Ibadan, for instance, and your rent is about 10,000 naira, but in Lagos, your rent will be about 40,000 naira. So there has to be, Lagos should be really 100,000 minimum wage, really. But Sanwo-Olu showing off, of course. Lagos to pay 85,000 minimum wage, says Sanwo-Olu. So what does he want? A round of applause. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has announced his government. Actually, I think I have this in video. So let me play it to you in video form. Let me play it to you in video form. Let me play it to you in video form.
And start, construction. So you also mentioned around minimum wage and what do I need to throw in for my people. I'm glad to let you know that the minimum wage for Lagos, which we've conversed and discussed with our union, right, is 85,000 naira today now. So, I mean, it's not a competition. So I'm not going to say that we're paying more than some other people. It's a function of affordability and it's a function of capacity. But we know too well that when people live in Lagos, Lagos has a premium in terms of even the cost, of living. And so we are fully aware. We actually increased, our salary earlier in the year, and deserving so for our staff, and we'll continue to do that. Shehu, I would want to come back to you in January and say to you that I've been able to increase the minimum wage of Lagos to 100,000, not because I want to make anybody look bad. It's really because I want my people to have a living wage. I want them to truly, really be able to know that the government is working for them. We'll tighten up places where we don't need, those kind of expenses, and be able to give them, commensurate things that will take them home, not drop them at the bus stop from the stations, take them really home. So that's the kind of plan that we have, right, for them. And you also know that right now.
Okay, so that's Sanwo-Olu showing off there. So minimum wage increased to 85,000 naira in Lagos, but that is still not sufficient that's not a minimum wage for Lagos, I wouldn't say. I would say a minimum wage for Lagos will be 100 to 120,000 naira. That would be a real minimum wage for Lagos. So minimum wage for Lagos, House of Reps demand immediate reversal to old petrol prices. So I don't think they got the memo just yet. That's it's outside of the purview of the government to determine the price of petrol anymore. Is now within the realms of a willing buyer, willing seller situation. So I don't think the government has the leverage anymore to determine the price of petrol. So there it is. House of Reps demand immediate reversal to old petrol prices. The House of Representatives have directed the immediate reversal to the old pump price of petroleum products, maintaining that the rising cost of petrol and cooking gas poses a significant threat to the livelihood of millions of Nigerians. Passing a resolution following the adoption of a motion sponsored by Deputy Minority Leader Aliyu Madaki, along with 111 other members of the House of Representatives during plenary on Wednesday, the lawmakers demanded an urgent reversal of the hike in the price of petrol. So I think this might well be opposition politics, sort of mischief making. So if it tells you it's the deputy minority leader, that is to tell you it's the opposition mischief-making politics. And that's the way politics should be, by the way. They should put as much continuous pressure on the sitting government as they possibly can. either by fair means or by foul. The House of Representatives have directed the immediate reversal to the old pump price of petroleum products, maintaining that the rising cost of petrol and cooking gas poses a significant threat to the livelihood of millions of Nigerians, passing a resolution following the adoption of a motion sponsored by Deputy Minority Leader Aliyu Madaki, along with 111 other members of the House during plenary on Wednesday. The lawmakers demanded an urgent reversal of the hike in the price of fuel. They also urged state governments to adopt policies that alleviate the financial burden on their citizens, including the exemption of taxes or levies on transportation and goods affected by high fuel cost. So yes, I think that's another place to insulate the cost of transportation. By the way, they should remove all the levies on the transporters, so then they pass on then the cost savings then to their consumers. So I think that's not a bad idea actually. Correspondents reported that NNPC last Wednesday, hiked petrol price, etc. Moving the motion on Wednesday, Madaki said the hike in the price of petrol and cooking gas has created an unsustainable financial burden on ordinary Nigerians and exacerbated the cost of living. I've got a video clip to play to you about this actually. It's quite a depressing one, so just hold steady. What that comment that's just been made there, I've got a video clip that speaks to it. Moving the motion on Wednesday, Madaki said the hike in the price of petrol and cooking gas has created an unsustainable financial burden on ordinary Nigerians and exacerbated the cost of living, noting that the removal of fuel subsidy, coupled with global oil price volatility and the depreciation of the naira, has contributed significantly to the rising cost of petrol at the pump and cooking gas for households. Madaki expressed concern that the escalating fuel and gas prices are impacting the cost of transportation, food, essential goods, and healthcare. According to him, these developments has led to increasing inflation and pushed many families into deeper financial hardship. The lawmaker also lamented that businesses, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises, are struggling to manage their operational costs due to increased fuel prices. He recalled that the federal government had announced plans to repair domestic refineries and boost local refining capacity to address some of these issues, but has yet to deliver significant results in this regard. Mindful that the rising cost of petrol and cooking gas poses a significant threat to the livelihood of millions of Nigerians, and that unchecked inflationary pressure caused by increased price can lead to social unrest, increased poverty rates, and negative long-term economic effects. Also worried that unless urgent and pragmatic steps are taken to control the rising cost of petrol and cooking gas, the nation will go into an economic crisis, leading to negative outcomes like increased crime rates, and mortality rates. So that's how he's positioned on that. But I think that's somewhat they cannot reverse the price of petrol. That's just what it is. It says, following brief debates on the motion, the House directed reversal of recent pump price hike. They also urged the government to take immediate steps to stabilize petrol and cooking gas prices through targeted interventions such as temporary price relief measures, tax reductions, or subsidies on LPGs for low-income households. The House called on the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, and other relevant agencies to expedite the repair and maintenance of domestic refineries and increase local refining capacity as a stopgap measure to reduce dependency on imported refined products. We are no longer importing refined products, by the way. The lawmaker also mandated the House committees on petroleum downstream and legislative compliance to ensure compliance and report back to the House within 2 weeks for further legislative action. So that's that. That's just it's both wishful thinking and politics playing. That's just what those two things are. But this is the clip actually that speaks. The level of suffering in Nigeria is now pro-Marx. Is suffering pro-Marx. Is suffering on Red Bull. This is what they are going through in Nigeria. Suffering on Red Bull.
Okay, guys, I really don't know what's going on now.
No, not that one. This one.
It is well. So, yeah, people are sharing head of Titus fish. Titus fish head. And the carton is 18,000 at the cold room. The cold room. So, this is my first time of seeing it. I just discovered this. I've never seen it before. I didn't know they usually sell head of Titus fish. And people are really buying. Because that's like the cheapest now. Cheapest. I wanted to buy, see the prices of different fishes they have. I wanted to buy Titus fish. I wanted to buy Titus fish. My children, they really like, they like Titus fish a whole lot. So I wanted to buy Titus fish as usual. And then chicken, that was my plan. Then panla for fry, just to fry some at home. I could not. I just bought Titus because though this one was too much. I bought Titus. This is for 10,500 for just 6 pieces from a scale because I didn't get anybody to share with me. On this day, nobody. I didn't get anyone to share with me. Most people were not. People don't really buy Titus again. This is what.
So there it is right there. It's just soul destroying. You know that traditionally that Titus fish, they usually cut the head off and just throw it in the bin, don't they? That's what they do, because it's the body that people eat. But people are now there. It's almost like scavenging now, scavenging for food. Can you imagine that, having to actually buy, and they're selling it for 10,000 naira for something that under tradition is discarded into the bin? So there it is now. Nigerians are now literally eating from the bin. Literally eating from the bin. Literally eating from the bin. Local government autonomy will lead to chaos. This is Governor Soludo. So this autonomy that the local governments have gotten is really cutting deep into the state houses, and they are fighting it with all the tools they have. But the Supreme Court has made a pronouncement, of course, so there's no going back. But they are looking for all manners of funky and imaginative ways to stymie that particular policy position. Local government autonomy will lead to chaos. Anambra Governor Soludo signs bill to deduct funds. So I'm not quite sure if they should be, or they should be allowed to circumvent this particular pronouncement of the Supreme Court. Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has said that granting full autonomy to Nigeria's 774 local government areas could lead to humongous chaos and hinder sustainable development. Governor Soludo made this statement on Tuesday at the Governor's Lodge in XYZ Oka after signing the Anambra State Local Government Administration Law titled Anambra Local Government Administration Law 2024. The law was passed by the State House of Assembly last Tuesday. Soludo argued that absolute autonomy for local government areas is impossible and would create chaos due to the attendant challenges. He said that Section 7 of the Constitution empowers state governments to enact laws for local government administration, highlighting importance of state oversight. So I think that's the window right there. That's the window right there. So whatever the constitution gives, the constitution also takes back from the local government is essentially what Soludo is saying here. So it says that Section 7 of the Constitution empowers the state government to enact laws for local government administration. So if that section empowers them to enact laws, because they have superintendent oversight over the local government. So if that Section 7 of the Constitution empowers the state governments to enact laws, then they can enact laws to hold and grab the state local government funds. So they can enact a law that the local government funds still has to be oversighted. So even if the money cascades to the local government from Abuja, the local laws then holds it in abeyance to be oversighted by the state houses. So this is what they're doing. They're using the constitution to fight itself. Soludo argued that absolute autonomy for local government areas is impossible and will create chaos due to the attendant challenges. He said that Section 7 of the Constitution empowers state governments to enact laws for local government administration, highlighting the importance of state oversight. The absolute autonomy to the 774 local government areas in the country is an impossibility, Soludo said. In fact, it is a recipe for humongous chaos. The attendant challenges before the issue of the local government autonomy are such that would certainly deepen the faith of the system and spell doom for the expected beneficiaries of the process if not well planned. Soludo explained that the new laws are consequential to the Supreme Court judgment and not intended to undermine it. The new laws by Anambra House of Assembly are therefore consequential to give operational life to the Supreme Court judgment and not to undermine it, Soludo stated. If the State House of Assembly abdicates this constitutional duty, the local government will then have no law on the use and management of its own finances. So they are creating laws to help them manage their finances. I don't know. There's still a lot of structurings to be structured around that Supreme Court pronouncement. So the Supreme Court grants that autonomy, but the administration of that autonomy, where does it fall? Because the oversight of the local governments is within the purview of the state houses, but they are autonomous financially. So how does that work? The new laws by the Anambra House of Assembly are therefore consequential to give operational life to the Supreme Court judgment and not to undermine it. Soludo stated, if the State House of Assembly abdicates this constitutional duty, the local government will then have no law on the use and management of its own finances. Correspondent reports that the bill requires local government areas to remit a portion of their federal allocation into a consolidated account controlled by the state. So there it is. So the federal government gives them the money as constitutionally required via the Supreme Court judgment, and then they are then bound by law to then hand over that money to the state as constitutionally required by bills passed within the state. So that's just how so everything changes but remains the same. That's essentially the convolution of it all. Everything changes but remains the same. The new laws by Anambra State House of Assembly, the new laws by Anambra State House of Assembly are therefore consequential to give operational life to the Supreme Court judgment and not to undermine it, stated Soludo. If the State House of Assembly abdicates this constitutional duty, the local government will then have no law on the use and management of its own finances. Correspondents report that the bill requires local government areas to remit a portion of their federal allocation into a consolidated account controlled by the state. Section 13.1 of the bill stipulates that the state shall maintain a state joint local government account into which all federal allocations to the local government areas must be deposited. Section 14.3 of it mandates that each local government area must remit a state-determined percentage to the consolidated account within 2 working days of receiving their allocations. Meanwhile, Section 14.4 outlines that if the state receives the local government allocation on their behalf, it must deduct the specified percentage before disbursing the remaining funds to the local government area. So they'll take a percentage of it, but they have not stated publicly how much, but I suspect that will be in the high percentages. How Tinubu stopped me from fleeing Nigeria, but the judge opens up. So this is it. The pronouncement of a politician is only what the substance of how long the spit comes out with that pronouncement and lands on the floor. The moment the spit lands on the floor from that pronouncement, then it's no longer valid. This is Bode George, who was spitting fire and brimstone that if Tinubu became president, he will move to Mars. How Tinubu stopped me from fleeing Nigeria? This is Bode George, the rank hypocrisy of it all. Olabode George, the former deputy national chairman of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), has revealed that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu sent his chief of staff, Femi Gbadabiamila, to beg him after emerging as president. Recall that George had vowed to leave Nigeria during the 2023 campaign and presidential election if Tinubu became president. George said Tinubu had nothing to offer the country, whilst accusing him of stifling the Lagos state government. However, George appeared on Arise TV morning show on Wednesday, October the 16th, and spoke about his threat to vacate Nigeria if Tinubu won the 2023 presidential election. He noted that Tinubu sent Gbadabiamila to pacify him against leaving Nigeria because they had wronged him. According to the PDP chieftain, Gbadabiamila came with options, pleading that they were sorry. If by whatever measure Bola Tinubu wins this election, I was going to get out. Once they heard that, Tinubu sent his chief of staff, Gbadabiamila. He came to say, my boss said I should tell you, please be calm, trying to beg. They knew they had wronged me. So what does this even mean? They wronged you. Is it that it's good or bad for Nigeria, or they wronged you in a personal capacity? So that's the thing. Earlier, correspondents reported that Bode George backed the removal of the party chairman Umar Damagum. In a recent interview, George maintained that Damagum's continued tenure as acting national chairman violates PDP constitution. So this man cannot be taken seriously in any matter. It just total disregard is what people should have for any pronouncement coming out of Bode George. Because, they say speak and do. You say it, so that's your free will to say it, but then you have to do it because you're then held hostage by your own words. Reno Omokri says he will vote for Tinubu, not Atiku, in 2027. So he was the main champions of it wasn't not the one shouting Tinubu Ole in London not quite 2 years ago. This same Reno Omokri, anywhere Bele face politics. Reno Omokri says he will vote Tinubu and not Atiku 2027. A former presidential spokesman, Reno Omokri, has revealed he will vote for President Bola Tinubu over former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi in the 2027 election. Omokri, who campaigned for Atiku in the last election and was a staunch PDP supporter, took to X to give his reasons for switching sides. He wrote, if there are 3 names on the ballot in 2027 and they are as follows: Waziri Atiku Abubakar, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Peter Gregory Obi, and God spares my life and the lives of the above people, I will vote and work vehemently for the victory of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So help me God. So that's a vow right there. That's that. So help me God is essentially putting some sort of celestialness to that pronouncement. So help me God. He added, in terms of acknowledging loyalty, economic handling, dispute resolution, and having a forgiving heart, Asiwaju is a far better politician than anyone on the list. So there it is right there. Anyway, Beleface, Daddy, I need some dollars. So that's Daddy, I need some dollars right there. This is, I wonder who will get to the dollars first, this guy or Daniel Boala. Daddy, I need some dollars. So that's it. Okay, let's actually read it straight. So it says, yeah. If there are 3 names on the ballot in 2027 and they are as follows: Waziri Atiku Abubakar, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Peter Gregory Obi, and God spares my life and the lives of the above people, I will vote for and work vehemently for the victory of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, so help me God. In terms of acknowledging loyalty, economic handling, dispute resolution, and having a forgiving heart, Asiwaju is a far better politician than anyone on that list. In politics, you have your interest. Mine has been that as a microscopic minority, Nigeria affords me the freedom and protection that my people and I will not get if Nigeria breaks up. That is why I have pushed for devolution of powers from the federal government to the state and local governments. This gives minorities the right of self-determination within a federation without being decimated by subnational groups that may use their numbers to overwhelm minorities. In President Bola Tinubu, I see the Nigeria of my dreams emerging, one where the federating units are free to move at their own pace without leaving the federation. As such, I am prepared to swallow my pride and digest my ego. As George Bernard Shaw said, progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. I have been presented with superior arguments. So was it not presented? Because the same argument for Tinubu as what still is. So there is no argument for Tinubu that was not already in place when this guy was riding and raging against him. But the only thing that has changed is that Tinubu's argument has won him into Aso Rock. And this guy, of course, a shameless 360 degrees and to repoint himself in the direction of the dollars. I have been presented with superior arguments and facts that dispel and clear doubt. The renewed hope vision that President Bola Tinubu has for Nigeria, in my opinion, our best hope for a nation that works for all Nigerians. So that's a Reno Mockery right there. That's elegant. There used to be a song, Fine Bara, Decent Bara, ne. So that's elegant begging right there. Fine Bara, Decent Bara, ne. Scammers hack Nigerian bank, still 10 billion naira, 818 accounts identified as Zenith orders upgrade. So there's been some problems with Zenith Bank. I think that might well be what's at the back of it. So everybody just looking hand over face. So this next headline here is as ridiculous as they get. I'm not quite sure if they should get any. This is this guy now pushing it too far. Festus Keyamo. Federal government mandates foreign airlines to use Nigerian caterers for onboard meals from January 2025. So how does that work? They are flying from Nigeria to Dubai. So what compels them then? Why would the Emiratis not have the same insistence, or the Americans or the Germans? The federal government has mandated all outbound flights from Nigeria, particularly foreign airlines, to patronize local caterers for their onboard meals beginning January 1st, 2025. So I don't think you can just with fiat mandate that now. What if they have subsisting contracts with other caterers? What happens to that? Do they jettison that and pay the penalty for default, or it doesn't even make any sense, does it? And why should they even? Why would they not want to? I'm Ethiopian airline, and you're telling me because I'm flying out of Nigeria, I have to use Nigerian caterers. We have caterers in Ethiopia now. It doesn't even make sense. The federal government has mandated all outbound flights from Nigeria, particularly foreign airlines, to patronize local caterers for their onboard meals beginning January 1st, 2025. This directive was outlined in a memo titled Directive of Honorable Minister to Foreign Airlines on Onboard Meals, dated October. I think this guy is just always looking for headline grabbing sort of initiatives so that you can pop in front of the cameras again and say, look, oh, I'm working. Look, oh, I'm working. Just ridiculous guy. This directive was outlined in a memo titled Directive of Honorable Minister to Foreign Airlines on Onboard Meals, dated August the 15th, 2024. The memo, authored by H.T. Ijebunu, director overseeing the Office of the Permanent Secretary, was addressed to the Acting Director General of Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority at the Nnamdi Kanu Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. The memo conveyed the decision of the Minister of Aviation and Aero Development, Festus Keyamo, directing the NCAA to ensure that all foreign airlines comply with the new regulations. I am directed by the Honorable Minister of Aviation to convey to you his decision to mandate all outbound flights from Nigeria, especially foreign airlines, to patronize local caterers for onboard meals. Consequently, you are hereby directed to convey the decision to all foreign airlines with strict compliance beginning the 1st of January 2025. In a follow-up clarification posted on his Instagram handle on Wednesday, the Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo emphasized that the directive does not compel foreign airlines to serve Nigerian dishes, but strictly mandates them to engage Nigerian caterers. So, jollof rice by force. This is the thing. You must eat eba and amala, and you must love it. You know. Can you imagine Sheikh Mukhtar from Abu Dhabi being force-fed amala because he has the misfortune of flying to and then out of Nigeria? In a follow-up clarification posted on his official X account on Wednesday, the Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo emphasized that the directive does not compel foreign airlines to serve Nigerian dishes, but strictly mandates them to engage Nigerian caterers. Keyamo further clarified that local caterers are fully equipped to prepare continental and international meals tailored to the airline's specific requirements. The age-long practice of bringing meals frozen from their countries and warming them to serve on outbound flights to mostly Nigerian citizens is no longer acceptable. So this is it. You know, all those ludicrous meals that they serve on these planes, by the way, the whole thing just tastes, every single meal that they serve on these airlines, they always taste like nearly out of date chicken soup. That's what they all, and stale bread. So nearly out of date chicken soup and stale bread. That is what most of these airlines serve. The age-long practice of bringing meals frozen from their country and warming them to serve on outbound flights to mostly Nigerian citizens is no longer acceptable, Keyamo stated. He added that Nigeria has competent quality control agencies to ensure the hygiene and safety of meals prepared by local caterers, addressing any concerns the airlines may have. Keyamo further argued that if foreign airlines expect Nigeria to trust the quality of imported meals served on flights, they should also trust Nigeria's vetting process for meals prepared locally. He highlighted the importance of supporting local businesses, stating, "We must support our local businesses with our huge population and traffic. Other caterers from abroad should not benefit from what should contribute to the local economy." The directive, in fact, I was ridiculing it at the start, but I'm not sure if I'm being persuaded by the argument now. The directive reflects the government's focus on promoting domestic businesses and ensuring that Nigeria's economic interests are prioritized in all sectors, including aviation. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority will oversee the implementation of the new mandate, ensuring compliance from all airlines operating outbound flights from Nigeria. So that's Festus Keyamo right there trying to force feed Amala to Sheikh Monsoon from Saudi Arabia. Force fed Amala. So force feeding Amala. Article calls for rail transportation of petroleum products across Nigeria. I think this is coming off the back of an explosion that took about 105 lives somewhere in the north, some oil tanker that exploded. So some oil tanker that exploded. Let's go on from that to this. So this one was widely circulated, actually got to me. 20 scientists in Nigeria 2025. So this is one of those ethnic or undertoned sort of data that we get out of StatiSense every so often. So when they are doing 20, the top 20 scientists in Nigeria, then you know that there's an ethnic dog whistle that is being blown with this. So of course, the abundance of them will come from one region. UI Professor Oye Gureje, Psychiatry, Ahmed Bello University Professor Mohammed, that's another. UI Professor Mayowa Owolabi. So UI again, Professor Olayenka MAAUN, I don't know which school that is, Justin Paul, and then another institution, Professor Bola Joko, so and then UNN, Professor Obinna, and then another institution, Ashish Kanan. I'm not quite sure. That sounds, it doesn't even, it sounds like a Pakistani name. Futa Ganiyu, something or the other. Another one, there's a lot of Indian names. This one, I don't know. If you know which institution this is, then you can tell me. MAAUN. It says Sanjeevi Kumar Padmanabhan. So that's an Indian right there. So how is an Indian the top professor in Nigeria? UI again, Olatunde something or the other. UI again, Akiyemi, and then another Indian sounding name, Ranajit. This is IITA, Ranajit something. That is in Agric and Forestry. Uniben, Professor Friday, something or the other, and on it goes. So I think there's an ethnic dog whistle being blown there by that one right there. So let me bring you one more. Oh no, this actually offers nothing. So let me leave you there. Actually, I could show you this. I saw this story and then I followed it through. So this is not anything at all a story, but let me see. Hold steady for a moment. I saw this story of gold mining in Zamfara State. I'll have to find that clip because that clip is actually central to what I want to show you. Let me see who sent it to me. That clip is actually central to what I want to show you. Let me play you another clip first, and then we'll see if I can find it. Let me play you. So I was saying in the Very Dark Man readout that it looks as though Very Dark Man is about to be set up. In fact, there's almost a certainty that Very Dark Man is being set up. So listen to this video, watch this video, and it will tell you just then that Very Dark Man is about to be set up.
Okay, guys, I really don't know what's going on now. As of 7 p.m. this evening, I checked the accounts, this NGO accounts. I see 70 million inside. If you remember, early morning, I post. Do you understand? I post over 66 million. How much I post in the morning? I see 70 million as of 7:42 p.m. I was just pressing my phone now. I opened the account. I saw 172 million naira. Now I panic because I did like this. I'm still confused. Please, any bank, I beg, Mona try do check again. I don't know how this money came into my account, right? People should do a check. Do you understand? I'm trying to check the payments to know how it became 170 million and now it's now 172 million naira. I don't know who sent this kind of money, right? Or maybe it's a glitch or anything. Mona fix on this thing. And just in case, maybe somebody mistakenly sends excess money. Do you understand? Maybe a mistake you do. Still reach out a beg. Send me a DM. Say now you send out a mistake. Make we tell the bank when they refund you. Because this money where we say, just they see 70 million naira. So 742. And only for me to check now. They say 172 million naira. I beg. Hope say, Cause when I don't they plan me, I beg, Nigerians, I don't see, man, not there. Money went there like this. The last time I checked was 7 something. Do you understand? And it was 70 million. And now by 10 p.m. on the dot, I'm seeing 172 million naira. See and there, I beg. Zenith Bank, I beg, Mona cross check, I no deal. And also, if I know say when I want still help, this 500 to 200, I no mind. You understand? The account number is still there. 13136790008 Zenith Bank, Martin Vincent Hotel Initiative. Do you understand? So when they discover say no be the money, may they carry on. I know one before they go and set me up, man, all day. And just in case a person send the money, finally, if you discover say true, they send that money and I no receive the big alert. I beg, whoever send that money, I won't know you. It means say over 100 million and you send come the accounts. I dey fear, I beg, I dey fear. No verse, I dey fear, I beg. No be say I be mumu, I dey fear because you can never know. If I no talk now, maybe the thing come turn and that they'll come say you did not say it. That means it's part of the crime. I beg. I know they do money laundry. I don't do fraud. I don't do anything. I dey beg una. Thank you very much. Zenith Bank, I beg. Tomorrow morning, I beg. Thank you. Peace and love. Don't play.
So there it is right there. So in the midst of the intensity of the spotlight that is under, suddenly in excess of 100 million naira parachutes into his account. So it's been set up. But the good thing for him is that he knows it's been set up. So quite what they are looking to do will be really tough. But the fact that he has cried out now, I suppose that gives him somewhat of a protection. But that wasn't a donation. No, that's the first step of a setup. So that VDM that a lot of people would like to see in handcuffs. It looks as though we might be seeing him in handcuffs sometime soon. So that's VDM being set up right there. So yes, I wanted to show you a website. But for you to make reason of that website, I necessarily have to play you this video clip first. So this video clip, it speaks to what purports to be illegal gold mining in Zamfara state. So that's the first. So that's sufficient enough to justify the video. But the second thing you are looking out for is the main protagonist in that video. It's not at all a Nigerian. And then the next thing that you want to look out for is the logo on this guy's shirt and the logo that stamps across the clip. So I'm setting you quite a bit of a task. So the video is about illegal or almost certainly illegal gold mining in Zamfara State at an industrial scale, by the way, and not just gold, precious metal, precious gems are being mined in Zamfara State on an industrial scale. And the main protagonist is a foreigner, but then you are looking for the logos and banners that paste across the guy's shirt and the video. So those spaces. So pay attention. It's only about it's only about a minute long, but you need eagle-eyed attention on this one. So watch this. All right. So what paste across there tells us that that is coming out of yes, that what paste across there tells us that that is coming out of that's some guy that calls himself Boss B dot Gold. So I went to look for him, and this is what I found. So this is a Boss B dot Gold. So he claims to be operating. It has a Sierra Leonean whatever it is there. He claims to be a gold trader. He says we trade and stake for you. So some sort of gold trader and precious metals, etc. He said, so this is his website then inviting you to part with your money. But who is the inviting you to part with your money? So here he is right there. That's the character. It says Baki Wash, a visionary leader in African mining. So Bashi Wash, born in Kosovo, Albania, and later residing and studying in Germany, emerged as a visionary leader reshaping African mining landscape. As the CEO, Boss B. Gold, it stands as a beacon of innovation and progress in Sierra Leone's mineral-rich terrain. So the person actually exploiting that space is an Albanian Kosovo. So there it is right there. We're just victims to everybody. That's just what it is. We're just victims to everybody. That's just what it is. I'll send the link again. See if anybody wants to come join. I'll play you I'll play you now. I'm going to play you another clip, but this will be the last one, and then I'll play the Kegite music after that. And then, depending on what happens, we'll cap it off or have a conversation, depending on who turns up or who doesn't. But this next clip I'm going to play you is about Davido's father. But we always I've never really heard Davido's father speak often. Not if I say often, I've never even heard Davido's father speak at all. But he speaks now, and it's just you know Davido sang that song OBO Omo Baba Olowo, so child of a rich man. You know, so he sang that song OBO da 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 Baba Olowo something something. You know, he sang that song but it wasn't actually being vainglorious or unnecessarily boastful. It is boastful, but it's substantially boastful. It's substantively boastful. There's substance to the boasting. Let's see what Davido's father has to say. But he speaks to a space here actually, let me just bring it up. Let me bring it up. So this is Davido's papa, as if may well call him. Davido's papa. So this is Davido's father, and this is what he's saying to this gathering here.
I'm a businessman in Nigeria. I'm in the electricity business. I own power plants. I generate presently about 15% of the electricity need for Nigeria. I have Chinese engineering companies that work for me. I'm building, almost completed by January, by the grace of God, my new power plant that will be the biggest thermal plant in Nigeria. It's a 1,250 megawatts power plant, will become operational in January. But during the course of the design and getting all the permits, we ran into difficult government officials. For environmental reasons, our permit was denied. The particular government official that I held a meeting with told me to my face that your project will never see the light of day. But while he was saying that, I was saying in my mind that this guy is talking as if he's God. And because you are not God, I couldn't say it out, but I was saying it in my mind that God, listen to him. Because it's not God, whatever he's saying is null and void. I'm not going to be worried about it. So I left, disappointed, of course, and I told my Chinese friend that, look, unfortunately, we have these difficulties, and it seems that it's going to be a while before we can get this going again. Meanwhile, it's a 1,250 megawatts power plant. Price tag is about $2 billion US. So it's not small money. So in the process, a lot of money has already gone into design and the preliminaries before we got to the stage where we must have the environmental permit before we can break ground. So my Chinese friend said, what are we going to do now? This is very serious, because the Afro-Exim Bank of China was involved. And that might have meant bankruptcy for him, for his company, because they have invested so much with me in this. So I told him not to worry, that everything's going to be all right. And he said that he's worried. Do you know somebody that can take you to the president or to speak to someone? I said, don't worry about it. That everything was going to be okay. And he said, are you sure? I said, no, I'm not going to do this on this. I'm coming to see you. It seems that you've found a solution, so I'm coming to see you. So while on his way, I got on my knees and I prayed about it. And I asked God to make all things well. And so when my friend came to me face to face, said that, yes, Mr. Chairman, he called me Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so what is the solution about this? It seems you are not worried. I said, I'm not worried because I've prayed about it and God is going to make it right. My friend became very upset with me. He said, God cannot do this. This is not about God now. This is not about your church. Please, Mr. Chairman, put this aside. We are talking serious issues now. And I said, that is the only way I know to go about it. On the Sabbath, it was like on Thursday, Friday I prayed about it. On Sabbath, I prayed as I always do and presented this issue before God Almighty. And I challenged God and I said, God, see, my friend said you cannot do this. So please show up. Not only to convince my Chinese friend, but also the government official that is trying to block us, let him know that you are God Almighty and there's none like you. So I continue to pray about it. The following week, on a Wednesday, I got a call from the Ministry of Power that I should come to the minister's office. So I went and I was handed over my permit. Amen. I didn't know what happened. All I did was pray about this. So I looked. So I asked one of the officials, what exactly happened? Why am I collecting this from this office and not the other office? And the person told me that the particular government official that wanted to block us took ill, and that he was flown to Germany for treatment, and that some of the applications for permit for other types of factories, not electricity, was sitting on his table, and that his boss, somebody that knew his boss, the top person, I'm using the word because I don't want to say exactly the office. So his boss now said he should bring all the applications to his table since he was not there. So my application was one of those that was taken. And his boss wrote on my own application, this is a very good proposal. We need electricity as we need the air. This should be encouraged, and I want a report on the progress of this project every quarter. So that was why I was called to come and pick up from the minister's office the permit. So when I saw my Chinese friend and I told him that we have the permit already, he said, what did you do? I said, I prayed. That's what I did. He said, he didn't believe me. He said, did you bribe anybody? I said, I did not. It's even dangerous. I can't even bribe people at that level. He said, so you believed your prayer? I said, yes. He said, what happened? I said, that other guy took ill and he was flown outside for treatment. And he said, did you ask your God to make him sick? I said, no, I did not ask my God to make him sick. I just prayed, and that all I know is that all things work together for good for those who love God. So I told him it was God that did it.
All right. So that's Davido's father right there. Quite a few things came out of that. A lot of people sent that in, actually. Quite a few things came out of that. This guy actually controls 15%, did they say, of Nigeria's electricity generation and looking to expand. So a $2 billion investment, by the way. So it's a matter of forget Dangote. There's just an abundance of opportunities in Nigeria because it's an evolving and an emerging space, and the early movers will get the fat of the land for life. Dangote already exemplifies that, and this is another breakthrough story right there. So that's Dangote's fault. But then, of course, the authorities in Nigeria are often, as always the case, always look to sabotage anything progressive in that country. So this guy wants to progress and develop the electricity space, and some medium official in some paper pusher, and he's telling him that he will complete that project over his dead body. So what stands him as an impediment to it? That's just what it is. It's just Nigeria is just it's a conundrum that's wrapped up in a mystery. A conundrum wrapped up in a mystery. A conundrum wrapped up in a mystery. So I think that's it. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, I'll play the Kegite music and then we'll see what happens next. There's always a search for this Kegite music, isn't it?
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Latif keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So that's it right there. Ikoko Neru Agoshemi, death have nothing to do with us. Let me point you in the direction of what is coming tomorrow. A lot of excitement, at least from me, hopefully from you as well, about what is to come for tomorrow. We've got the Ifa devotee coming to join us, as I've been telling you for quite a few days now. Ifa Yoruba divination, a conversation with Erelu Tunwashe. So she will be joining us tomorrow, and she's a big character, not just in our area of specialism, but in our personality as well. She's a really a real big character. So hopefully we get the fullness of the diet of both her character and her knowledge base. So really reasons to be excited. Ifa Yoruba divination, a conversation with Erelu Tunwashe. So that is to come for tomorrow. So I'm going to send the link into the comment section now. Please make sure you bookmark it. Let me send it to Twitter as well. And can the people following us on Twitter, we get increasing traffic on Twitter all the time. So we need commensurately an improvement on the followership as well. And if anybody, we've not yet had anybody come join us from Twitter. Maybe if we start calling it X, maybe they want us to be calling it X. But that's the link to the session for tomorrow, to the Twitter audience as well. So that's a specialist in Yoruba divination, Yoruba culture, a big personality. She joins us tomorrow. So she joins us tomorrow. But joining us right now is Pansat. So we kick it off with Pansat. We've got Thomas with us as well. So let me take that off the screen. Let me take a relu off the screen, and then there is it. So that's Pansat right there. Good to see you, Pansat. What's up?
Oh, one man, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm good.
Thomas, participants on this platform. You know, there's not that many of us, so I guess we can make it conversational. One man. Today, I really would like to maybe host it, and you be a panelist. I have a video that I posted on the private section. That's a Nigerian, a patriotic Nigerian. I believe he's from the north. His name is Jude Bella. He has about 55,000 subscribers.
You have something positive to say about a northerner? I know, I know this guy. He does a very classy sort of videos, doesn't he?
Exactly. He's
very detailed researched something. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a national treasure. He has quite a lot of research and does classy work, both northerners and southerners. He's not picky. So what I want
to he speaks to corruption and things like that, doesn't he?
Yes, he does everything. I mean, and he does it in a manner that rival any Western journalist.
Right. Is this a Dangote theme? This your still pursuit of Dangote? Oh, okay. All right.
This particular one.
Said, it's only two of us. I think Thomas is here in body but not in spirit. So
yeah. So for our audience and people who are listening to us now, we may not agree with everything he says, but at least the taste of people like this should be featured. We should collaborate. He interviews a lot of people. Maybe we should interview him too, because he does a world-class job. He's not picking on anybody. So we can watch this together, if you don't mind, at least until more people come in. I'm sure more people will come in once they see that I'm here. I'm a magnet, you know that. So if you don't mind, let's check it out, and then we'll do the sessions, right. And then we'll talk about each one.
All right, let's do that.
Has been sitting on a 24,000 hectare site in Kogi State, Nigeria, since 1979. This site might just be hiding one of the biggest scams in Nigeria's history. Now, here's what I mean. Shortly after the devastating Nigerian civil war that destroyed lots of lives and properties between 1967 to 1970, the Nigerian government began to acquire majority stakes in the country's productive assets. The government of the time, recognizing how important steel was and still is to the industrialization of the country, decided, why not? Let's get our hands dirty and build some mill. Before this war, Nigerian leaders had engaged foreign experts on the subject of steel making in the country. A study was carried out by the Soviet Union under a cooperation agreement with Nigeria concerning the production of steel in the country. Some Soviet experts had given the Nigerian government the bad news.
You do know that this guy curates his narratives quite heavily. He curates to an already predetermined position. So it is not an honest broker. Just for my asset, I've seen about 2 or 3 of his videos, not this one, but I find him somewhat heavily curated. He tells a story to arrive at an already predetermined destination. But let's watch it.
News in 1967, saying the known deposits of iron ore in the country were of poor quality for steel making. However, they had a solution up their sleeves. They wanted to keep looking. By 1973, iron ore of the required quality was discovered in a place called Itakpe. The Ajakuta Steel Company Limited was quickly incorporated some 6 years later in 1979 under President Shehu Shagari, who began building this steel mill we're looking at right now. By the time the project was 84% completed, this guy, probably the most famous character on my channel right now, he decided it was time to remove the democratically elected government of Shagari from power. It would take another 14 years before the steel mill reached 98% completion in 1994. With 40 of the 43 plants at the facility having been built. Well, if you think 14 years was such a long time to get from 84% to 98% completion, then I hate to break the news to you, but it's been 30 years since 1994. Yet, we are far from seeing the remaining 2%. How did this happen? I want to take you back in time to when the first contract was awarded to this Russian company. I'll show you court documents and bank records with the names of those who made money from this gigantic failed project. By the end of this video, you will understand why each Nigerian administration since Abacha has promised to get this mill to work, even when they know that it just might never get off the ground. Buckle up, let's go on this ride together. Before the steel industrial revolution, bridges were built with wood. There were few innovative projects that architects could embark on. However, when the revolution began, industrialization hit top gear. Now, when you see tall buildings like the Empire State Building, the Burj Khalifa, or your shiny railways, you begin to understand why steel is one of the most commonly manufactured materials in the world. Steel is used in buildings as concrete reinforcing rods, bridges, infrastructure, tools, ships, trains, cars, bicycles, machines, electrical appliances, furniture, and even weapons. In simple terms, it is the bedrock of industrialization. This was why the Nigerian government decided to find a way to produce its own steel. I mean, the country needed to build infrastructure, bridges, and a whole lot of things. So, depending solely on imported steel was always going to pose a huge challenge. Here comes Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited. The Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited, popularly known as Ajaokuta Steel Mill, is located in Ajaokuta, Kogi State, Nigeria. It is the largest steel mill in Nigeria, built on a 24,000 hectares, that is 59,000 acres site. The steel plant is said to have 26 housing estates in place, a great road network, power plant, and water treatment facilities, amongst others. It was designed to become a major producer of industrial machinery, auto electrical spare parts, shipbuilding, railways, and carriages. The steel plant was designed to create 10,000 technical jobs and 500,000 indirect jobs when in full operation. This gigantic project is designed to produce 1.3 million tons of liquid steel per annum in the first phase, and then 2.6 million tons of steel per annum in the second phase, and 5.3 million tons of liquid steel per annum in the final stage. But steel wasn't the only thing it was meant to produce. The original designers envisaged that the plant would also produce things such as fertilizer to help boost Nigeria's agriculture. It was a massive plan, and the government of Shagari wanted to bring it to life. So it got to work. In 1979, a tender went out to develop the Nigerian steel industry, and a contract was awarded to the Russian company TPE. President Shehu Shagari then laid the foundations of Ajaokuta Steel on these 24,000 hectares of land in 1980. The construction phase didn't take that long, as most of the buildings were swiftly erected. By 1983, Shagari's government had completed 84% of Ajaokuta steel plants. Now, considering the project was planned for delivery by 1986, the speed was
Panther, can we skim through this? It's about half an hour long, or do you want the fullness of it?
You can skim through it. Maybe play the last maybe 10 minutes of it, something like that.
All right, let's take it here.
Just for time, yeah.
The only reason Sogas was in Nigeria was to enter the electricity and gas market. In June 2003, the company was ceded to Messrs. Sogas Energy of the United States on 10-year tenure. The concession gave Sogas the sole rights to refurbish the yet-to-operate Ajaokuta Steel Complex, to sell energy to the Nigerian grid from the complex's electric plant, and to operate a yet-to-be-built LNG-fired electric plant. In a private meeting, Sogas Nigeria-based Vice Chairman Oluwaseun, known as Seun Oyefeso, allegedly said the only reason Sogas was in Nigeria was to enter the electricity and gas markets and to make money. This project ultimately failed, as Oyefeso was unable to attract either local or international loans for the Sogas Ajaokuta project. Promises by Sogas and Nigeria's federal government that Ajaokuta would produce 1.3 million tons of steel per year in 18 to 24 months and supply 2,300 megawatts of electricity to the complex and national power grid by 2005 did not materialize, leading to the termination of the agreement by the Obasanjo government in August 2004. However, Obasanjo then turned around and signed yet another new Ajaokuta agreement that same year, this time with an Indian company. In 2004, the Obasanjo administration granted a concession to the Nigerian branch of the Indian company Global Steel Holdings Limited, GSH, a company called Global Infrastructure Nigeria Limited. which was promoted by the very same two men who had allegedly brought in soul gas. That is President Obasanjo's son, Benga Obasanjo, and his loyal sidekick, Sheun Oyefeso. Like soul gas, this Indian company was also registered offshore on the Isle of Man. This Indian company is owned by Pramod Mittal. He is said to be one of the famous Mittal brothers with separate companies that had global acquisitions and operations in steel production. The company was given a 10-year concession in 2004 for the Ajaokuta Steel Complex. This was later converted to a 60% equity in May 2007, shortly before the exit of the Obasanjo government. This deal was reportedly financed by Global Infrastructure Holding Limited. However, this didn't help the Ajaokuta project. Rather, the project took a sad turn for the worse. There were reports of massive retrenchment from the company. Many highly trained and experienced workers were reportedly laid off. According to Bloomberg, when then President Olusegun Obasanjo awarded GSH a series of contracts on the Ajaokuta mill in 2004, the arrangement was first to manage and later to buy the steel mill. Shortly after GSH took over the plant, Sogas Energy Limited, the small US company that had its contract terminated earlier, decided to sue this Indian company in Texas. Sogas claimed that this Indian company discussed becoming their subcontractor on Ajaokuta before breaching a confidentiality accord and bribing Nigerian officials, including one of Obasanjo's sons, to steal the concession from them. With Obasanjo gone, protests soon erupted in the country that the entire concession to GINL was steeped in underhand deal that robbed the nation through undervalued transactions. This caused the government of late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua to establish a 5-man panel to probe the concession agreement in October 2007. This panel soon came up with a damning report that left the country in shock. According to the 2007 presidential panel, the company management withheld any foreign investment into the mine. The panel also reported how GINL had merely depended largely on funds borrowed from Nigerian banks, which were not repaid. And they could not even find where the money from the banks had gone. The report said that this Indian company had not been able to produce convincing records of the injection of such funds. It further discovered that GINL, that is the Indian company, could not even produce any bank reconciliation statement over the 3 years since it took over Ajaokuta, and that the mandatory payment of 1% of turnover as a concession fee to the government was never paid. Apparently, GINL was constantly and systematically cannibalizing, vandalizing, and moving valuable equipment and spare parts or consumables out of the Ajaokuta Steel project. The report further stated that the Indian company had not imported replacement parts in 3 years. Security in the complex was reported to have broken down completely, and from time to time thieves would break in and cut away valuable equipment, with the management not interested in prosecuting offenders. The panel also reported even then that buildings such as the Metallurgical Training Center had already been overtaken by bushes, exposing the buildings and equipment to bushfire. It also reported that there had in fact been a fire in 2006 and that GINL management had pocketed the insurance payout of close to $1 million instead of passing it to the government, which was funding the Ajaokuta structures and equipment. After presenting all of this shocking report to the government, the presidential panel recommended that the concession agreement between GINL and Nigeria on Ajaokuta should be terminated. New findings by the National Assembly would further add more salt to injury, revealing how at the time of signing the concession agreement, the federal government did not involve the Bureau of Public Enterprise, the sole entity responsible for privatization of public enterprises in Nigeria. This development confirmed what was already viewed as a shady deal with GIHL, which some had speculated was brought to rip the country through their connections in high places.
All right, Pastor. I think we get the gist of it. So where's that taking us?
Okay, yeah, the conclusion of this would be centering on Mr. Bagudu. That's Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, who
the Minister of State for Defense.
No, he's in our budget, I think. What is his role there?
Oh, yes, budget.
Yeah, it's budget
yeah.
and national planning, right? Now, if you see what this guy did, right, with that particular incident with Abacha's loot, right, you will see that he's the brain and the brawn and the henchman behind Abacha's $5 billion tech. $5 billion. He arranged for the loot to leave Nigeria and laundered the same all around the world with his siblings. He was eventually arrested in America and spent 6 months in federal detention, waiting to be extradited.
He considered hundreds of millions to the Americans, didn't he?
Exactly. He made a deal with the American government to return the stolen money to Nigeria. So he was subsequently released to come and face prosecution and a lengthy jail time in Nigeria. But nobody touched him upon his return. So rather, he's an APC member and won 3 elections already in Nigeria. At some point,
was he not the governor of
KB State? KB State. So that's why it's very good to play this thing out, because for right now,
let's play it out. It's not much more to go. Yeah.
Okay.
After going through the report, the government of late Yar'Adua acted accordingly. The concession agreement between the federal government and GIHL was brought to an end in 2008. However, GIHL was never going down without a fight. The termination of the concession agreement resulted in a series of arbitration. This Indian company proceeded to international arbitration over the matter when it took the Nigerian government to the International Chamber of Commerce, International Court of Arbitration, Paris, commencing arbitration in 2008. The company demanded $1 billion in damages for the contract termination. This arbitration lingered on for years, thus ensuring that the federal government was unable to do any major work on the project. Part of the demands of GIHL was that, in addition to the huge sum of money, the federal government would grant it the National Iron Ore Mining Company at Itakwe for a 25-year period for free. The objective was to direct the iron ore in Itakwe to the Delta Steel Company, which is still owned by GIHL from the concession processes. They eventually succeeded in obtaining the National Iron Ore Mining Company. In September 2022, after so many years of legal battles, the Nigerian government agreed to pay $496 million to terminate this dubious concession agreement. And here was where some fraud allegations surfaced. In December 2023, the Nigerian National Assembly called for investigations into the $496 million compensation Nigeria paid to Global Infrastructure Holding Limited, GIHL. According to reports, the federal government of Nigeria made no investigation into this company, as it paid billions to the company despite a series of complaints about fraud in the company as far back as 2016. Also, according to testimonies to the National Assembly, GIHL was supposed to be producing iron ore and transferring it to Ajaokuta for steel development, but it was busy exporting the commodity instead. At the same hearing, witnesses testified that the federal government had paid GIHL staff 1.5 billion naira annually for 3 years. This was a suspicious arrangement, considering the company was in a concession agreement with the federal government. Well, before she became an elected senator, Natasha Akpoti was a lawyer who opposed the return of the Ajaokuta steel and iron ore projects to GIHL. In 2016, Ms. Akpoti published a report of accusations against GIHL. She appeared before the National Assembly in 2018 to complain about the illegality of the GIHL's operations in Itakwe. Armed with the court documents of concern, Akpoti explained that GIHL swindled the Nigerian government. She told the National Assembly that she would like the legislative chambers to demand the report of that presidential committee to find out how it concluded that Nigeria owed GIHL $525 million in 2018, ultimately settling for a $496 million to settle out of court in 2022. But the Ajaokuta scandal is not stopping anytime soon. You see, despite the steel project not working for 45 years, it continues to take billions from the nation's treasury. According to data collated from the appropriation bills available on the website of the Budget Office of the Federation, 295.1 million naira was allocated to Ajaokuta in 2016, with 135.2 million released by October of that year. In 2017, the total allocation was 4.3 billion naira, with recurrent expenditures at 3.9 billion naira and capital expenditure at 354.1 million naira. In 2018, the total allocation was 4.3 billion naira, with recurrent expenditures at 3.9 billion naira and capital expenditures at 354.1 million naira. In 2019, the total allocation was 3.6 billion naira, with recurrent expenditures at 3.3 billion naira, capital expenditures at 262 million naira. In 2022, the federal government approved 853 million naira for consultancy services targeted at the steel complex's concession. For 2023, the federal government planned to spend 4.14 billion naira on the steel company, with 3.58 billion appropriated for personnel costs, 482.8 million naira on capital expenditure, and 80.17 million naira on overhead. In total, Muhammadu Buhari spent 25.4 billion naira on the Ajaokuta steel complex in his 8 years in office. Yet, not a single sheet of steel was produced. Recently, the Minister of Steel Development, Mr. Shuaib Abubakar, said Nigeria spends $8 billion to import steel into the country annually, saying it has become necessary for the Ajaokuta Steel Company to work. The minister has stated that reviving the Ajaokuta steel mill will cost something in the range of $2 billion to $5 billion. That was the same amount that was budgeted for the project back in 1979. The question is, will it work this time?
All right, so that's that. It's a well-researched piece by that guy. Are you there, Pansat?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. It took a while to click that button.
No. I was just saying it's a well-researched piece by that, and I wrote it about Genesis as well. By the way, so it's a well-researched piece by that guy. There was a time I was actually reflecting on doing those sort of videos, but I just buckle at the level of research and editing. To produce that's about that would have taken a good 4 weeks out of his life, I suspect. Just because
Exactly.
yes, he has to sequence it, get the information, build the narrative, do the God, get
the trick to it.
Yeah.
The trick to doing that job that you have to be fair. You don't care whose ox is God, right? If you go at it by patriotism, all you have to do then is have a storytelling ability, editing ability. The quality of your videos will be extremely impressive, and you're gonna have a lot of subscribers. So there are more reasonable and good people than there are evil ones, right? You see, as we're playing this video here, you see a couple of guys they can't stand it. Says when I go to sleep, go to sleep. We're talking about billions of dollars. This
that Ajaokuta space is a cesspool of corruption. And Babangida once again, Buhari once again, by the way, according to this guy, and we're going really, we're placing trust that is verified what he's presenting. So he's telling us that it was 80-something% completed by Ashagari until Buhari came up and illegally kicked him out, and then he stopped that whole project, and that project did not progress another 10% for another 13 years thereabout. And that's the story of Buhari right there. That Jakonde was in the process of building this rail service we are having in Lagos now until Buhari came in as a military guy. He cancelled that deal to the detriment, by the way. When he cancelled that deal, Nigeria actually had to pay a lot of compensation, similar to that. If we are looking at the number one culprit in the Nigerian situation, a lot of people will think it's Babangida. It may well be Buhari. For my money, that guy is the evil that has held that country back.
He has a piece on that, exactly what you're saying, which I'm thinking that I wanted entice you with it so you could then look further. Apparently, you know him a little bit already. Either bring him or then do the series, because then he has an investigative thing on Buhari himself, right? And it's fair. It's well done. Please, anybody who is serious about Nigeria, right? You will have to go there. There's no other way. So the more educated our people are, the more we have really good conversation, because it's not like they're gone. They're not gone. You have this government.
You know, it's not about fairness, or it's about work. You know, because if you want to do pieces like this guy, it's not something you can just do. Like, I just pick a couple of what seems catchy in the headlines, put up, takes me 10-15 minutes to put up a thumbnail. I come here and I talk rubbish. You know, it's no skin off my nose, but what that guy does, that's real work. And people don't like real work, you know.
Yeah, look,
because you have to get it right. Otherwise, it's just nonsense, isn't it? And he makes the effort to try and get it right. Yeah,
right. The storytelling ability. I mean, you know, before I say that somebody's good, they have to be good. And you take any.
No, they have to align with your worldview.
No. You keep saying that, right? I'm not. When you use the word that something is a puzzle here, I don't know if you said a mystery, right? It's no mystery. You people are looking at, oh, this is a Jakarta Steel, and this is Buhari. They're gone. They're not gone. You have a guy called Governor Bagadu, right? This is a guy that was in prison for 6 months here. He made a deal to go home and get prosecuted. Now he's come back. He's a governor. Now he's a budget. He's in charge. Now, how are you going to have somebody like that in your budget? This former KB governor, right? He's the Minister of Budget and National Planning for our country.
It's like putting the cat in charge of fish, isn't it?
Man,
it's like putting the cat in. It's unbelievable. It is crazy, actually.
The kind of plunder.
To put somebody like Bagadu in charge of monetary related anything, the guy that is factually criminal and indicted and jailed, that Abacha, everybody knows, between him and that Lebanese guy, they are the two Abacha bag men, and Abacha top 3 looters in Nigeria, and this guy is in charge of budgeting.
I mean, if you even if you look at the Pandora papers, for example, I post this maybe next time you do it, because everything that comes down to this Bagadu, I'm telling you, right? If you look at the Pandora papers, the things that have been proven about this guy.
Oh, sorry, carry.
Yeah, it's incredible that we're gonna sit there and have this happening. You say you don't have any money. You say you don't have any power. You say you don't have anything in the country. Then where is it gonna come from? We have all this stuff. Look at the money they put in this steel mill by itself. Look at the money. If you catch Bagadu and shake him down and recover all those monies within 24 hours from him, right? We won't have. Do you know how much this guy is taking already? Somebody like Dangote doesn't have any money compared to Bagadu.
No, but Dangote is not even the richest Nigerian. Never mind the richest black man.
This people, I mean, Buhari, the monies they've taken from Nigerians don't know how much money they have. It's incredible. I don't want to be like I'm kicking on somebody, but if you take a look, we should have some kind of symbiotic relationship with this gentleman, because he's already doing it. He's good at storytelling, backing it up. This Jude Bella, he has 59,000 subscribers on YouTube. We need to do some kind of symbiotic relationship with him so that we can then discuss his whatever his findings are. Because
are you just discovering Jude all these years?
Yes,
since
sir. Go ahead.
With the problem he had with EFCC, I'm verifying.
Yeah,
he's been there all along. I think 5 years ago or so thereabout. I'm not too sure though. He had a problem with EFCC.
This YouTuber, the guy.
Yeah, they wanted I think he earned some money abroad, and EFCC started harassing him, wanting to know how he come about the wealth, those things they do in those days. And it turned into some fiasco. He had to leave the country, but he was right. He was not at fault in that. They wanted to shake him down, and he left the country for them, because they ruined his life. Actually, he was staying, I think, around Falomo, Ikoyi then. and he almost lost his wife and children and stuff like that. And his
This
life,
boy,
yeah,
this he has
Jude
a wife
Bello,
and
yeah,
children.
yeah.
It looks like a
Well, it
schoolboy.
just bodily, facially, he looks like that, just like Teju Baby's face, but he's not a young man at all. I've been following him, yes, like you said.
Yeah, but to the substance of what he's saying, though, it's an old and a familiar story. It's just it washes over us sometimes, just the corruption in that country. And this Mittal, by the way, it's a very big name here in the UK. Very, very wealthy
One of the
man.
biggest steel manufacturers in the world, the
It's part
Mittal.
of the Tata Steel
Yeah,
set
exactly.
up. Yeah.
And he's on a scale of 10 as an honest broker. I'll put him at 7. Actually, he's done a lot of works on Desiani, on Babangida, on a lot of works. Yeah, I check his works out once in a while. Actually, well, kudos to him all the time. Except that he does it at times with a slant, which of course that is. A privilege of the writer or the narrator. Is a privilege you can use and do it. All in all, I think 7.5 is a fair mark for him.
You know, I've got so many topics that I wanted to do, or this sort of, but when I start to do the research, I wanted to do one on the Civil War. But I wanted to do it clean and tidy. But the more I was going into it, the more I just buckled that it
Your
looked like
attention span
it
must
looked like
be.
it looks like too much work. You know, I don't have it.
You know,
But
what
some
man?
people are just blessed. Some people have the capacity and blessed naturally for that kind of work.
Or
He
you
does
may
it
have
well,
I
actually.
think he may have a team actually. I don't think it's a one man. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
You can give our audience a little taste, for example, on the Buhari issue, which is he started the fake messiah who destroyed Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari. Now imagine
Yeah,
that
that's
kind of work. That one right there, I posted the link. If you want to give it a little taste, maybe you skim through it, because we keep picking on little actors in Nigeria, right? These are
even
the
the Ziani expose was a good one too. Very
there's
good one.
if it's a corruption, this guy, it's not an iPod, right? So we'll remove that, right? Let's go with. I would be harder than I am that this guy is. He's doing it diplomatically, like true journalists. Something like Dan Rather would do. Right? They understand that this is world class. This can be on BBC. This could be anywhere, right? So
Yeah,
therefore,
consider to him anyway.
yeah, if somebody is showing you, telling a story, and he's showing you the video, pulling out the documents, right? You can't charge him with slander or anything like that, because it's the truth that if you have something that corrects what he said, then you bring it forth.
But his most famous work actually is the one he did on the Abacha loot, where he talked about Bagudu too.
Exactly.
That was a very good work.
That's actually the one I want, because I knew the first time I come to talk about this, one man is gonna split it in half with me. But we should do a show. I don't know if maybe it's after the usual one, where we dig deep, because I wanted Two Niger to be here when we do the one with the Abacha loot, right? But the steel mill, if you are into security, if you want the country to develop, no matter what you want, we have to have that steel mill. There's no country that's ever developed without developing something like that. You have to have that. Else you'll be importing steel. Now, this thing was completed 89% complete by past administrations. It doesn't take much to do so. The reason why you see they want to arrest this guy, Benue, or what's his name? Not Benue, but the Yahaya Bello, right? It has to do with all these assets, because he goes to court, he fights them back. Now, is he corrupt? Yes, he's corrupt. But there's a reason why he wrestled Dangote to the ground and recovered assets that belong to his state. Some of these state assets, they come and they buy. It's like even somebody like Atiku, that Adamawa, Waziri of Adamawa. They buy up our assets. There's nothing wrong with that if you're going to privatize. But what's wrong with going back and snatching those things back from these people? For example, all the oil, since we're paying that much money, what's wrong with going back and taking back all our oil from private individuals? Take the whole thing back, right? And then determine what we're going to do with it. If we're going to refine it, if we're going to sell it, obviously, whatever it is that we're doing, it's not working. It's worse than when the Nigerian government was in charge of the oil. We weren't paying this kind of money. Besides, we could see that Saudi Arabia is in charge of their own oil, and they're doing very well with it. They're the third largest company in the world.
Look, our story is a big tragedy.
And what Sabasat is saying is fanciful anyway. You just take it back. You'll be stuck in legal quagmire.
Missed opportunity. At times, I just sit, I get very depressed thinking about it, because how can we be so blessed and be so frivolous with our spending? And I can't understand, because this steel mill, Ajaokuta, and one other, they, at the time they were preparing it, was the time they brought in Volkswagen, the Peugeot automobile, one in the north as usual, one in the south. PNA, Peugeot Automobile Nigeria in the north, and Volkswagen on Ojo in Lagos. The idea was for the steel plants to manufacture the bodies for these vehicles and then give it to them, mold them, because they have all molds, and manufacture these cars here, apart from maybe the even engine mold. It was a beautiful thing. But I think where we missed it then, if we had gone to Japan for Datsun then, which has turned into Toyota, and one other manufacturer of like Mazda in Japan, maybe we wouldn't have missed the boat. But we went to Europe, and Europe will not work with Russia. I think I'm not too sure, but at times my thinking, my train of thought takes me towards that direction. Because Volkswagen particularly was even doing well, that we did our own vehicle. We called it Igala. Igala was, there's nothing similar to whatever Volkswagen had then. It was austere and very cheap. I can't remember the price of Igala then. I think some part of the mold for the Gala chassis was done in, I think, Alaja or so. I cannot remember the story. And all of a sudden, through changes of regime, everything just went south. And ever since, the country has been sucked and sucked and sucked and sucked and sucked. It's only now, even if America is sucked like Nigeria, I can't see America standing. Because this is the only country, I think, in the world where you have portfolio billionaires in dollars. Men without nothing, no industry. And they are kingmakers. They make president, they make governors. Local government, they are there. They can use the money to create problem and destabilize our country.
The problem is so enmeshed in it's so enmeshed in the system that it's almost unchangeable. Nigeria has to function within the corruption setup. You know, nobody. It's almost impossible to decriminalize that. It's got so deep and it's been so long. You know,
the irony is we recycle these same people. They've gone through the military. Do you know the military didn't rule alone? Apart from the maybe something council, where you have almost all military. The ministerial position, 80% filled with civilians. Some of the people who are ministers today had served with military government in one capacity or the other. So we just keep, that's why I say all these people troubling our dear country today, I don't think they are more than 10,000 put together, north, south.
All right, Baba, let's do this. Just so we sequence it in some order. We're going to do 10 minutes monologue because there are not that many of us on the screen at the moment. So we'll do 10 minutes monologue. But whoever has the floor, they can accept or not to take an interjection. We kick it off with Arogidigba. we're going to talk Benny and then you, Baba, Pansat, co-hosting with me. Let's kick it off with Aro Gidigba. So good to see you. This is your once in a blue moon sort of appearance on the platform. We're just meandering around the debris of whatever is in the news. Not anything sparks out, especially, but really we traditionally host sessions, so we're just hosting one. We are speaking to Nigeria's foreign reserve going up. It goes up to $39 billion, which is not anything to write home about. The country the size of Nigeria, and the speed that is going up as well is a snail's pace rather than anything else. So we're wondering just what the magic formula is, what exactly is going on. And then the Minister of Power. So if we want to say quantifiable progressions within the Nigerian space, and I think this one has been quantified. Nigerians are not making so much noise about 1,000 naira per liter petrol due to improved power supply. So I think that improvement in power supply is something that a lot of people have acknowledged. I did not give Falana Fouts any money for pardon. This is a Bobrisky trying to throw or at least make sure that Very Dark Man stays firmly under that bus. Lagos State to pay 85,000 minimum wage, but 85,000 minimum wage in Lagos is the equivalent of 10,000 minimum wage in Kebbi, because it doesn't correlate with the expense of Lagos. House of Reps asking for immediate reversal to old petrol prices. So that's whistling in the wind. Soludo rallying against local government of autonomy. How Tinubu stopped me from fleeing Nigeria. This is Bode George, as the colloquialism is going back to it is on vomit. So we're just picking or anything else you are interested in.
Yes. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be.
Are you Nandekano now? That's Nandekano. Good morning, good afternoon. I for the life of me, I don't know why he doesn't just say good day. That's all. Good morning, good afternoon.
So it's peculiar to Yoruba that the Yoruba have a specific word, there's a specific words for the for the time of the day, So I think that might be in the spirit of that's probably why I say this. So hello to all of you all. I salute you all, Baba, Ogbeni, Pansat, and General Thomas. So I'll take it. I've written down a few things there to guide my. You said you asked what is the what is the solution in the long term? I think patience, a slow and steady system, is the best way, because I feel one of the problems in Nigeria is that we are self-sabotaging. We know what the problem is. We know what the solution is. Between the fact that the individuals are apprehensive and they're lacking in faith, they don't want to persevere. And there's the other angle of individuals in authority. They don't seem to be willing to cut their appetite. You can have a situation where it's asking people to tighten their belts, and the president is buying new cars or buying a new plane. The senators and the House of Rep members are receiving a higher budgets, higher wages, and higher and all other remunerations. It's just, it doesn't make sense. So I think patience. Nigerians have to be patient, but they have to ask the right questions. They should also stop being distracted by the small stuff and focus on the focus. Because one problem in Nigeria is there'll be a big story into a major story that has consequence, but within the next week they'll give you something else that will take your mind off it, and then before you know it, that's we just lost focus, and that's gone. So I think patience and just keeping our eyes on the prize.
Do you think Nigeria will ever be in a position to tackle corruption?
Who's gonna bail the cat?
That's the thing. Because it takes a political, you know, corruption is so endemic and so ingrained in the system
Yes.
that the system functions only on corruption. So,
exactly.
who do you want to start taking on? Do you want to go as far back as Umaru Diko and ask him to account for all of those monies? Do you want to go back to Shagari, or do you want to go back to Alaji Abubakar Alaji, and then cascade all the way through to Buhari, who stole billions as a Minister of Petroleum under Obasanjo? Do you want to go to Obasanjo himself? Who do you want? Where do you want to start?
I'll address it. I'll address it twofold. I'll address it from the position of the elite, and also address it from the position of the populace, the plebeians. The elites are beneficiaries of corruption. They also control the judiciary in some ways. They control the legislative, and they control the executive, one way or the other. They control the judiciary, like someone said recently, a situation where they've been able to stock the judiciary with their daughters, their sons, their wives, So they have influence in the judiciary, they have influence in the House of Representatives, increasingly their children. You look at someone like Alamesi. I think Alamesi's daughter is a representative in Delta. They essentially, what I'm trying to get at is increasingly their sons, their nephews, their nieces.
Alamesi or Ibori, you mean?
Ibori, sorry, I meant to say Ibori's daughter. Ibori's daughter, I meant to say, not Alamesi. Alamesi is Bayosa. Ibori's daughter she's a which is representative in Delta. Now, I mean, you cannot, because the sins of the father, they're different individuals, but I'm just trying to bring you to that, interest, and then you look at the executive, they fund individuals to contest for governorship, they fund presidential elections, they have their, connections in the ministers, in the cabinets and whatnot. So it's going to be difficult to ask the people who are primary beneficiaries and of corruption to desist from corruption, to essentially imprison themselves. You can't ask. They're the ones they've bound lady. They've essentially corrupted Lady Justice. They are holding on to the sword. They're holding on to the scale. You can't ask them to swing the sword and do damage to themselves, essentially. And then look at the plebeians. The plebeians themselves are victims, but when you look at it, they're somewhat beneficiaries of corruption. And then what happens is this: what the elite do is this. When you then ask, let's balance this scale. The plebeians who are victims suddenly find out that the benefits that they are enjoying from corruption might be removed, and they then tone down their voice. So it's a very difficult. It's a conundrum. I don't know how we get out of it. You look at a situation where an individual is found to be corrupt, is sold in 100 billion, let's say. So they they negotiate and he returns maybe 40. So he still has 60. They might then go to court, and maybe the judgment says 15 years or a fine of 100 million naira. So now he's probably giving back 41 million naira. He's stolen 100 billion naira. He's giving back 41 billion naira. He has 60 billion naira cool in his pocket. And he doesn't have to spend a single day in jail because there's the option of a fine or imprisonment. It's prerogative of the judge, obviously. A fine or a fine and imprisonment, or however you want to put it. So that has to be removed from the criminal what's it called, the COA, the Administration of Criminal Justice, that hack there. That needs to be removed. You cannot have the option of a fine in a criminal matter, except the individual agrees to a plea bargain. So the system of plea bargaining has to be fine-tuned, and it has to be robust, and it has to be. Oben is over here. Maybe you enlighten us. When he gets to speak. But I think that's a problem. You can't have a situation where the option of a fine is there for individuals that have committed some of the most, because these crimes there's consequences to them. The country has been held spellbound. As a consequence of that, people have died because of poor health. People have died because of poor road infrastructure from accidents. People have died needless deaths. So you can accuse them of indirectly of manslaughter. Obviously that's extreme. But I'm just trying to bring us to the realization of the consequences of individuals' actions. So that is that. We'll be here forever if we start talking about corruption. So I'll quickly move away from it. I think Ogbeni might maybe speak, address that matter properly. 85,000 naira minimum wage in Lagos. Obviously, that is insufficient. I think Sanwo-Olu mentioned that he will be, hopefully in the future, he would like to bring it into the 100 and something thousand brackets, which is good. The at least compared to their colleague who is meant to be the new hero in Abia State, who is still struggling to pay 30,000. At least you have a government that is actually committed to paying 85,000 minimum wage, which is the minimum. Because we have to remember it's actually a grade. There's a grade. There's a scale, So that's the minimum. So that's most likely for a driver level 1, step 1 kind of thing. So I mean that's very good. But hopefully they'll do something better in the future. It won't be enough for the rate of inflation we have in Nigeria at the moment, but it's something compared to the other states. I think those states as well. I don't know if that's Obaseki just trying to play politics. I think just before the elections, Obaseki as well started paying the 70,000, and I think it was giving them something on top. So, but at least we see Lagos State leading the way as they always do. So hopefully the other states actually, pull up their pants and get down to business. Bobrisky, I'll very quickly skip over that. There's really nothing to speak. I mean, the guy can't even articulate himself very well.
Were you surprised as just how poor his? Did you read it?
No, I don't.
It couldn't. Apparently, allegedly went to Unilag, so you should have a greater expectation of her.
Well, I wouldn't say I don't rate. I've seen students, and I've heard of students of individuals. Now, I'm not particularly overwhelmingly intelligent myself. Okay, so I do actually make typographical errors as well when I'm on social, especially on Twitter and all these things. You're just typing away, you're somewhat partially distracted, and there might be just a few typographical errors. But the semantics and you can it makes sense. Essentially, you can follow. It's just maybe a word, a letter in a word is just it's just incorrect. So, and then sometimes the phone would actually auto correct, and it will actually put the wrong word. So that's there as well. But I'm not surprised. I've heard of students that graduated with a bachelor's that can't put together a sentence. So we've seen them. Some of them are representatives at the national level. The National Assembly actually have a live broadcast, which they do. I've watched about 2 days now. I watched yesterday's and today's broadcast, of which there are 2 things I might like to discuss if I can get through to it at some stage. So you see some of the representatives themselves, their command of the English language is I just leave it at that. It leaves much to be desired. So so I'm not surprised. Really, it is a distraction, it's a nuisance. So I really don't want to talk about it. I can't even believe that the Falanos they bring themselves to such a level to I mean, to be frank, I just move on really. The House of Representatives essentially advocating for the removal of for the reinstatement of fuel subsidy. I hope they do understand that for fuel subsidy to be reinstated, that they need to actually discuss it on the floor, bring forward a bill, an amendment to the Petroleum
Industry Act.
Industry Act. I hope they do understand it. So I mean, the ball is in their court. If they think they want to reinstate fuel subsidy, they should bring a bill up for the reinstatement of fuel subsidy. They should discuss it and bring it through the House of Representatives and the Senate floor. If they can pass the bill, if the president is willing to signs it into law, and voila, we have fuel subsidy. They can we've been seeing that pass bills in one day. First reading, second reading, bam, 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 in less than a week. So if they really are very, eager to, to bring forward back to God knows 150 naira or wherever they want, they can do so. So, it's nonsensical for them to be even suggesting that what did they do? They essentially made a request for fuel to be. I mean, it's nonsensical. I wouldn't even discuss it because they know what to do. So they just play to the gallery. So Ludo, I mean, such a disappointment. What is so difficult about local government?
Nothing has really come out of Soludo just yet. The wow something that everybody was expecting is not yet wowed the space. It speaks a lot of grammar, but that's just about it.
One man is you. That you're one of the people pushing him. No, a lot of people told you that it's not good. But go ahead.
So I mean, Soludo, what a disappointment. It was a brilliant CBN governor. It was a brilliant. Before that, I think he was a special advisor to the president, and was part of the Obasanjo's economic policy team before he became CBN governor. Brilliant in both roles, and well, as a governor, he's been lukewarm to cold, is how I would describe him. Nothing past the lukewarm, and rather very cold most of the time. He's not been very. I mean, you'd expect him to do better. Well, unfortunately for him, I think this is just his first term. He'll be going for re-election soon. And unfortunately for him, Anambra is a place where there are many brilliant individuals. So there won't be a shortage of individuals that can contest against them. So yeah, good luck to him. But it's nonsensical. Local government autonomy is not a difficult matter, and the fact that the governors are already trying to see a way to go around this whole local. I mean, you already see them all rushing to hold local government elections, and you will think that they would allow justice and equity to prevail, and they would allow the individuals to go, voters to go to the polls and elect their local governments, chairmen and local government representatives of their own free will. But you see in Rivers, we've seen in Edo, we've seen across the country that it's really all the same of the same. It's still governors finding ways to essentially select individuals that will go and represent them at the local governments, essentially. So, and they're already passing funny laws to make sure that they still have control of the coffers of the local government. So, I mean, the local government should usually take care of primary education, I believe, and primary health care. And that's very important, you see, for many Nigerians. At the local government level, at the ward level, if we can actually bring primary health care and primary education to Nigerians, I personally believe that anyone that can complete primary school, because that's guaranteed, okay, that should be guaranteed for all Nigerians, should have access to primary education. If you complete primary education, you complete secondary education, that should be the only thing required for you to contest any election in any part of Nigeria. Which means that any Nigerian should have the access to represent his community, to vote and be voted for. But by denying a great number of Nigerians the ability to gain education, a lot of them are being denied the opportunity to be voted for. So that is something. I'll move on very quickly. I'll move on very quickly from there. But they judge, well, what if I mean it's unraveling. I thought that man would be in Ghana now, enjoying Ghana, but obviously he likes Lagos very much. And he's come up with silly excuses as to why he likes Lagos. Very quickly, so I can just finish off. I was watching the House of the Senate plenary yesterday. and I want to notice this: a lot of the bills being sponsored to establish a lot of these new agencies are done for the purpose of the representative bringing the agencies, getting it situated in his own senatorial district, senatorial zone, or in his own state, so that he can actually bring employment to his own people. They are trying to establish a new agency to deal with drug abuse. That was sponsored, and I was very happy to see Senator Adams Shomole, bringing forth the Russian report and saying there's no need to establish a new agency to fight drug abuse, because drug abuse should be situated both under the NDLEA, which should look after the purification of drugs, and also the Ministry of Health, looking after, so I don't know why they're trying to, so that's nonsensical. That's one thing. And they're also trying to establish postal guards. That's the other one. They brought for the bill to establish postal guards as well. So I'm just bringing that to our attention, really.
But that's not nonsensical though. The coastal guards.
The coastal guards is not nonsensical, but the drugs, the agency. For
I agree with you. That's just foolishness. That's jobs for the boys, isn't it?
And the coastal guard as well. It doesn't, because they're trying to establish because right now the Nigerian Navy actually have a unit. Now, the other argument that was put forward is that the Navy is actually they should not be burdened with what should ordinarily be domestic. I'm trying to put forward a word that because the Navy, the Navy should be more involved in the protection of the territorial waters. But essentially, the Navy can do the job. Is what I'm trying to say. There's no need to then go spend billions, have new directors, and other individuals might have another position. There's individuals like Baba, Pansat, and Obeni over here, far more intelligent than I am, that might have a different position. So I leave it to them to put those positions forward. But I think they're just wasting money. We have several things that are very important at the moment in Nigeria that should be focusing on. And I don't think senators and other representative individuals, who are paid to actually be in Abuja and actually do the job, the difficult job of pulling us out of the troubles and the mess we're in, shouldn't be spending their time, trying to put forward bills that don't go far. So we already have agencies that are dealing with that. Those agencies should be empowered. Those agencies should be funded, and they should be able to do the jobs that they the oversight functions that they are required to do, rather than bringing forth new bills to create new agencies and spend money on and waste everyone's time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So that's Arogidigba. So thank you, Arogidigba. Ogweni, you're up next. So yes, the floor is yours. The topic.
It's not Aro, it's Arogidigba.
It never corrects me now. Arogidigba. What does it mean? It means
Aro is fish now. Eja Aro.
Eja big fish.
Yeah.
Big fish.
Look at
Big
this guy.
fish.
Why did you just call it big fish? Why do you look at this guy?
Ogbeni
Wama is no more Yoruba man. I disown
I greet
Wama.
everybody. Good morning from England. So Wama, I don't know where you want me to start. Let me start from the Ajaokuta video.
Yes.
That Pansat brought to our notice.
Before,
it's always been in Nigeria. There's nothing special about the Ajaokuta failed project.
Can you hear me?
Ajaokuta.
Can you hear me? Obeni, can you hear me?
The guy who did that.
Obeni Cole. Can you hear me? One man, get his attention, because I want whenever anybody's speaking and you go, we're starting out for 100, right? If there's less than 100 people watching, you're gonna have to wait another turn. When I started, it was 80 something. I took it to 119. Right now it's about 98. I'm talking about on YouTube. So try to make it. When there you go, it's at 100 exactly. So if you go under 100, we're gonna have to yank the mic from you. All right, go on. Thank you.
Well, I'm not under any obligation to increase the
Carry
viewer,
on, carry on,
and
Benny. That
I don't
Europe
speak to
answered
impress
now.
anyone. You should know me by now. I'm a lawyer. I don't speak to impress anyone. I speak facts, and whatever I think it fits the issue I'm talking about. I don't watch audience. So that's said. One man, you
You were
see,
with Ajaokuta, which is the very definition of a white elephant project.
yeah, one man. But we've been having so many white elephant projects in Nigeria. So when you pick one and your focus is on Atiku Bagudu, that gets me somehow because Atiku Bagudu came later after in 1994, 95 during Abacha days. But that particular project has been gulping Nigerian money since 1970s. We didn't just start 1994. And all those reports I saw there, if you just Google and check many reports that has been written, it's just a chronicle of what they've written before. There's nothing expository or something special in what that guy has done. Yeah, kudos to him. He's done it well. At least he has been able to reduce it probably from black and white to audio visual where everybody can view. But sometimes when you see such narrative like this coming out, you may want to ask, okay, what is the target? In that video, in all, the main target is Atiku Bagudu. I ask the question, okay, so if it's Atiku Bagudu, is Atiku Bagudu the only one?
Have you watched it? Have you watched it before, the video?
Yes, I've watched it. I've watched that guy before. I used to watch that guy. Very sound guy. Very sound guy. I think there was a time I was doing birthday. I was so surprised that he's very close to so many, these big journalists around. I was so surprised. I used to see him as a very younger person, but I realized that he's not that young in the field of, let me say, journalism now. It's not that younger. So as I was saying, I don't know. And you see, this syndrome of our own, your own, oh, that man is a thief, oh, this one is not a thief, well, let's pardon, and all these things is what has been affecting Nigeria from the 60s, and it will continue to affect us. So I remember the first time I watched that man, Ajaokuta, thank God Baba mentioned Volkswagen today. Who wrecked Volkswagen? Patutomi wrecked Volkswagen practically. Does anybody talk about Patutomi today? No. He's an hero. He's in the street, right? He's talking his own every day. He's sermonizing. And he's telling us how Nigeria will be great. Let's go ask him what happened to Volkswagen. He wrecked Volkswagen practically. Nigerian Maritime, Bode George. That's what led Bode George to go to prison, right? Because of the corruption in that place. So Ajaokuta Bagudu, yeah, is one of those corrupt stories in Nigeria. Okay, Amnesty International and Alex Oyema. If you mention it now, some people will say, no, it's our own thief. Please don't touch that thief. In fact, it's the golden boy now. So don't let us touch him. But 60 billion naira from that Amnesty program, a man picked it, a man we never knew 10 years ago, just all of a sudden started buying new planes. But nobody should talk about it. One man, there is this project I worked on during my practice days. It's called Halscon. You can try and find out about that project. It's the only aluminum smelting company in Nigeria. Same Russia guys also involved in this Halcon. It was Abacha that built that Halcon somewhere in Akwa Ibom. They wrecked that company today. A very known figure, that's in terms of major families in Nigeria. They wrecked that. But today they are walking in the street, going everywhere around, and people hailing them. Some people will come and sermonize and demonize Bagudu, will be the one that will see hail them. So in all this, what am I saying? Until we start to be truthful to ourselves in Nigeria, and we start to be very objective, particularly in castigating all these elites in Nigeria that are so corrupt, they're leading us, that are doing all these things. As long as we continue saying this one is our home, that one is not their home, there's nothing we will do in Nigeria. And another thing that strikes me, that is so striking in this, is Russia. And I wonder, I remember back then, when some country decided to leave ECOWAS, leave this dinner, they're shouting Russia. That's what they pro-Russia. And I asked that question. Have you ever seen any African nation that got the support of Russia and you see them succeeding? I've not seen any. I keep asking that question. I use Zimbabwe as a case study. I used major projects in Nigeria supported by Russia as a case study. They were all relevant projects. And this is my Alscon. If you go and check Alscon, it was still Russia too. Same with Ajaokuta. They started these things with Russians. And what happened to all those projects? Nothing. And what is Russia talking about it now? No, nothing. That's Europe for you. So I agree with Baba that said possibly if we are look at maybe Japan back then, maybe things would have worked better for us. Even America, probably things would have worked better for us. But Russia, and it's that same Russia some countries are going to now. It's that same Russia some people were flagging their flag, sometimes ago. So plus or minus, as far as
but do they not have a reputation in the steel industry, the Russians? I think
Russian is it in Africa? The question is Africa. So the question I keep asking is, even if they are succeeding in steel industry in their country or anywhere in Europe, have you seen any where they succeeded in Africa? They will not, because they don't. They don't really do they really mean well for Africans? They don't. We live among them here now. Many of them just look at you like. Presently, I'm having a case now that is presently before a tribunal against a letting agent that was profiling me. They were very intrusive. I just allowed them, I allowed them to conclude all their thing. I collected keys. Then I started probing into. They should come and show me which law allows them to be probing into my spendings, as if you are MI6 or MI5, and we are still on it now. So we live among them. We see them. So these are the same set of people you take back to your home country to come and build something that will make you to free yourself from the shackles of the same Western world. We're just kidding. So, Mama, that's that on that. I don't have much to say. My own is that I won't protect Atiku Bagudu the same way I won't protect Pat Utomi and all those guys that wreck our national infrastructures and facilities in the years past. They shouldn't be walking in the street and some people will be hailing them, particularly those who are ignorant of our history. Let them continue to hail them. But for some of us that understand history, and we are not emergency political analysts, we understand all these people. They wreck Nigeria, and one day they will. Unfortunately, we don't write their history anyway. And some of us that are making some efforts to bring back radio history or media on history, we've been frustrated one here and there. But one day we'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. So let me leave that. Let me go to Soludo. You see, I know Soludo doesn't have, ever since Soludo has offended the tiny god in the southeast, which is Obi. The slogan of Soludo, the solution has gone down. We know that our southeastern brothers and sisters, particularly the Anambras, Soludo is no longer the golden ball any longer. Soludo, if today Soludo even build Anambra like Lagos, they will tell you he has not done anything. So I don't. But my own, I don't like pushing. I don't like going bandwagon routes. I like looking at something, objectively. First and foremost, let's start by what is it that Anambra is generating? What is Anambra IGR? Because the governor cannot perform beyond that IGR and what you're collecting from the federal. Let's be truthful to ourselves. Governor cannot perform more than that. The best governor can do is to raise the IGR. And when you are raising IGR, then you better use your whole 4 years to be raising IGR, because it's not something you just raise in a day. It's something that have a lot of fundamentals that you have to raise before you start generating all those IGR. So you're not going to be the one to even spend it. Let me give you an instance. Look at Dangote refinery in Lagos. Tinubu located that place. Even when they were opening it, I think they brought out their first refined product, Dangote referred to it that when Tinubu took him to that place, that was just smiling that this bush, nobody will put refinery in this bush. So you could imagine 1999, 2000, somebody took somebody to that place. When did you now consummate, or when did you get the product eventually? We're talking about this year. So if Soludo is even trying to raise IGR, he's not going to get the profit today. Okay. But the question I keep asking is, it's different from somebody who picked the state money and put it in one hero beer somewhere that becomes his family, or somebody who kept it in his family's bank. and then do some pocket of
You,
projects.
you know, his biggest achievement is probably also his biggest failure. That essay that he wrote about Peter Obi.
That is it. That's what I'm saying.
You see that essay. It wasn't even about Peter Obi. It was about political inflection. That look,
Yes.
we can't use brutish force to pummel our way through these things. We have to negotiate, form alliances, do all of that, and not all this. But Obi insisted that he was going to pay ethnic dog whistling politics, and because he knows that, yes, that resonates with
ever since that
yes.
letter,
and that was what damned him, and he remains damned.
Ever since that essay, so the all hail Soludo solution just gone down, and since then, because when I call my friends on Namba, they will tell you the guy is working more on road revolution. That's working so much on road revolution, networking, and others. Some of them told me that he's paying, he's taking care in terms of social welfare for old women, and that he's paying them monthly. That was what Fayemi did in Ekiti too. Very fantastic program. My maternal grandma enjoyed that thing till her death, and she will always bless Fayemi, even though I'm not for Fayemi, but she will always bless Fayemi. You can't say anything against Fayemi. Very good woman, you know. So she's doing that. They said she's doing that. There's another thing they said she's doing there. That Soludo is doing that. They say he has recruited about almost 10,000 teachers between 20 and 23 till now alone, and is working on free education and all these things. And you know, then
he's not doing anything sexy though. He has to do some sexy something.
These are fun. That is it. So these are fundamentals. These are fundamental things. Free antenatal for pregnant women and all these things. Is building some general hospitals and all these things. So, but when people, you don't see him probably in the media, and even if you see him in the media, because of that letter, some people must still castigate him. So I don't, when people come and say, oh, you will not do anything, it's a failure from the beginning, and then I just laugh. The same Soludo solution that you were all shouting how many years back. So it is what it is. That letter has a serious negative impact on his political career, and whatever he's going to achieve for the Anambra, the letter is against their tiny God, and they will never see Soludo in that good light. Lastly, because I have 8 minutes, right? Okay, let me speak on 2 more issues. Minimum wages in Lagos. Well, for me, in Lagos still remain the leading light. Everybody knows that, except those ones who don't want to see that and believe the tiny God in Abia. You see this thing. I don't know. They said they have 24 hours electricity now in Abia. Okay, very good. Lagos for me is still the only detribalized state in Nigeria, and the most progressive in the country. And kudos to Sanwo-Olu. I think Sanwo-Olu is beginning to outperform his predecessor. The way I see it now,
it's first imagined as the best God, maybe even better than Conde. Even you know, and it seems such a perfect fit as well. It's almost like the perfect governor for Lagos State in terms of how he presents himself, how he looks, what he does. You know, it's just a perfect slot in. Yeah.
You see, for me, it's not even Sanwo-Olu alone. If you listen to his deputy governor too, the deputy governor is very, 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 very intelligent, and it seems they have facts when they speak.
Sorry, Ogweni. You know the Notting Hill Carnival.
Yep.
You know there's a Nigerian section in the Notting Hill Carnival. It's been there for going on 40 years. Do you know that Lagos State sponsored it this year?
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
You know that guy does a lot. Because he considers himself. He considers Lagos an international city, and he administers it as an international city, not a Nigerian state. Or he sees it internationally, and he administers it.
But that is what it is.
Yeah.
That is what Lagos is. That's what Lagos is, except I don't know, be Lagos and all those things, all those crowds. I don't.
And thank God for that. Thank God that Edo to be. Let them keep their Edo.
I don't know, be Lagos.
Nobody wants Edo to
So,
be Lagos. So
I don't know, be
maybe
Lagos.
they should want Edo to be Lagos, but the Lagosians don't want Edo to be Lagos.
Lagos is where everybody wants to be. It's the place to be. The only reason why I didn't really like it is just that the traffic and all these things in Lagos, So kudos to him. 85,000 naira, like I think Arogidigba said or reminded us, 85,000 naira is the minimum. So when you say minimum, it's for all these drivers and mass messenger and all. So it's not what the directors are collecting. It's not what an average civil servant is collecting, because an average civil servant is not on that first level. An average civil servant should be on the step 5, 6, 7, level 5, 6, 7. So those ones, they have more money. Probably their own money will be running to 100 plus and others. And we call it minimum, which, as far as I'm concerned, it's good for Lagos. I want other states to follow up. Edo State, for instance, Obaseki tried very well in terms of their salaries. I hope the incoming governor also will probably hop their money up. But the question I keep asking is, you can't hop money if it doesn't commensurate with the IGR. Else, you just collapse your state. So you need to increase your IGR. They all need to be working on increasing their IGR. Lastly, let me speak on the option of fine. Somebody talk about option of fine and say, oh, you see, in a criminal litigation, option of fine is a universal form of punishment or penalty. It's not peculiar only to Nigeria. In many states or countries, you see their criminal justice system also giving option of fine. Okay, there are a lot of penalties they can give you. Community service, even in some countries today, they still whip and lash and still beat as a form of punishment. Some people will say it's crude. Well, I don't know which one is crude between that one and you hang somebody and the person died. So the point is, every society devises the means to punish the criminals within their space. So option of fine is not a bad thing, but even in Nigerian space, there is no option of fine from so many grievous and serious offenses. You won't find option of fine for manslaughter, murder, rape, arson, robbery, armed robbery, and all these serious offenses. But you'll find it in some offenses like maybe theft, conversion, public nuisance, and all these small offenses, where vagabond and all these things, where society feel okay, options should be fine. But when we're creating our corruption related offenses, the problem I have is that I'm not sure the drafter of our laws actually count that in as a very serious thing. As far as I'm concerned, it's a very serious offense. They should rank that offense in the rank of serious offenses like rape and others. Because when you're involving in corruption, as far as I'm concerned, you are raping. It's just a rape against the society. The money that belongs to society, you take it away. It's more like you take the prestige and the womanhood, that belong to a girl. That's the way I see it. And you take it away in a permanent form that society cannot even either trace it or recover it. So
Woman, allow me to put a question to Benny for 1 second.
Okay, you are allowed, please.
Yeah, by the way, congratulations. When you spoke, you've hit up sometime 104. But like entropy is going down with time. So but here's the question I have for you. Because you come in and you say every section of Nigeria tries to shield their own crook. And you were making references to somebody like maybe Alex Onyem and other allegations, right? But there is a crook that's not just anybody's crook, but a crook, period. So I want to see how you treat something like that when you're faced with the situation we have in Nigeria, where you have somebody like Bagudu, for example, right? You're familiar with the former governor, Bagudu.
Yeah.
And the level, right? This guy is the brain and brawn henchman behind Abacha's $5 billion theft. Thankfully, we've recorded about $3 billion. We're talking the billions here within a 24-year period. So some of it is like 20 years ago dollars, which is doubled by now. So my question to you, when you have someone like that, then come back, reincarnate, and is in our government, not only as a governor, but he's there now. Do you understand what I'm saying? He's
Yeah,
there
yeah.
now. In our budget, in the administration, there has to be a difference. When someone like you, when you're talking between somebody who's alleged to have, for example, Onyema's case, maybe they say he obstructed justice. Obstructing justice in America could be anything from not telling the police the truth about something, an investigator, right? That's obstruction of justice. Or just doing whatever in another foreign jurisdiction, such as the United States. You're not saying that you're comparing the two here. But my main question to you is that how do you address a live fugitive or corporate, somebody who was jailed in the United States for 6 months and he was made a deal to go back home and face prosecution, and somehow he escapes that, but he doesn't then go underground. He's in our government, federal government, forget about the state as a governor, and he's in this administration. I have never seen anything like that in my life. There is no way any country will survive with that kind of thing. You have a guy who needs to pay. He should be shot for if he's convicted for the allegations, the magnitude of the root, magnitude. So even the one he did as an errand boy alone. But so my question is, if somebody is there now in our budget as a minister, and they will know that he's done these things and there are these allegations, certainly you're not saying he should just continue. At least we have during my presentation, I have some things I'm gonna proffer that should happen when we're protesting or whatever. Those should be done right now. This Bagudu should be apprehended, captured right now. He shouldn't be in office for more than one more day. Do you understand? So I want your input on that kind of thing where there is a comparison. I mean, yeah, somebody is accused of, it's not my crook because it's from my area, but even if you look at it that way, Bagudu is my crook that should be captured right now, and it's in the administration. So please talk about that in a legal way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pastor. Is it you've just confirmed what I said the other time. I see the way you downplay the impact of what Alex Oyema did, and you now aggravate the one Atiku Bagudu did. I don't see any difference. Let me tell you why I don't see any difference between the two. They are both criminals, as far as I'm concerned. Allegedly. Now, let me start with Oyema that you so much downplays. Okay, they said he's obstructing justice. That's not his crime. That's not the only crime he's committing. He obviously did what they call round tripping. And if you know the impact of that on our economy and what we still suffer today, and everybody is shouting is Tinubu, then you should be able to probably do a retrospect and understand what. Okay, you collected money from federal government, from the Central Bank of Nigeria, money that should have been used by industrialists that would do things to better our society and then strengthen our naira. You collected hard currencies from our this thing at a very, very low value. The same thing Dangote also did, right? At a very low value. And you didn't even use that money to go and purchase what you wanted to purchase. So you went there to go and establish an XPV company in the US. You transferred that money to the US and you brought the money back to Nigeria to come and sell at almost ×2. So it means you get more value for that money without giving value for the money. That alone will daze the economy, will affect your money market.
Excuse me, I'm saying that he's not a government, right? I want you to take a look at it from
it was. So this is the case.
No,
when he did,
so you be responsive. It's my question, right? Be responsive.
Yes. So when
it's a different thing when somebody in a foreign jurisdiction, right, is accused of other things, but the new thing is that they said he's obstructing the investigation, the justice. But I'm saying when you have an administration come in, the Senate is supposed to question those people. They're supposed to consent, right?
I'm coming now.
So
let me learn now. You ask your question now.
I want you to land on fertile soil. Right?
Yes, yeah, I will land.
Comparing somebody, right, a private citizen doing business in a foreign jurisdiction, not even ours, right? But in this case, How does somebody like Bagudu go through that Senate confirmation hearing? How? It's impossible. Somebody must have lied, right? Which means we can go back and yank him from that. He must have lied because you're supposed to say certain things when you come in for that confirmation. You're going to be asked certain questions. There is no way he can.
That's a legitimate question, actually. How can somebody like Bagudu have passed Senate screening and security vetting?
One man, I think Bagudu was he a senator before?
Yes, please. Can I?
Is it take a bow and go, Abi?
Yes, I think it was a take a bow and go situation, possibly.
So let me continue. So this is the point. You want to distract me from telling you the impact of what Oyema has done. You want to distract me because Oyema is a private citizen. Then you want to start comparing and say, oh, because Oyema is a private citizen, then it's different from Bagudu is a public officer. My brother, one thing you should know is that as at when Oyema did what he did, Oyema was not a private citizen. When Oyema had access to our money, Oyema was a director of Amnesty program. It was a public in the eyes of the law. I'm coming. He's a public officer in the eyes of the law, right? Because that money was meant for a purpose and was meant for some people to reconcile some people, right? And that those people complained against him, all right? But because what Nigerian was, whoever is close to the president is immune, enjoyed the immunity. Okay, that's our political culture, unfortunately. So nobody questioned Oyema, right? But I'm telling you the impact of what Oyema did on our economy. Now, if you see that impact of not giving value to any money, you just brought it back to the system, you just inflate it, and you sold it without giving any value to that money. It's one of the reasons, and with Dangote and all those elites that did all those things under Jonathan and Buhari, is still one of the effects of what we are having on our naira today, because we couldn't ascertain what exactly is the real exchange rate for our currency. Until now, they were floating it that we could understand, okay, this is actually the problem. And everybody will be pointing finger at the president. Now, Oyema is one of the problems. Okay. Now, let's compare it to Bagudu. This is what I'm saying. They are both criminals. Don't downplay one, and then you are hanging on one. What happened to Bagudu? Bagudu was an idiot under Abacha. Abacha was using just the same way Abacha was using Mustafa, which I think some people have come here to praise also before on this same platform. Why? Probably because his own. Nobody, dog. The main thing that brought him to limelight after Abacha exit was Kudirat's prosecution was his prosecution based on Kudirat. Nobody dug or dig into his finances and everything under Abacha. But they were all Abacha boys. They all looted for Abacha, don't forget. And they were all military guys, don't forget. So they were military guys, and in the military is obey the last command. Abacha was using all these guys. And what happened eventually? Okay, when Abacha died, and the EU became a serious issue and he entered into a plea bargaining. In criminal litigation, there is plea bargaining. Even in the United States of America, there's plea bargaining. Okay, he entered plea bargaining, and from that plea bargaining, they had a deal. Okay, yes, you looted this thing for Abacha, you put in this for Abacha. Let us have so share of our money back, because they couldn't get everything back. You got everything back. You got what you can get back. Then plea bargaining means you go home free as long as we're able to get our things from you, and they got it from him. So now you want to reverse it back and say, oh, that plea bargaining that the federal government had with him then should not stand again. My answer is no. Why won't he stand? But is he a criminal? Yes, he's an idiot. Just the same way as Oyema will be an idiot. I won't downplay one and aggravate another one. The same way I won't downplay Bukola Saraki. Bukola Saraki and his family collapse society generate. Today is an hero to some people. If you go to some places in Ilorin now, you hear he's an hero. Alex Oti collapsed a bank in Nigeria. He ran a bank and grant. But today is an hero to the Abians. These are my examples.
Okay, let me modify. There's a lot of people here who want to. Can you hold on? No,
Let me
just
land.
hold on 1 minute now. The question I ask you.
No, let me just land on. I want to
Hold
give
on
two
now. One man, please
so
have
let me
him
give
to
two examples so that you.
Yeah, hold on. I wanna.
Wait, see. Let me give two.
I'm a co-moderator this
No,
time.
no, Pansat. Let him carry on, Pansat, and then when the window opens, he'll bring you in. Carry on.
You know, when we roll out names like this, it will agitate them naturally. I know. People like Burokas is celebrated. Alex Oti is celebrated in Abia, but we all knew what he was in the banking industry. Anonafe Ibori, we all knew what Ibori did today.
Did Alex Oti commit a fraud?
Many people are still.
Do you have a case?
Wait now. Many
hold
people
on.
are still.
Banking is not against the law. You cannot say because somebody's a banker, therefore he's in the same category with people.
He was a terrible banker, and he had a lot of.
Look, one man.
Ibori was also. Let me land. I want man say you should let me land now.
I know, but wait a minute. Today, just today, I want us to do the right thing. That's what I'm saying. If you don't have any,
always do the right thing. You won't be the first one to do the right thing.
If you say that he's been worshipped and I believe me, I'm not approaching this from a
tribal. Wait now, let me give.
No, I want you to wait. Wait.
To you.
I want you to take that back. Take back that Alex Oti is also in.
I will not take it back because you see, you see, my thief, your thief.
No, it's the problem we have in Nigeria. Then go ahead and name it. What do you
I've mentioned
it will if you let him now. It's about to.
I won't. You see the issue, eh? You know, when I roll out Patutomi, Bode George, the guy that collapsed Ascon, Alex Oyema, you see what he did? He just singled out Alex Oyema out of that. Then when I started mentioning Bukola Saraki, Alex Oti, Ibori, late Wigwe and all that, he just singled out Alex Oti. That should tell you how an average Nigerian think. They seek to protect their home. Whatever you try to tell them, look, check your home mirror. They don't want to. They tell you, oh, no, this one is better. When you bring out the criminal,
I challenge you. You say he's a bad banker, right? A bad banker.
You guys should lie to
one man.
I eat the floor now.
Mute him so you could hear me out, right? It's fair. What I'm saying is that when I challenged him, I said, okay, look, we're talking about crooks, right? People who stole billions of dollars. Okay, so I said to him, you know what? In Alex Oti's case, what puts him in the same category? He said he's a bad banker, right? And then he's going on to another tangent, talking nonsense. So what I'm asking you to do now is to make him apologize or show right now.
I think he exposed you somewhat there, Pansat, because the central point Ogbeni was making is that whilst he's condemning Bagudu, he cannot condemn Bagudu solely because the whole system is rotten. And
one man. Let I tell you what Bagudu do now. Let I tell you what Bagudu do.
We sabi waiting Bagudu do now.
Okay, so make him tell us waiting. Look, trust me. I'm not talking about it. It's not tribal. You could have been.
It is. You made it so, but you know they hear waiting in the talk because if you listen to waiting in the talk, you could get say now the point when they make now you say come make now. It is saying that Bagudu that. It condemns Bagudu and probably agrees with everything that was said in that clip. But it said it's not unique or peculiar, but that the biggest problem with Nigeria is that people will seek to protect their own, no matter how criminal they are. So he said Bagudu is no different from, and then he went on to read off a series of names, Saraki, Ibori, etc., etc. But anytime he hit upon a southeastern name, you leap forward to the defense, which is exactly the point he was making.
Let me take 30 seconds to respond to one man.
That's exactly the point he was making. So
let me respond to that.
You made his point.
And then I'm gonna let him. I'll let him conclude because others are waiting, and I haven't spoken yet. The point I'm making is that you can. That's a fallacy, right? If you say, "I've been there here," and they talk about waiting Bagudu do, that is clear. We don't return close to $3.65 billion that he stole. He was the conduit by which that money was sent to the United States. He was jailed for 6 months in the United States, right? So since then, they don't come back and become governor for KB State. Right now, the guy, even if he was just governor, come on, no problem. Then he could say whatever he wants, right? But the guy is minister of budget and national planning.
But not be the same Alex Otti wey ruin bank become governor of Abia State.
No, but if you run back now, you don't be criminal. You can do something bad.
Can you hear me, one man?
Yeah, if
somebody we all can praise.
Somebody will do a bad job, in your opinion, that's subjective. You can do a bad job, but you don't try to equate that with somebody who stole, fleeced our country for 3.65. Now, that's all the documentary that was shown how he laundered this money. Now, person will say be attorney way they here, right? Okay, you look at our EFCC where they charge to enforce the Money Laundering Act of 1995. They didn't charge to do the Money Laundering Prohibition Act of 2004, Advanced Civil Fraud and Other Fraud-Related Offenses Act 1995, Fair Banks Recovery Debts and Financial Malpractice Banks Act 1994, Miscellaneous Offenses, Criminal Code and Penal Code.
Don't worry, we know you're a lawyer. We know you're a lawyer too, so you don't have to be
guilty of all those things. So how do you come take a performing governor in the Southeast, right? People are worshiping him for that, not because he's a banker. He puts light, he does this, he does, yeah. So we've had a series of bad governors from Abia State, and every time everybody condemned those governors, right? Because they were horrible. So eventually they have one that's doing something. So it is a fallacy for somebody that we try to have respect for him when he, and I asked him a question, and he's trying to make it like a guy like me, somebody who's in the United States of America, $30 trillion economy, right? That I'm going to be clannish to be defending somebody in Nigeria because of tribal sentiment. That is a low. I want him to apologize for both things. Number one, for that allegation, right? I'm here in the United States, one man.
All right, yeah, here, yeah, there, you keep on
are you riding Rolls Royce?
Yes, Maybach.
You have two Maybachs. You have two Maybachs.
Yeah, you have Maybach.
Maybachs, actually. Maybachs. Passat, a legend.
You know.
Okay, one man, can I carry on? Is it my turn, Benny? Have you yielded?
Yes, sir. I think it's submitted to Pansat's chokehold. But can you imagine? You know, they say we don't work or say below more. Can you imagine living in the same household as Pansat? I cannot imagine that any human being can survive that for any period of time.
I'll deck him every day.
You live by yourself, don't you, Pansat? You must live by yourself. You cannot live with another human being. It's not possible. But I'm only joking, Pansat. Of course, you're a delightful company. Baba, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, man. I think I will still go back to the Ajaokuta steel mill. I think he flew over the head of most of the panelists, actually.
Apologies, Baba. I think Prince wanted to make a little insertion. Did you want to come in for a moment, Prince, before Baba? Prince? All right, carry on, Baba. Baby was just testing the mic. Sorry, carry on, Baba.
When Jude Bella mentioned Benga or Obasanjo side by side with Shehu Oyefeso, when OBJ was still president of Nigeria. We have a penchant in this country for doing the country dirty out of government. We try to polish ourselves. OBJ has done it, Abdul Salam, Babangida, they've all done it. Jonathan, everybody, they become innocent when they left government, as if they've never done our country economic injury before. Because, clearly speaking, Ogbenga Obasanjo with his friend Shimon Yefeso were complicit. They also fleece the country through Ajaokuta one way or the other. We don't know how many billions, whether in naira or in dollars, they did. But the father straddled the country to the state to state, village to village, pontificating for problems he created for us. As a military head of state, as Nigeria's democratically elected president. It is very sad. This is what they do. And all of us who come here at any fora be backing them. according to our whims and caprices. We are also involved because we give them pass for what they've done to us. And it's only in Nigeria, it's a phenomenon in Nigeria. I don't really understand how these people remake themselves out of power and become more powerful and become Pope of Nigeria. The country is in a mess, whether we like it or not. What Abacha did, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people, if we investigated, well, Abacha his loot could pale into insignificance to what some people might have done to this country, which we don't even know. One of Abacha's scheme was when the monies we owe Paris Club, he instituted a company in Isle of Man that was used to buy those debts at a discount, at rock bottom discount, using Nigeria's money because he doesn't have that kind of tens of millions of dollars anyway. And when he secures them, he will now pay with Nigeria's money, pay the debt. I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to say. He buys a maybe 50 million debt to a Paris financial house. He buys it at $15 million with Nigeria's money, secures it, and use central bank to clear that debt also. So on that alone, is made about $65 million. Neat. That's one of the things he did to ramp up the figures he stole from Nigeria to 5 billion. Apart from giving himself oil concession. And his son is still dragging OML 245 today, even with the present government. Only in Nigeria, that kind of man can come up and Abacha can even speak. Only in Nigeria. For Abacha to come out and say, no, that oil 245 that ONO is claiming, no, they cannot claim it. It is ours. An oil that is in another state, belonging to another ethnic group. You stay there up there in the north after doing the country dirty. Your father, yourself inclusive, your mother, wanting still to claim oil. Don't they get enough? Don't they get enough? It is sickening. It is sickening, the level of what they've done to this country. I don't understand. And that's why we are where we are today. No money, nothing.
Sorry, Baba, quickly. See,
yeah.
Why don't they get enough? Well, that's kind of a open-ended question. I mean, just Abacha's kids, other people would do exactly the same, maybe even worse. Okay, so they are not to be blamed at all, because I believe other people can do more criminality as they did. Is the system we're talking about? Why should the people that belong to the same party, meaning the same cohorts, punish themselves if they have to do that? Just like we said it earlier, Benny, the Saraki family, the criminal family that one man loves so much. I mean, what about them? They belong to the same group. And I got it wrong, but if you don't mind, Baba, quickly. So to what Ben was saying earlier, out of all the criminals that you mentioned, is there something like a redemptive option for Oyema? Because he's done a lot for the common Nigerian people. Can we agree on that? That based on that, he should be given some kind of a pardon or whatever. And in regards to the Abia State governor Otsi, right?
You know what they call that? They call that image laundering. Do you remember Roman Abramovich, the guy that bought Chelsea?
The Russian guy, Abramovich.
That's what he used Chelsea for. And the Saudi crown prince,
but didn't the English dealt with him? They kick him out and seize his money.
But to the second example, the Saudi crown prince who slaughtered that Khashoggi guy, he's now trying to sports wash his image as well with all of this boxing in Saudi Arabia, buying Newcastle, etc., etc. So I think that's that is trying to legitimize criminality with that airline, and they will say yes.
But I'm not talking about the airline.
Sorry.
I'm actually talking about I'm actually talking about the real help that it gave Nigerians that were stuck abroad. I mean, we talk about what South Africa and Egypt and some other philanthropic things you've done. Yeah, so those are real. Because if he didn't do it, I'm not sure who else that had the capacity to have done it. Because the federal government was not doing much about it. It left to the federal government. A lot of people that probably pied over the time that he stepped in. I see your point. I'm not absolving him of any criminality, but I'm saying though there has to be some kind of redemptive option for him. And in regards to Alex Oti, well, being a bad banker, like a bad business person, is not a crime. I don't think it's a crime. Benny can tell us that is not a crime. But unless you can prove that Alex Oti was actually engaged in some fiduciary compromise. It deliberately ruined the bank to steal the money. That'd be a more solid case than being a bad banker.
Prince Daddy, can I say something on that?
Yeah, go ahead, Ogbeni. Go ahead, Ogbeni, please.
You see,
I just started. You wait. Let Ogbeni finish. You can come in.
And what's his name? They don't like to
wait. Let Ogbeni finish. Then you can round it up. Then I take the floor again.
Baba, hold on. 30 seconds, I'm done. Now, when as you're responding to him, he has not admitted any guilt, right? Now, there were investigation before a few years ago where they're trying to charge him with something. But recently, yesterday, as I was on with one man, or 2 days ago, there's an issue about obstruction of justice kind of thing, a Title 18. Here in the United States, a federal crime, which is like obstruction of an investigation kind of thing that they're discussing, right? It's nothing but just if you try to prevent the legal system from proceeding somehow, or you're lying to an investigator, or destroying evidence, bribing a government official, that kind of thing, witness tampering. So he hasn't been charged with anything. They're trying to tag that along, and they're floating it out there, right? It's not like he's been convicted. That he's innocent until proven guilty here across the jurisdiction of the United States, right? They don't bring cases frivolously. If there's if something rises to that state of them charging him with something, they must have found something. But his case is complicated in the fact that the Brits, they're not for doing that kind of thing. This is probably political. They're trying to, scuttle his taking away money from some of their airlines, and they're trying to harass him or charge him or convict him or whatever. That's where Prince Daddy come in. What Prince Daddy is saying is that, look, this guy is a good actor. He has alibi that shows that he's a good actor. After all,
no, Prince Daddy didn't say that. Don't put words in his mouth.
He's talking
Prince Daddy, did you say that?
No, wait. Here's what he said. He says,
yeah, no, that's what Prince Daddy was saying by implication.
Yeah, that's what he was saying in essence. I'm taking it to the logical conclusion, right? But what I'm saying though is that he's entitled to that. But more than that, though, he's entitled to innocence, right? Until he's found guilty. So somebody is assumed to be innocent until you prove guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That is an awesome burden. You have to prove your case in a criminal case such as this one beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty. See, the state has that burden. Now, if somebody comes here and they say that they're a lawyer, even if it's in Panya, in the UK, I don't care where it is you're practicing your law. One of the first things you have to do is to exculpate people who haven't been convicted of a crime. You're going to have to, first of all, obey that first cardinal. Somebody is innocent until proven guilty. Now, in the case of someone like Davido, the standard is different because we're not looking for guilt or innocence.
That's an African 30 seconds you're taking.
Let me just say it this way, because what this is very important. That's the only reason why Baba will let me finish it, right? The point is that in the case of Davido, what we're saying is that, okay, look,
I have the floor, not you. You spent all my time now.
Hold on. Your time being gone. I just asked you a question. What I'm saying is that
you're just restating what you have said.
All right, Pansat, but I think we know where we are. You are.
Wow.
Let Ogbeni have and then we go back to Baba, so that we can get through. So that we can come from Baba to you.
Okay, one man. Thank you for saving me. Thank you, Baba, for giving me the opportunity.
No, you're welcome.
Yeah. So, one man. You see, all what we have been saying here today, none of them has been convicted, maybe except for Ononafe Ibori James. None. Bagudu was never convicted. So you know, sometimes when you try to draw this line, they will just roll Bagudu, Bagudu, Badu. Was there any court? Is there any court in this world that have convicted
yes,
Bagudu?
He made a plea bargain. He made a deal. He made a plea bargain here. He was in custody for 6 months.
Not on conviction. Was Bukola Saraki not on custody?
But here, a plea bargain
Bukola
is
Saraki today.
Right?
Bukola Saraki today has never been. Wait now. If Bagudu is an ex-convict, he won't become governor of Kebbi State. His opposition would have raised it. He was not convicted. The best you will get for him was allegation, and they were damning allegation against him, which I've said here. There were allegations that implicated him, that he was looting public funds.
Shaguri.
Yes, that was looting public funds for General Abacha. Okay, and he made plea bargaining with them, but he was never convicted by any court. Same with Bukola Saraki.
Tinubu as well.
Saraki was never convicted. Same with Tinubu.
What I'm saying, in the US, right?
Let me now go to Dr. Alex. So that's wait now. We argue to be heard, not because you want to push, and that you are re-emphasizing the same point doesn't make your argument beautiful or more superior than others. Let's listen to ourselves. So the point I'm making is this: that alone has knocked bottom off from your argument that this man has been found guilty, so Bagudu is not guilty, so he fall in the same category. All the allegations against Alex Oyema, there are allegations also against Bagudu. So if Alex Oyema is proven should be deemed innocent, then you give it to Bagudu because he has never been committed also under any court. But I'll still restate it because there are damning allegations against both of them. They're all criminals. But I won't protect anyone.
I know it's redundant hearing from me.
Let me go to Alex Oyema.
Hold on. Let me just say something.
But Prasad, just hold it now.
He asked me about Alex Oyema. The reason why I brought Alex Oyema in was I was comparing Alex Oyema to Bukola Saraki. Why? They were both bankers. Bukola Saraki and Olusola Saraki and even Gbemi Saraki, they all ran Society General in Nigeria. And they ran into our ground. They crashed Society General. A lot of people were troubled. Till today, a lot of family couldn't even rise back. Their businesses crashed because of Society General. But nobody prosecuted. They prosecuted them, but I think that case just went with, I think, the Third Republic or something like. No, one military government took over around that time, so nobody had their time again.
It just fizzled out.
It just fizzled out. But they were prosecuted them around that time. But so. So I was comparing with how Alex Oti mismanaged. Alex Oti was in First Bank. He was eased out from First Bank, more like practically pushed out from First Bank because of a lot of mismanagement, a lot of manipulations of books, cover up of so brazen proportions of, and they eased him out. He got to Diamond Bank, the same thing. As at the time they eased him out from Diamond Bank because some damning revelation on the management of that Diamond Bank, they had to sack every staff that joined him, that he brought from First Bank to Diamond Bank to work with him. And the reports also show that there were, I think, about 78% decline in the profit of that bank as at then. And a lot of issues happened around that side. And what I'm saying is this: if you compare it to Bukola Saraki, it's almost the same thing as Bukola Saraki issue. But today, who is talking about them? They're all heroes in the streets. Everybody is hailing them. And I said, until we start dealing with criminals as criminals and stop saying, this one is my own, I want to protect. This one is yours. We will expose. Then Nigeria will be good if we can start doing that. That's just my point, Prince Daddy. So I'm not saying he's a criminal, has not been found guilty. The same way Bagudu also was not found guilty of anything. That's my point.
Yeah, I think the Bagudu case is quite no conviction actually. I think it was just a plea bargain. What the US wanted was they want the money, which is always their primary focus in cases like that where money is involved. And I think side by side with Shaguri, they sorted their case out. Shaguri also paid some tidy sum of money to in Swiss jurisdiction and also American jurisdiction. But the only advice I have for Onyema is he has to be very careful. If the government wants to help him, they should give him a red passport. Because if Uncle Sam wants you, Uncle Sam will get you one way or the other. They are after the $14 million both in Canada and in America. And they will take that money, whether Onyema likes it or not. That's just my take on that. And what's the other topic, one man?
We were also talking about Sanwo-Olu increasing minimum wage in Lagos.
Yeah, my state, upstate.
Yeah,
I'm so happy.
85,000 is not upstate now because it's Lagos wages we're talking about. So that is still the equivalent of 30,000 in every other state. Yeah.
No, we talk about this all the time. You get compared to our neighbors, our standard of living is a little bit high. And I think 85,000 as a starting point, even in this most difficult of time, if it's in a bachelor can manage, a man with one room with a wife and a child, one child, can still manage because 85 is just the basic. There is a transport allowance. There is also the a housing allowance attached to it. I don't really know how much they pay for housing and transportation. Let's just take it, say maybe that's another 30 on top of that. That takes it to 115. Tidy. If you don't do more than yourself, if you earn the money for a beer and you are going to go and buy bokoto, then now you do pass yourself. As far as I'm concerned. Because as every man, if you ride a Volkswagen, your problem is the size of Volkswagen, and if you ride a Mercedes, your problem is the size of your Mercedes. So there's the problem is by size, except you want to create one for yourself. Because as I am now, I mean, my grandmother, for instance, if she prepares a wedu and crayfish, the tiny one grounded with ugiri, and put some egusi on it, you will finish a big bowl of eba with it. And you'll be healthy living and things like that. So the thing is, maybe because my own generation, we never complained. Maybe that's why the military government got away with a lot of things. Because we always, I've said on this platform before that NEPA is just a standby for me. It's always been generator day and night. Hospital, I don't even go to, never, none of my child. Schooling, the same thing. So my generation were the one who really spoiled the whole government, whether democratic or anything. Because we don't complain. We just roll our sleeves and find a way to solve our problems ourselves. But things have changed right now. And one way or the other, I mean, everybody have to just allow cool heads to reign because we are in trouble. There is no money in the country where your single product you have to sell has even been given out on forward contract on borrowed money that has already been spent to pay salary. What kind of economy is that? Tell me, what kind of economy is that? A government just came in, there was no money, and they have to do ways and means of 7 trillion immediately so that they can have something to spend. We're in deep trouble. Our refinery is not working. When Ajaokuta is not working, how will our refineries work? People, the country has been held hostage by these people. And they are all they are all one. Don't let us be deceived. They are all one. When it comes to fleecing the country, they know how to band together. In the National Assembly, don't we have PDP? Don't we have LP? When they wanted to buy themselves the SUVs, did you hear anything did you hear any opposition from them? Nothing. What they are earning, do we know? No. Why they are not revolutionary, speak up and say, no, this is it, this is it, this is what's up, this is what's going on here. Oh, at times when I think about how we missed the road and we got to this point, at times I just get stuck. I don't know what can really move this country forward. And you don't want to know what my own solution in my head. It's like all of them should just go. Bam, like that. So that let new people fresh. They should go with those who pontificate today. Academicians and all their likes, including ex-military generals. Because there is no money in that country at the moment. We're just managing, hemorrhaging every day, non-stop. And I don't see an end to it, whether we like it or not. Is this how we are going to keep on staggering for how long? A 64-year-old man or woman that is still creeping. I don't know what kind of child is that. So woman, any other topic?
Baba, make I take them from here. The start
Okay.
here. One after me. Then
Carry on.
Back. Okay. Make I was gonna talk about something else, but let me go ahead and wrap up the issue of moral equivalence. That is what a lot of people do. Right? There's good, there's better, and there's best. When there's tendency of going up, there's also worse and worst. We cannot be in a society where people use the moral equivalent argument to just delay and confuse. We have to call a spade a spade. There are things that we cannot entertain in our country anymore. Every crime there is not equal. If you look at in the case of this Davido, right? I'll tell you what. Let me have somebody else make a case. That's an opinion piece that was written by Mr. Abu Najaku. This is a APC member, and he was talking to the Bola Tinubu transition team at the time, when to the president elect at the time after 2023 election. He says, "Look, I offer you my warm congratulations on the hard-fought 2023 presidential election and your honeyed victory. I believe you're worthy of this victory, and I dare say I never contemplated a different outcome. As you're aware, all eyes are now on you as you begin the task of selecting a formidable team, including a result-oriented cabinet that will help you steer the ship of state to greatness. Broadly speaking, you promise to continue from wherever President Muhammadu Buhari stops by restoring security, reviving the economy, fighting corruption, providing employment, reason why you recently visited Tony Elumelu, I suppose, and renewing our hope in our country. Which brings me to the very important issue of the Presidential Transition Council established by outgoing President Buhari and your nominations into it. However, the nomination of Atiku Bagudu, the outgoing governor of Kebbi State, is, to put it mildly, troubling and dangerous for our country. The nomination of Atiku Bagudu into the Presidential Transition Council and the presentation of himself as the representative, quote-unquote, of President-elect is a sad development. We all know the antecedents of Atiku Bagudu, particularly his past role as the bagman of the evil dictator, General Mohammed Sani Abacha, in his infamous desecration and plunder of the national treasury. Till today, Nigeria is fighting hard to recover the insane amount of money that Sani Abacha shipped out of this country illegally with the suspected connivance of Atiku Bagudu. Now, like a thief in the dead night, Atiku Bagudu is back in his game. He's trying hard to penetrate the president-elect and have a seat on the table of a promising administration we're all helping to bring about. Atiku Bagudu has this creepy ability to infiltrate and walk his way into. Let me take this call. It's gonna take 1 second. Hello, Samara. I'm gonna call you back. All right. All right. So now, like a thief in the dead night, I think I read that already. He's back in his game. He's trying hard to penetrate the president-elect and have a seat. Anyway, let's go here. Haunted by his messy past, Atiku Bagudu is now trying hard to get a foothold in the incoming administration and gain power and wealth and immunity. I shudder at the reputational injury that the presence of Atiku Bagudu will cause the new administration, not to talk of the mismanagement of whatever assignment that may be given to him. Having served as the arrowhead in the fight against the political rapacity, economic strangulation, and social corruption of our country by Sani Abacha, it will be catastrophic of you to hand Atiku Bagudu, Abacha's errand boy, a frontline seat in the top echelons of a Tinubu administration. That will send a dreadful signal to patriots, right? Now, it goes on now. We don't have all day to go through it, but I'm trying to show you the magnitude of the injury of having somebody like that who should be cooling his heels right now in the slammer. You know, say this, I believe that it's time now to talk about disbanding the EFCC. It be like, say, our police is a more representative of the country. We have everybody in the police. I believe that the acts that set up the EFCC is done, especially in the section is Section 7 and Part 2 of that established in 2004, is made to protect foreign interests and the rich. Because there's no way a guy like Bagudu should be walking around. He should be captured right now. EFCC is leaving that and going to arrest cross-dressers, right? And running rampant all over the place with their myopic view. Nigeria is a great country. How are you going to have somebody who pillaged this country in the tune of billions of dollars? He was captured and jailed somewhere, and he was made a deal to come home and face a longer prison term. And then the statue hasn't run anywhere, and he's running around in our budget. In Asarok. And then somebody's going to come here, equating that with somebody who's accused of obstructing justice somewhere. Maybe he didn't fill out the form properly here in the United States under the Title 18. And they're over here distracting us. That is unacceptable, because what I want to do is for us to reject this particular platform, because one man has to understand that there are people here, the people of Nigeria, there are more people who are good than those who they come here, they talk nonsense. We won't put up with anything. Whatever these politicians do, you go put up with that. People where they enamored with maybe somebody's rich or something like that. Somebody may say somebody there for UK. It's when it comes to democracy, we're on a higher ladder, because in our country we have a constitution. You there, you get king for this 21st century. At least we don't have a king in our country. We believe in the rule of law, and it's stratified. That's a hierarchy to it. You cannot go and blow $5 billion as an errand boy, and you capture somewhere in another jurisdiction, and you made a deal, you're going to go home and face prosecution. Then you just go home and become a governor. and then wiggle your way like a worm into the heart of our budget, into the administration or justice. And then you're going to have somebody like Ababio as our Senate, as the Senate president, who's going to have these people pass through that institution. So what I'm saying is that we cannot say, okay, it's been done. Let's stop the next one. No, we have to go back and capture this Bagadu and jail him for all those money and shake him down and get all that money back. That's what I'm saying. Make no mistake about it. Somebody could come here and they're talking about Alex Onyema. Well, if Alex Onyema is in a sound jurisdiction, if he did it, they're gonna prosecute him and they're gonna find him guilty. And if they do, they have to apply the law. That's exactly what it's saying here and there. But it's a distraction to come here to compare a little molehill with Mount Everest or something like that, as if we're stupid here. That's one of the disturbing things. Some of the youngsters these days, they're lawyers and everything, but you couldn't tell unless they swear to it. Because how could somebody make such a comparison? It's disappointing. I could go on all day on this, but I'm not going to do that. What I would rather do is I'm going to beg you, Baba.
We're losing you, Pansad.
Oh, you are? Can you hear me very well?
Yes. If you can bring it home, then we hear from the star. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll do that right now. No problem. Hopefully it comes around again. Thank you. The star is on you now.
All right, brilliant. So the star, you're up next. So I'm not quite sure how much of the conversation you've heard, but the floor is yours. The star.
Give me about 10 minutes. I will come back to you.
All right, brilliant. All right, let's go to Ekene then, who I think it started with us, build out, came back. So Ekene, the Megida of Alaba market.
Oh, for 1 month.
Okay, kwata. What time is it where you are?
After 3 a.m.
You go feel wake up for shops, so
I don't really work. I don't sleep well now.
You know when you enter round 2 now, you know now that round 2 sleep. Now they always sweet pass. When you enter round 2, you know they easy to come out from round 2.
Anyhow, I don't sleep the better one. So that round 2 now just rest.
To finish up. All right. So what did they happen? We just a yarn nonsense for here. We just a talk and they bully everybody. So nothing's changed.
Well, Pansat is saying the right thing, so I was enjoying him. So Nigerian situation now doesn't call for any explanation or any all this long English and long essay and the long theory. It doesn't require that. Whatever you are putting out there to say this is what is happening, or it's just for you, not for Nigerians, not for what is happening today. You understand? Yeah. So I don't even care. I've decided not to talk about the issue of Nigeria again, but every day you find reasons to talk against this government. Every day you find all the reasons to talk against them. I don't even know who sent Tinubu come rule Nigeria. I don't even know who sent them. The man for just relax. Maybe support another from the west. If he really wants Yoruba to do this time around, instead of this thing that he's doing, our Nigeria anymore. This thing is not governance. The situation where have all the on in this country, the best thing your president can do is just to jet out of the country. Then, few days maybe to his return, the vice president follow suit and jet out of the country. You are nowhere to be found. Your vice is nowhere to be found. And you want Nigerians to be clapping for you every day by day. So it's not Nigerians talking. Even the House of Rep also is beginning to talk. They know what is going. They have known the situation Nigerians are now, and they are already giving him time and tell him to reverse all the policies that has plucked Nigeria into this hardship. You understand? Only if he can listen to them, or maybe when he comes back, he settle them with some allowances and all that, and they will forget about it. They know what it means. If it's not affecting you here, it's affecting you here. If you're not buying petrol, you are buying cooking gas. If you're not buying cooking gas, it must really affect you. The problem is so much. If you're not buying cooking gas, you are buying bread. You're not buying bread, you are any corner. So, what is it? What is it? And the IMF is coming to tell you that this reform will take about 15 years. And I ask myself, which reform? Is there any reform going on? There's no reform going on. What going on is some set of government that doesn't know calculation, miscalculating in everything that they are doing, thinking that they are reforming. Because if you are reforming, you start from yourself, you start from your office, you start from policies that affect less spending from the side of government. You should reform. A reform that you buy a new jet and you take it to China to go and borrow money. Is that a reform? You bought a new jet and you drove it to China to go and borrow money. You say you are reforming. And you want me to come and hear, come here and say, it's people that have time to defend me. I don't have time to say. So what we know is that even if you give Tinubu 8 years, nothing is going to change in his own government. So we have to wait for the next time. And Nigeria don't have that such time to waste anymore. Check our record. Our currency today is the worst performing currency in Africa. Dropped by 43%. I'm not the one that wrote it. The news is out there. The worst in Africa today. The worst performing currency in Africa. Just check about, and you check about Ghana, you check about Togo, you check about all these small countries. Nigeria comes out to be the worst performing currency among all these small countries that they used to condemn before and laugh at them. And you say you are reforming. So all those countries, what are they doing for their currency to still remain or still performing better than Nigerian's currency? What are they doing? Is it only Nigeria that don't know how to govern? So we cannot have a good performing currency today. Every day you wake up, things are dropping every day by day, the way it should be. You think they can hold it at maybe 1.5, only for you to see it go to 1.6. You think they can hold it for 1.6, only for you to see it going to 1.7. You think they can hold it at 1.7, only for you to see it going to 1,720 naira. You're telling Nigeria convert to CNG. This. At which fleet station? Where are the CNGs? So I should go and carry my car now and go and change it to CNG because I demand. So as a Nigerian made now, AKU now, you want me to convert my car to AKU because I want to please the government. CNG is if I want to drive a CNG car, if I have the money, I buy a direct CNG car, not to go and convert my petrol vehicle to CNG to please your nonsense government and don't know anything they're doing. Even that CNG, I promise you, if a lot of people manage to convert it today, the price will still go up. The price of that CNG will still go up. That is to tell you that they don't know anything. They'll just pressure Nigerians now, maybe all these transporters, and they start to convert it, and you see a number of good Nigerians convert to CNG, and you have the fleet station functioning in every section of this country. I promise you, it will not take anything for the price of that CNG to go up. When they started that one of gas cylinder for generator, what happened? Cooking gas went up and people drop it. Nobody is talking about it again. So you cannot even afford the one to cook, talk less of the one you use to power your generator. So what are they doing? The Minister of Electricity will come out and be talking rubbish. You know, we stayed in darkness for almost 4 days, or almost 3 to 4 days. It was only yesterday that I saw light in Lagos. Is it not because people can no longer afford petrol that you don't see them in fleet station again? No be to chop for Nigeria before you talk of using petrol. You just manage it that way. Whether light no dey, light dey. You don't have to bother yourself. Just buy all these rechargeable torch in the market. Once you can use it, you can just manage and sleep. And you will come on national service because Nigerians are not talking because we are giving them enough electricity supply. It's just that Nigerians just don't know what to do again. And they know how to manage their situation. Because me know how Nigerians are surviving, even the poor ones. The only thing that happens now is that all these rechargeable torch, solar torch, solar fan is, if you manage to buy it now, then you can be managing that one at your home. Not this one that Minister of Electricity is talking about. So it is if you think that Tinubu is doing anything, Tinubu is doing nothing, and I will continue to see it. There is no reform going on in Nigeria. When you talk about reform, you talk about the system of governance being changed to better the poor masses' life, not to take away the life of the poor masses and say you are reforming. What are you reforming? You talk about the system of governance. You talk about the change of way of governing people. You talk about how are we going to change the educational system so that this reform will benefit us in the future. How are we just you think about these things. That is when you talk about reform. Upon that, you said you want to be collecting taxes upon all this suffering. And their government is the most taxed government. Wike will come out and tell you, the federal government need money. Nigerians need to pay their taxes. Nigerians need to pay their taxes. Yes. Then what have you invested in Nigerians to pay their taxes? There you people are when you talk about tax. You see the road you are paying the tax for. You see the electricity. You see the pipe on water. You see everything. So when you are paying your tax, you know that you are having the return or the benefit of the tax you are paying. So which tax am I on this bad road everywhere? Come and check our road here now. That is where we paying your tax. My tire even bought yesterday. I know how much I spend every day to do my shock. Pay you tax on the water I buy on myself every day. I know how much I spend to buy a good water here. Paying you tax in which electricity? Paying you tax in which economy? In which good economy? You have the highest interest rate today. Paying you tax on my effort to make a good living. Not that I don't have any bank support or whatever. Then the later I manage to build on myself, I'll go and pay you tax. Are you mad? Are you mad? Why should I pay you tax? You have countries that have good SMEs loan, good interest rates. They go to the banks to borrow money to build their businesses on a stable economy. And when you talk about tax, you know that your government is there to support you, even in your business. Not when I hustle, try to make sure that I do my business, use my little money to be surviving on my own. After that, I will go and dash you money. Because of what? If you don't know what to do, tell Nigerians you don't know what to do. Stop deceiving them with all these big grammars. Even though I know that Nigerians, just that I don't know what is holding them. People know. Even in that their NAS and all these their assemblies and all that, they know. You see them complain.
All right, at some point we have to get to the star.
You get and share rice. After you share rice, your son will share rice. After your son share rice, your wife will share rice. Sharing rice of government of sharing rice. Share rice. Next tomorrow you share rice. Go and check it. A bag of beans today is 300,000 naira. Bag of beans. Rice is 115,000. Major things that can sustain the life of Nigerians are not to the reach of Nigerians today. And you are saying you are reforming. You can't sit down and say, what is the cause? What are we going to do? At least let Nigerians feed to be able to afford some things. I know what is going on. But when you go, my brother, his neighbor today, if you see him, he's a civil servant. His pay is 40,000 naira. If you see the guy, the head don't lean in. They chase his son out of school. They ask him, it's not time to chase student out of school. He said his last fees and he couldn't. Then when he is going to the work, the small child, he in the house of my brother to eat with them. He will not have eaten or what. He knows that once the child is there, the child will eat. And they will just give the child food, maybe give him in the morning and the night. And when he come back, he just carry his son and go and sleep. You see the wife. You people who don't know, you just come here and be talking. We see it. And we know what is happening. So the money, if you are looking for Nigerians to be, before you start to say Nigerians are hungry, then be waiting for it, and they are there. Your senior president told you anywhere you see free food, go and grab it. Help yourself wherever you see free food. That's what your
can you even hear anybody? It never said that now, and you know he didn't say it. So why you? It was you guys that
I saw you on the news.
No, you know he didn't say it. So it was you guys that put that clip together. We played the clip here yesterday or the day before. He never said it. It was you guys that you went and clipped it. But you know what you actually did? The clip that you used, it was even from you put these words together and then you used the backdrop of the Senate before he was renovated. So the whole thing has been completely debunked now. So I don't know why you are still. You see, this is where you always fall short. You know, when you try to propagandize, and you know that thing you were saying about sharing rice, by the way. You know, one person was so irritated by you saying that all the time that they sent this a few days ago. So this is what somebody has sent off the back of listening to you. Watch this.
Sorry, mama. Ekene tó sọ pé wọn kì í tọrọ oúnjẹ nílùú òyìnbó. Àwọn èèyàn ló tọrọ oúnjẹ wọn fẹ́ gbà ọ́. Mama, wọn ṣe clip yìí ni o. Kò lè rí. Àwọn èèyàn ló dúró oúnjẹ wọn fẹ́ gbà ọ́. Wáìnì yẹn ó sì máa gùn désàlẹ̀ lọ́rùn yẹn níbi ilé tó ga ẹ̀. Òun ló sì máa lọ sí rice. Mọ́tò wọ́n fẹ́ gbé oúnjẹ ní ẹ̀rí fún ọ̀nà ló jókòó wá ṣe ọmọ nǹkan ní sílẹ̀ èyí lè ṣe fídíò ikú pọ̀ so I'll just break it down.
So there it is. You go hear him saying Ekene was speaking in Yoruba, but so you probably don't understand but you can hear your name. He went round. You see that round the block that he went. Those were people waiting for free food. You know. So all this share rice is that happens globally. Is what this is what you know. You think you are doing all of these things. People listen and they get irritated by just the level of propagandizing.
However you want to put it.
You are saying the Senate president said to grab food, and he never.
I don't even know the name of the video you just sent to me because the video was there. I saw the video, so I thought you would have brought out the video to put a better explanation on that.
No, I can bring you the video that debunks it, but I think I've deleted it, but I can see if it's still in my drive somewhere. I'll play it to you. So I don't know why you do it. You know,
later you bring it maybe to debunk it. You can continue to debunk for them. But the only thing I know is that we have insensitive people in the
for them. But you can't tell an outright lie now. That's an outright lie.
No, when you bring the video,
it's an outright lie.
When you bring out the video, you can now defend it because the video is there. So when you bring out that video, you play it here, then you can now debunk it. Don't go and bring me what I don't know what the guy is saying and tell me that is the video. The video is there. So maybe when you bring out the video, you play it, you now defend it.
One man, can I ask you a question?
What was the question?
Can I ask you a question, please? Yes. I heard you talking about CNG, blah 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 blah. But Ekene, are you saying that CNG initiative has not added value to the country in any way? If you are not using it, Don't you think?
What I know is that where the only place I see CNG is on this one-man platform. I never see it even on the bus drivers in Ojo to my two. I never see any of them talking about it.
Let us fear God now. Let's fear God now.
No, maybe
This
it's
thing is
working in your own news, but maybe 2 or 3 people, maybe 2 or 3 people converted it and they use it for propaganda. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm living in Nigeria, I'm living in Lagos. In this Ojo, I have not seen any driver that is driving or convert his KK or Danfo to any PM. And I've not seen all the fleet station in where I stay, from here to Ojo to Ilubo, wherever. I never see any CNG pump or whatever. I've not seen it. So I don't know when that CNG. I don't know when that CNG. I've never seen it. I cannot like.
Hi there. Quick one.
Even
You
all
may have
the
seen the
Does it mean that it's not?
Hold on, Darate. Watch the. Can I watch this?
Hi there. Quick one. You may have seen this video of Nigeria's Senate president trending online.
Times are difficult. Wherever you see free food, please endeavor to avail yourself.
Oh yeah. Now that video has gotten him a lot of backlash, particularly from those who believe that he has a penchant for making what they deem insensitive comments. But there's something off about that video. This is not what the chamber looks like today. Yes, it doesn't have the white dotted background. What he has is a brown field. That's on the one hand. Secondly, the video trending are sort of being cropped such that you don't see the date just at the bottom. So you then begin to ask, is there someone who's trying to take Nigerians for a fool? Is there someone trying to distract them or make them channel their energies the wrong way? I'll show you the full video. Maybe there's another context to what the Senate president was saying, but I want you to ruminate on that. So take a look at the full video right there.
There will be a dinner for the Senate president and the deputy Senate president at 7:30 p.m. So I'll urge members that times are difficult, and wherever you see free food, please endeavor to avail yourself.
So there you go. That video is actually dated June the 14th, 2023, just right after the National Assembly, the 10th Assembly, was inaugurated. So while we are paying a lot of attention to the National Assembly, I want us to channel it the right way. And what is that? Quality of representation. You have representatives in those chambers. Is it really what you've sent them to do there that
you know, you guys, you do yourself more harm than good with all these lies and propagandizing? I could bring you CNG clips as well, but you will do the usual screaming and shouting.
Describe the video for me now, because I see you say times are hard when you see. Is it that the video is good or what?
Hold on. Do you not see that video that debunks the outright untruth that you said, and do you want to take it? You probably don't take it back because you've already put it out there anyway, and nobody will see the debunking, and they will run with, this is what you guys do.
What do you want me? What do you want me?
It will not serve you in the long run.
No.
You are saying
What do you want me?
Can you you've been speaking for 20 minutes. You know, you're saying all the CNG. The CNG will increasingly become so visible, it'll be impossible for you to deny it. But then you walk away from that noise, and then you go to another noise. You said the Senate president said go and grab free food. That's an outright lie. He never said that. This video gives you the trajectory of it. The clip is actually a year, 18 months out of date. And the context was speaking to his parliamentarians, not to Nigerians. But you guys chop it up and put it out there. And then they send foot soldiers like yourself to hop around and push it hard. You know, this is what you do.
Okay, I'm now the full soldiers who goes there to. What I know is that, however you want to put it, this is an insensitive government. They don't know what they're doing. So I still want you to give me an explanation on what do you want me to debunk on this video now. What do you want me to debunk?
But the Senate president never said the people should go and grab free food, and you are claiming he did.
No, what he said there, times are hard. Wherever you see free food, you help yourself or whatever. I heard him say that. So this video you played now, I heard him say that. So what do you want me to debunk? Is it that the video is old or he never said it? Because as far as I know, he's a sitting Senate president when
that
he
means you
made that.
never listened. I'll play it again. You have to listen so that at least understand. Even if you are propagandizing deliberately, know the context of it so you do it a bit better. Listen again.
Hi there, quick one. You may have seen this video of Nigeria's Senate president trending online.
Times are difficult. Wherever you see free food, please endeavor to avail yourself.
Oh yeah. Now that video has gotten him a lot of backlash, particularly from those who believe that he has a penchant for making what they deem insensitive comments. But there's something off about that video. This is not what the chamber looks like today. Yes, it doesn't have the white dotted background. What he has is a brown field. That's on the one hand. Secondly, the video trending are sort of being cropped such that you don't see the date just at the bottom. So you then begin to ask, is there someone who's trying to take Nigerians for a fool? Is there someone trying to distract them or make them channel their energies the wrong way? I'll show you the full video. Maybe there's another context to what the Senate president was saying, but I want you to ruminate on that. So take a look at the full video right there.
There will be a dinner for the Senate president and the deputy Senate president at 7:30 p.m. So I'll urge members that times are difficult. Wherever you see free food, please endeavor to avail yourself.
So did you
So
hear?
okay, you mean the video is doctored or what are you saying?
Did you even hear anything that? Okay, just carry on, man. It is impossible. Carry on.
Woman,
Do your thing.
woman.
No, just
He has not. He has not.
Let Ekene just carry on. Carry on, Ekene.
You know, he has not answered my
Well,
question.
Obama, I don't have anything to say. And Dorothy, you are not asking me any question. I don't have any time to. I told you that there is no CNG here.
You cannot have any time because you are a chief propaganda. And what you just said
There is propaganda. There is no. Just leave that place to come back to Nigeria and convert your boss to CNG. I am telling you that there is no CNG here. Even if there is, even if there is,
lies will get you nothing. It will continue to hunt you down.
There is nothing like selling out by this. Even the one you said you are giving, you are telling people to go and get it for free or whatever. There is nothing like CNG going on here. Maybe it's going on your channel, on your news. It's not going on here on ground. So if you really want to know. If you really want to know whether it's propaganda or what, just come down to Lagos. Let me take you around and count numbers of vehicles or numbers of police stations that has CNG pump. Don't just stay there and saying that I'm promoting one nonsense video and saying Nigerians are converting the CNG. You understand?
Which state is that they are collecting 40,000? The person is a messenger. Is this person a messenger? I'm asking you. You are saying somebody collects 40,000 naira as salary in the country. That person must be the least ranked person. In fact, you don't even collect that because 30,000 salary. You have other allowances added to it. You should just don't come here and come and abusing people.
If you are talking about 40,000 naira earners, there are plenty in Nigeria. 30,000 naira student, 25,000 naira. I don't know whether he's. What I'm telling you is the reality. At the National Assembly recently, they debated that even 70,000 naira cannot take you for 3 days as a family man in Nigerian situation today.
We are not saying that is enough. 70,000, we are not saying that is enough. But what we are saying, we are debugging your lies. That's what I'm telling you. I have a red line.
Now, what you have to do is just to come back and ask whether there are still people earning a lot of, even the 70,000 naira you guys, let me tell you. Okay, shut up. Let me speak. Even the 70,000 naira that your government has proposed for the past how many months, I can bet you no state has received 70,000 naira up until today. That 70,000 naira, no state has paid it. Maybe we'll be expecting it at the end of this month. But as far as I'm concerned, and as a Nigerian, since that 70,000 naira has been approved, no state has paid it. They only say that
construction So you also mentioned around minimum wage and what do I need to throw in for my people. I'm glad to let you know that the minimum wage for Lagos, which we've conversed and discussed with our union, right, is 85,000 naira today now. So I mean, we're not. It's not a competition.
He said he will pay 85,000 naira. Watch the full interview. You understand?
He said it's 85,000. He said it's 85,000 today now. Today now.
He did not. Nobody received it.
Okay, carry on.
Nobody received it. Maybe he will still pay.
Are you a government worker?
I am not saying that you will not pay 85,000 naira, but what I'm telling you is that everything that your government has proposed, you have not paid it.
Who told you that they are not paid? The federal government has started paying them. They have started paying.
Bring somebody that have received it. Let me see. Not somebody that say he will pay. Also, just let me see somebody the person that have received it. Even the rice you are sharing, the rice you are sharing, the 40,000 naira rice you say that people are buying. Tell me the people that have bought it and where they have bought it. The ones you share. Tell me the people that receive it and where they have received it.
You have not even spoken about your Abia State governor.
You don't hear you propaganda. It's not PC that is doing propaganda. They will just turn out one video and be using it to be deceiving the public. Why Nigerian people, Nigerian masses will be languishing in poverty and pain.
Alex Oti, you have not spoken about that. As this paying peanuts in Abia, you are not speaking about that. I'm not defending the government, but I have a red line for for people spilling rubbish.
You are defending stupidity. Let me tell you, you are defending stupidity. You don't know what you are saying. Even Alex Oti himself has not paid 70,000 naira. He only said he will pay. Every one of them. Only said they will pay. None of them has paid.
Bovas,
everybody. I'm not here to defend anybody. I'm only coming here to tell you that. I'm only coming here to tell you that you guys are deceiving Nigerians. Even you that is speaking, you are deceiving Nigerians. If you see the truth, tell the truth. Don't tell because he's a Yoruba man. You come here and be defending rubbish. I want to tell you that I dare you. If it is good luck, Jonathan, that is in the seat of power, and all this thing is happening in Nigeria today, okay, you will not defend anything. You're a hypocrite.
We are not.
I dare you. You cannot defend another government, whether good luck Jonathan or Peter Obi or Atiku Abubakar, that under his watch these things are happening in Nigeria. Okay, you cannot defend it. You cannot say anything again. You cannot say anything to protect that government.
Let them
let me finish. Whether the government has been given to your brother that you are defending today, and you're trying to put all the blames on Nigerians that they don't know what they're doing. But I bet you, my guy, if it is good luck, Jonathan, Atiku, Peter Obi that is in the seat of power today, and Nigeria is going the way it's going today, okay, you not defend it. Stop this hypocrisy. Tell your president the truth. Tell him to change his attitude.
Let me tell you, which attitude are you talking about?
If you really love this country,
go sell your work, go sell your spare part and get the hell out of this place. Don't come here and go and be stealing shit.
I will always come here. You cannot stop me from coming here.
Hold on, everybody.
If what I'm telling is paining you, you cannot stop me. That's the only thing you know how to say.
Can anyone hear me? Hold on, everybody. Darati, you can have a heated debate, but don't make personal comments. Yeah.
So you can always come here and tell me to say my. But if the spare parts I'm selling is paining you, come and sell spare parts also. You understand? Don't defend.
Can I say something?
Don't defend stupidity, and I will continue to say it. The way this government is going. What is government is going and what is happening in our government today?
Hold on, gentlemen, you are talking about each other, so nobody can hear you. So, hold on. Let Ogbene come in.
Can I say something? Mike, can I take things easy now?
I think it's my turn.
Darati, take things easy. Who is saying it's his turn?
Hello.
Yeah, no, this time, yeah. Just let me know on what the issue they are talking about. Yeah, we'll yield floor to you. But you know, when they talk, we react, and so I'm just reacting to what Ekene take things easy. People must come and confront you. I know you are used to that by now. Is Ekene still there? Okay, it's okay. You know what baffles
I'm
me
hearing
in
you,
all?
Ogboni.
Yeah, two things baffles me in all what you said, and I'll be very truthful to you. The first one is this: you were complaining about tax. You were telling us you are not ready to pay tax because Lagos is collecting your road is not good and everything. But in that same Lagos, you're using blue line, you're using red line. There is free trade zone and a whole lot of infrastructures. There is nowhere in Nigeria you will get the infrastructure you are getting in Lagos to support your business. Yet you don't want to pay tax. So what bothers me is this: do you think in the Western world where you see all these facilities, do you think people don't pay tax to enjoy these facilities? We
I will
pay
show you
for and
my
no.
tomorrow. Ogboni, tomorrow I
So
will video my road. The road that I use every day, not blue. I never use blue line, and I have not used it. The one that I'm
okay.
using every day. Tomorrow I will video it and show it to you. You know whether it deserve to pay tax.
So Ekene, this is how it works.
You understand? No,
In my
I will not wait anymore. Tomorrow I will video that the one that I
that's
use every day by day that I know
okay.
that I'm
So
using
this
every
is
day. But I've never ever since this blue line you are talking about. I'm not saying that it's not working, and I'm not saying that people are not using it. But me, Ekene, it's not in my lane, and I'm not
so
using it.
Ekene, this is how it works. In my cubicle where I was staying before, deep inside Egging, in some deep inside Scotland, I cannot say because I can't find a particular facility in my road, then I'll be blind to the facility they are building in London. It's a country. The tax I pay in my little space in Scotland is what they use to build London and build everywhere in the UK. So the point I'm trying to make is this: you can't say you don't see the development in Lagos. Only a blind man will say he can't see the development in Lagos. Everybody knows Lagos is most progressive and there is development in Lagos. Now,
I don't, Ogboni, the line you are going to save. I don't think when you talk about Lagos State tax, they are not collecting their tax. I'm talking about the statement of Wiki and all this federal issue. You understand? Because
yes,
when
so
you're talking about
you were complaining about tax.
when you are talking about Lagos tax and everything, I don't think I'm not paying that because they
Wiki
collect
is not
their
collecting tax from you in Lagos now.
even the Ojo tournament levy, everything. So
Yeah,
all the things being put in place, they are collecting it.
so
And
yes, Wiki is not
nobody's
collecting tax.
exempted. I'm talking about federal government coming out to say Nigeria when they have done nothing. And I'm not talking.
So
And
this is the point.
what I'm discussing to now is not limited to Lagos. I'm not discussing Lagos.
Okay.
So don't drag me to that line. I'm not discussing
Okay,
Lagos.
you stay in Lagos. You complain that road is not federal road, it's Lagos road, right? So and the tax they are collecting from you.
Whatever it is, I'm not discussing Lagos. I'm discussing Nigerian issue now. So whenever you
I
want us to
know,
talk about
but
Lagos, we
can't.
talk about Lagos. So I don't want to be dragged in that line. Whenever
So
we talk
I'm
about
coming.
Lagos, we bring the issue of
Don't be
Lagos, we bring the issue of
agitated
other
now.
states.
Don't be
You understand?
agitated. Yes, Nigeria you're
No,
talking
I
about.
will be agitated because I don't want you to twist my discussion tonight or whatever
I
I'm giving out
won't.
there tonight. I don't want you to drag it to
Yes.
another line
So
of talk. If
wait,
I want to talk about it, then we come out and discuss Lagos. So what I'm
yes,
talking about is the policy of the federal government affecting the life of Nigerian people.
okay. So the point
You
is this:
understand?
you can't talk of Nigeria without talking about the space you are staying. Nigeria
Let
contains
me tell
16
you.
states.
Let me tell you. Even the data you are using in abroad, the government supplies it. You pay it in your tax.
Which data? I pay for my broadband you're using. Who told you they supply broadband for you in abroad? Do you know how much I'm paying a
You pay
month
it
for
in
my
tax now.
I'm paying a huge
Whatever
amount for government.
the government is doing about it. So, but I see, Oboni, I still maintain, and I will continue
Your
to say,
understanding
and
of how things runs in
whatever you want to say or whatever you want to protect, I want to tell you that Nigeria never had it this bad since the inception of the even Buhari. Before things get worse, it took years.
So my
for
point is
things to
this,
get out of hand.
you mentioned
So,
something today. You
but
told
I'm saying,
you told Darati that if
Let
it
him
is
land.
Obi,
Let him or Ekene, you let too many land. One of you have to give somebody like 2 minutes And there are others here who want to speak. So two
I'm
minutes.
just reacting to what Ekene said, and just 2 points I have. That's the first point I've been able to make. So my point is simple. You can't detach Lagos from Nigeria. You can't talk about Nigeria without talking about where you're staying. You're staying in Lagos. And my point is there are so many things, infrastructure development happening in Lagos. You can't say you're hungry, you don't want to pay tax when you see all those infrastructure, happening in Lagos, and you have not relocated out of the Lagos. You're still within Lagos. That's my first point. My second point on your this thing is that you talk about your younger brother is a civil servant in Lagos. Thank God, Lagos is a very detribalized space. He's a civil servant. The point I want to make is this. I know, and I want
It's
you to
not
be
I
very
did not say civil servant in Lagos. That's what I said.
Oh, it's not a civil servant in Lagos.
It's not in Lagos. It's my immediate younger brother. He stayed at the Kefi.
Okay, so the point is
he's not the one. He's not a civil servant. It is his neighbor. His neighbor that is a civil servant.
Take 60
so I'm telling you.
Let him make a second point, and then we move the conversation on. I think this.
I'm trying to correct him so that you know the point he's making.
Okay, so you said you saw the person who was very lean. You don't even know his health condition. Now, my point is this: if the person is very lean, the person should be aware that the federal government has tripled the allocation to their state governors, and the federal government has struck a deal with NLC and other stakeholders in the industry to increase the minimum wages. He should face his governor to ensure that they comply. Not everything is on the federal government. That's the point I'm trying to make. If he's staying in Nasarawa and he's a civil servant in Nasarawa,
I will tell him tomorrow.
As the governor
I will tell him tomorrow to go and face his governor.
Yeah, and if the governor is already paying 75,000 as minimum wage, if he's a civil servant and he's not a messenger or at grade 1, that means he's earning about probably 90,000 or 100,000. So
no problem. I will direct your message to him tomorrow. I will tell him to go and meet his governor.
Okay,
no
the
problem.
fact that you want to gaslight and propagandize everything by saying, oh, the reason why it's lean is because the government is not feeding you, it's not collecting money, will not work. It doesn't work here. Thank you.
No problem.
It's just a thing. Even what you said about Akpabio, when I showed you proof that I categorically debunks that, you didn't even want to take it back. But I don't know.
There is nothing to debunk about them. I have had Oboni. I will tell him to go and meet his state governor to increase his minimum wage. No problem. I will do that. Even your increase or whatever is nothing to write home about with the current situation of Nigeria today. So however you want to put it, and whatever you want me to do, I will send the message across to this morning and tell them go and meet your state governors. You understand? Everything now, when you bring it to Tinubu, it doesn't work like that. Just move it to the state governors. Let them do what they are supposed to do. You understand? Forgetting that we have a lot of power centered on the federal government, even before the state governors. It is their policies that
federal civil servants. It's a state civil servant. That's the point.
I've had you, and I will pass your message across. You understand? But what I know is this.
Hold on. Just to what Ogbeni said there, is he a federal civil servant or a state civil servant? This your brother?
I don't know. I cannot explain that.
Look at
so, but what I would say, what I would say is that what I know is that I will pass his message across tomorrow, whether he's state or federal, whatever he is. Then go to your state governor and collect, and make sure that you collect your money. So, but what I'm saying is that that 40,000 naira used to be a good measure for any worker that is at least it can assist you a little bit in Nigeria of maybe 10 years back or 8 years back or 9 years back. That 40,000 naira is a huge amount of money that can sustain you for a good while in a month, even if you don't have savings.
Was that the minimum wage at that point in time?
I don't know. I don't even want to count it as a minimum wage. I want to count it as what the guy.
Hold on. You said the 40,000 naira would have served you 10 years ago. Was 40,000 the minimum wage 10 years ago?
I'm saying even the minimum wage years ago can still sustain you more than the 70,000 naira today. So what do you want me to compare? The 19,000 naira, the 19,000 naira then can sustain you more than the 70,000 naira today. We can put it out there and check the indices. Then you know that 19,000 naira 8 years ago is a huge amount of money compared to 70,000 naira today, or even 100,000 naira today. We can put it out there to know how Nigeria has gotten worse. You understand? So I don't want. So the point I'm trying to make here is that 40,000 naira is a huge money. 8 years ago or 9 years ago. So let's not just go there. Don't just mention 70,000 naira and people hear 70,000 naira and think that 70,000 naira worth something today. So whether it's the minimum wage or whatever, my point is that 40,000 naira 8 years and 9 years ago can get you and make you live comfortably in Nigeria. So even when you talk about 19,000 naira,
you could live on minimum wage in Nigeria 10 years ago.
Yeah, you can live on it. You can sustain it. You can be sustained with it. It can get you a lot of. It can get you a lot of goodies in your home. 19,000 naira. You just remove.
This guy, man.
Yeah. Let me put it now. Let you so you hear it. 19,000 naira. Then you just remove 12,000 naira for a bag of rice. You remove 2,500 naira for. You remove 2,500 naira for maybe 5 liters of oil. Then you remove other ones, maybe 1,800 naira for a carton of Indomie. You remove 2,500 naira for some kilos of semo and all that. It can restock you with many things. So just check it. So today, 70,000 naira, you cannot even get a bag of rice or a quarter of a bag of beans. That time, a penta of beans is still about 350. A penta. So you can get like 5 or 6 pentas of it. I remember when I used to buy it for my mom. Just go there, just starter the beans, 350. Before you buy beans of 3,500 naira, the bag is full. You understand? You can still get it in that 19,000 naira. You restock even if you don't do any, at least restock your shop for feeding. So tell me what you can restock with 70,000 naira in Nigeria of today. Can you get a bag of rice out of it? But I'm telling you that 19,000 naira can get a bag of rice out of it and still get all these things that I just mentioned to you. So don't compare. You don't have anything to compare. You understand? To travel from east to Lagos today, I know what it cost. With 2,500 naira 8 years ago, you can just travel from Lagos to Onitsha. 5,000 naira 8 years ago. You can travel from Lagos to Onitsha. Today it's like buying today to travel to Lagos to Onitsha is like buying a flight ticket. You understand? So the indices are there. Don't come here. Let's not just open this APC nyash. It started deteriorating starting the time from 2015 today. Things are getting worse and worse. It doesn't take anything. It just took them 8 years or 9 years to destroy the whole system that Nigeria has been enjoying. And then when you say we are removing their fake life. They are living fake life before. Let us remove it. Let's remove their fake life. You enjoy in your people suffering without any policy on ground to make their life better. That's what you are doing. Sorry, you can interject.
You are wasting your time. You are talking to most of them. What I realize is they are very tribalistic. You know, most of what they complain about Igbo people doing on their platform, they do it here. Very, very tribalistic, bigoted people. Even the people in Alausa in Lagos, they've started complaining about hunger now. People in Alausa in Lagos, they are complaining about hunger. They are starving. People are no longer ordering food. The situation is just so terrible. I never knew that. See, even when people wanted to protest in Lagos, right? People were saying, oh, people are not coming out to protest. People are not coming out. Let me tell you what happened. They've taken so much money. Tinubu is so rich that when they wanted to protest, they paid agberos, they paid thugs to come out with knives and daggers. People could not even go to the markets because if you wanted to go to the markets, they would think you wanted to protest and they would stab you. I came on this platform to come and talk about it. They threw me out. Anytime you want to say the truth, they will quickly twist my word. They will quickly change, and it's because we're online, right? If it was in person, I would have sued them for defamation because I do that to Nigerians a lot. I suck all their finances dry. But since they're online, they can do their manipulation. I complained about price of food. They went to go and bring APC paid video to come and lie that food prices are low. I said PDP was finished. Everything I said came true. But you know what they used to do to me? They will manipulate my words. They will lie about what I said, and then they will throw me out. Many people here, they insult me. They lie about me because I'm saying the truth, and they will throw me out many times. They will not even give me the chance to defend myself. When I tell them to replay the lie that the person said, they will never replay it. All the things they complained about on all the other platforms, they do it to me just because I'm saying the truth. So you are coming here, you are wasting your time. I pity all the Igbo people that even used to come here and laugh. These Yoruba people here, most of them are tribalistic by gods.
What's going on? What's going on, Solly? Settle down.
Platforms.
Hey, guy, settle down. You
And
have the. Sorry, can you hear me?
Not give me the chance to defend myself, but you allow everybody to attack me.
Can you hold on? What's going on? What's going on?
Coming here and lying and lying.
Hey, guy, can you hear me?
Lying on top the suffering of people.
Sorry, guy, can you hear me?
People working for government cannot afford.
What's going on? Can
cannot
hear
afford
me?
Transportation to go to work
Can
anymore.
anybody hear me?
Every money that they give.
I can hear you, one man. But you know that guy will not hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
It's just a bailish for a guy.
I can hear you.
Yeah, just settle down. Sorry. What's all this? Have you been smoking again?
That's his way.
Guy, just settle yourself down. Settle down. Don't say things like that. You have the whole platform to express yourself. I've given you the whole platform that anytime you want to say anything that you feel you're not able to say, you go on the platform, you say it. So don't you are the last person to say you are being stifled. Have I not given all the access to the platform to have the expression of what you want to say? So why would you say something as ludicrous as you just did?
What does that mean? I express myself when I am being slandered? At that moment, I am being slandered. Why can't I express myself?
No, I can't do this. No, it's too late in this. So sorry, this is just
one man.
It's beyond.
Nobody joined EU with this guy.
You see this guy. He keeps doing this thing all the time. So I said, okay, here are the access to the platform. Host your own session. You have all the controls and say what you like. He refused to do it, and then he will come here and belly ache in this whiny voice. I mean, what's all that? What does that even mean?
Let me tell you what happened this
What more free expression do you want other than to say, have the access to take the microphone, you own it, and say what you want. And then he will come and be whining and belly aching and just don't do that. So don't demarket the platform. I cannot allow you to do that.
Nobody joined EU with him. I don't know where he changed the EU to Yoruba Igbo thing.
I don't know where that came from. And it just turned it into winnie. I mean,
Ekene was engaging, yes. At a point in time, Ekene and this other guy, they were raising their voice. I came to share my own opinion. Nothing happened. Ekene was making this. All of a sudden, he appeared, started talking about their bygones.
Speaking for what, 30-40 minutes on challenge, and then he started saying things that he's saying contrary to, and I brought proof that this is what the Senate president said.
That is their way.
Is it that he should say something that is untrue, and then you cannot present the truth to him? I mean, what a Ekene round up, and then we go on to the star. Please don't do that again, Solly. I won't allow you to demarket. I won't allow you to demarket the platform. It will never happen.
One man. Nothing spoiled. The issue is that we will continue to say it the way it is and how we feel about it until we begin to see the impact of this government in the life of the people. So if we don't see, government is all about the people, not what they are. Tell me any of them that is losing anything today. Nobody. They are still living large, increasing their wages and everything. So so when the government is not for the people have every right to complain, especially when you see your senators still living the same lifestyle or even more than. You understand? When your president buys jet to go and borrow money, he buys a new jet, use it to go and borrow money. What type of government is that? What type of reform is that? And the point is clear. So you talking about, don't even compare that 8 years you are talking, that 19,000, don't compare it to 70,000 naira of today. Don't even compare it. Don't go there. The indices are clear. It's better to return to that 19,000 naira with the way things are than what is going on today. Every Nigerian will accept it with a good faith. Because what matters is what that your 19,000 naira can purchase for you and that your 70,000 naira you will purchase for you. That is what matters. So if we are talking about that 2012 or 2013 or whatever, I would definitely tell you that Nigeria will accept to go back to that. When they receive 90,000 naira, they quickly rush to the market and get a bag of rice of 12,000 naira. You understand? So you know what it means today to collect 17,000 naira, and you wait for another month to collect another 70,000. That's if you are not able to touch that one, then you wait for another. Then you'll be able to combine it 2 months, maybe remove about 110,000 naira or 15,000 naira to buy a bag of rice. Before you even talk of buying the oil and the fishes and the cost of fish and meat in the market today to even cook the rice. You understand? So you cannot compare. And these guys are still living their normal life. They don't care. The worst part of it is that I don't see any sign of progress. When the president will just wake up, leave the country, not come to address Nigeria and know how to put things in order. Another day, the vice will just leave. And when you say Nigeria is when people say that Nigeria is an autopilot, Bayo Onanoga will come and give one nonsense to it to defend it. It's only in this APC administration that you see all this nonsense. Only during Buhari and this Tinubu time. That is when you see all this mismanagement and all this no conscience to the people. It's only in this APC government. But what I indulge Nigerians is to always say the truth. Don't feel that you want to defend him because you supported him. Even if you support him and the things are not getting the way it is, come out bold enough to say, I never expect this. Because you know that you cannot condone it if it is another person that is doing this kind of a thing in government. It is too bad that we never experience it even before this guy staged a protest in Lagos. We never experienced it. The removal of fuel subsidy then, we know the price today. You know the price of removal of fuel subsidy today. If this guy has allowed good Lord Jonathan do this the way he wanted to, when he wanted to do real reform.
All right.
When you talk about reform,
you've been on it for about an hour now. Yeah.
You talk about his confab report. You talk about his removal of fuel subsidy and all that. That even this current administration fought against him. That is what you call reform. And those reform would have been a meaningful reform to this country today. You never allow the man that knows how to do the job to do it. Today you are feeding on the life of Nigeria and you say you are doing reform. Which reform? Continue to reform Nigerians. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. The star, you're up next. You see, you should have gone before, Kenneth, when I invited you to. You say now it's gone on a wild one. Yeah, the star, rather, you're up next.
Yeah, because I just joined the platform not quite long and I did not know much of the topics. So first of all, I don't know if Passat is still in the platform.
I am. I'm that good. I listen.
Okay. Yeah, I want to agree with 100% with Passat concerning Bagudo article. I think for his profile, for his antecedents, I think it is like it's like handing over any sensitive position or treasury or whatever to late Sonny Nabasha, because Atiku Bagudu Atiku was a big player in his during the Abacha looting era. And that is so I will agree with you that Tinubu should receive receive a knock on that area. That is for that. But concerning his opinion, his submission on Alex Onyema, that's earpiece chairman. I want to believe that it is typical. I'm very apology to Passad. It is typical of the way our Igbo brothers, they collectively defend anything that has to do with their own. Just like the way they play victims cards on anything that has to do with a Igbo person. How many when they are not patronizing innocent motors, they take it. They play the card. I think there was a time that I privately sent pictures to one man concerning this man that produce armor vehicles, armor vehicles in Ogun State. One man, can you remember? Hello.
I remember, but you said you sent it privately and it's not for public consumption. So I'm not the one saying it publicly. You are the one saying it publicly.
Okay.
But you told me
okay.
it wasn't known publicly, so I shouldn't mention it.
Yeah, yes. At least, I only send it to you for you to know that there are some people that are silently making contributing to the Nigeria economy effectively without playing any victim cards, region, or making noise about it. And they are doing well. Not only is also supplying UN organizations in Africa for you to know its capacity. But back to the earpiece. Passat is very, very knowledgeable person, very sound and like a intellectual person. He cannot be truthful to himself if he knows that if he can claim ignorance, that he did not know that earpiece Shama was one of the rogues in the Jonathan era. Likewise, the most people that ran that place, that country aground during Jonathan, it was Stella Odua, former aviation minister, who was eventually sacked because of the protest and the noise from every Nigerian. Then I don't know anyone that embezzled money than this woman, Desani. Same thing goes with and all the monies that was done that period, both Desani and even this Oyema, the earpiece, all the money were routed through Obi banks. So you can imagine, but you will not see any average Igbo man condemning Obi or condemning Koyema, what they will be saying, this is a person 2015? I was a live witness. The launching of earpiece. I was one of the people that handled it. The private, the AMO organization that I was working with in my last aviation company in Nigeria's day. I was the one, the part of the people that handled it. It was launched right there in our hangar. So, but there's a certain thing that I cannot be saying in the open place. Oyema cannot enter US. So it is not, it is, they have been looking for him for long. And during the COVID, all the airlines were the most heated of a COVID negative. They were making a lot of losses. But it was at that time that the airpiece was even bringing buying aircraft. So don't let us, all the money that are supposed to be they meant for the Niger Delta, whatever, everything goes into that with Jonathan wife. So if that they are carrying people from South Africa, they carries people from, and so what? How many people? How many times that Arik Airlines, when Arik Airline was the wings of Nigeria, I was a senior people personally in Arik Airlines, that we carry people, we do this severally, especially when it's come to sports, without collecting money. So does that justified that somebody like laundry, somebody like embezzled, and we should that be justifications? So the only thing is when we come to this platform, we are supposed to put down our toga wherever that we are coming from. Either you are Hausa, either you are an Igbo, either you are Yoruba. Let us be objective in whatever we are doing. That is part of the reason somebody like me, I wouldn't mind if the regional government or everybody because as it is, the way we criticize, we play 50 cards, we destroy anything that we believe it is not in the interest of we don't support. Look at during 2023 election. Can you ever ahead of 2023 elections? Ekene is here. You can never see Ekene saying a negative words against Obi, with all the atrocities Obi committed. That even in live interview, like a Pandora scandals, they'll interview him and they ask him, how much? Is it 100 million? No, is it 200 million? What the response? If it is 200 million, Obi said he will not. He won't bother to contest for presidential elections. It is there live. Have you ever seen Obi? Have you ever seen African Queen except a prince of this world? Have you ever seen a Kene carpeting every fraud that were committed under Jonathan? The money that were wired out were done through AOTOB banks. So what are we when we come to this platform? Let us be objective. Let us put every of our toga and face reality. Somebody came, a friend of mine came there today. I maybe later in the this afternoon, and from Nigeria. And when we were talking, he's a Yoruba person. He said, Tinubu has finished. Tinubu has finished Nigeria. He has done that. He has done that. I said, imagine the way we, our Yoruba people too, the way we talk, the way we live, we destroy we use our mouth to even destroy the government. And now analyze this to him. I show him some evidences. I said, look at it. This is a government before Tinubu comes in. They were using 98% of revenue to service debt, not principal. Meaning that only 2% will remain. And out of that, Miss and this 30 something, is it 33 trillion naira were printed as in advance that have to be paid back. All the money went into flames. As if that was the destruction was not enough. They sold off that is unprecedented. It has never happened. Nobody, they sold off our crude oil for ahead 3 years in advance, and have collected money and signed a commitment that they cannot, the subsidy government cannot. This my friend is here now, so that the government cannot cancel. I said all this. I said for good enough is also. I don't want to mention it's a airline. It's a manager in one of the airlines in Nigeria. I said for 6 billion, it got a stage that they cannot repatriate 6 billion dollar. That most of the airlines, international airlines, this airline Dubai, what is it? They have to stop coming to Nigeria. Now, Tinubu came in. He partially restored the pride of Nigeria back. All those monies they paid it back, and the airlines now, every airlines now are getting their money back to their country. So now nobody is talking of that. The revenue, they've been able to service debt, and today I think whether 64% or so, is the money that they are using revenue now to service the debt. Now, is it Tinubu even a magicians for what he has done so far? In view of the problems, the challenges that he met on ground, that he carried, he bought a jet, he bought this way, and so what? This is somebody. How many? Most of our top people in Nigeria that I know, how many of them are using 90 years old aircraft? We are talking of a president of a country. Do you want him to jeopardize his life? And again, so I'm not saying to all what they are doing, all what Tinubu is like the problem he met on the ground. There's nothing bad if one is making a trial. Let us do this. Let us do this because the monumental destruction that have taken place Jonathan. Kene was praising Jonathan. And anyone praise Jonathan in the first instance? If Jonathan perform well, should someone people like us even supported the Buhari? It was because he messed up. Go and look at his elections in the entire Southwest. He got 80-90%.
He's the best president Nigeria, one of the best presidents Nigeria has ever had.
He was what?
He did the real reform, not this one that Tinubu is doing. He was bold enough to do the real reform. To call a confab. I wanted to put Nigeria in a situation that will move us forward. Not this reform that Tinubu is doing. Tinubu, let me tell you, Tinubu today, his Wendo company is one of the richest company today in Nigeria. He's phoning money to buy Nigerian oil sector everywhere. His company is the one making profit in Nigeria today. Why Nigerians are suffering? You understand? So the man never hide what are you? All this is. I don't know. Let me not use that language before people say that I'm performing the president. But what I want you to know is that let me put it to you. Let me put it to you. What you said, Tinubu has reduced this. He did nothing. He only securitized Nigerian loan and told you he has paid it off. He never paid anything. It's the government of lies and propaganda. People like you are carrying on and believing the lies and the propaganda of Tinubu administration and using it to
propaganda. Okay, have you finished? Now,
so you don't know when somebody tell you lie.
Let me take you on a confab. Jonathan spent a lot of money on confab, and he refused. He did not. Did anybody tie his hand not to implement it? Tell me.
It is Tinubu now. It is Tinubu that stopped him from implementing it now. He went to protest against him.
Tunubu that was out of government for almost how many years was so powerful than the president of the country.
That protest he did against Jonathan. Where was he when he organized that protest? He paid for it and organized the protest. Where was he when he did it?
Are you missing fuel subsidy to the confab? We are talking
all of them are reform now. All of them are the reform of. All of them are the reform.
All of them are the. You vote my name. Make I respond to you.
Human machine, ATM. Dasuki Gate. Was it Tinubu?
Hold on now. You invoked my name, and I thank you for. By the way, were you the gentleman that was there when we had a guest here a day ago or 2 days ago? We had a guest. You showed you turned on your cam. Were you on that panel?
Yes.
Was he on the panel? We had a guest here a couple of days ago.
It was actually the one who introduced the guest, to be honest.
Okay, very good. Yeah. I wonder because I saw your picture and you are.
I was in a party, so the birthday party, I couldn't talk at all. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to put a face to it. I know you are advancing age a little bit too, but I'm older than you. I just want you to know that. So now,
what gave you that impression?
You started off by saying that I'm knowledgeable about a few things, and that's true. But now, I was really listening very, very keenly to your case that you're making, because it takes quite a lot to come on a platform now to defend Tinubu administration or to compare him to any previous administration. It takes a lot, because there's only one way you can do so: if you're dishonest, right? And I'm trying to listen to see if there's mendaciousness in your thing, if you're insincere, right? If you're trying to deceive us. Now, you sound very knowledgeable. You sound like a patriot. A lot of the comparisons you're making, they're fallacious. It doesn't even make any sense. And Kene was there to point those out to you. I'm not going to belabor that, but I do have a lot of disagreement with you. Now, when you classify tribes, okay, the behavior of tribes, for example, you say the Igbos, you come across maybe on this platform that they defend their people, that they never go out and they start condemning. Now, you do know the nature of what we do on a platform like this is debate. One man plays a video, he reads it out, then you have people come on and they try to compare. For example, if it took a nature of somebody comparing Obi to, let's say, Tinubu, right? Then you have people take shapes. Normally, it's not tribal, but usually the truth is tribal in most cases. Unfortunately, that's where it is. So when you're comparing Peter Obi to Tinubu, for example, then people will be defending, not because the person they're defending, it's completely inerrant. They've never made a mistake before, or that they just a saint. No, the debate usually takes the form of Obi is going to be better because he did X, Y, Z, right, as governor. In this case, he comes at it from the fact that he's from that state. And most of the time, the contours of his argument is usually that, look, in our state, he did X, Y, Z, that he's going to be good for the country. And then he starts promoting that, right? It has nothing to do with tribe. It's just that he knows. Let me land. I know.
Okay.
Let me land.
Let me. Okay.
Yeah, I will be cautious of the time, but what I'm trying to do is to address you respectfully, right?
Yes.
I don't think you are an ignorant person. I don't think you're here to deceive and to do that. You have your aperture. You have a myopic view, right? And
you have to withdraw. You have to withdraw that statement.
If you prove me wrong, let me land.
That's a fallacy of conclusions. So you can't use.
You see, look at the way they talk, sir. But anyway, what did I talk is
all right. Don't let's get stuck in a funk. Put a position to him, Pansat, address it, the star. We go on to Larry, and then the final word to Prince Daddy, and then we'll call it a day.
No, but I haven't really spoken though. I'm just responding.
You've had a turn now, and then we're going to loop round to you. But I think I'm starting to.
Okay, if you're tired, you go. We can manage the platform.
Yeah, but who's going to shut? I don't object to that. If there was somebody there to shut it down, then I could just.
I won't be able to shut it down unless I click onto my own platform. But if you could stay a little bit or go do something, I come back, and that's fine. You could shut it down.
Just give us a little time for me and pass out to the.
No. I'll take it up to the top of the hour, and then yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let me quickly then tell you something. Like the start, you'd be a good candidate for me to convert over to people who are just going to be objection. Use objective lens. Nobody that I've seen from the Southeast, I'm telling you now, come on a platform to defend bad politicians. It's not in our nature. We have gotten it right every single time. During the war, we got it right. We fought a war. After the war, we'll go into the politics, right? Southeasterners, enough for Buhari. They don't think that Buhari has the merit to be president. They voted against him. So eventually, now he's run 4 times. He's lost Southeast the whole 4 times. The rest of the country voted against him. Now, during the Jonathan, because it's a binary choice, you have to compare who's running, and it's the same way in every polity. Like here in the United States, we're about to choose between Trump and Harris. So when it comes down to it, so people are going to choose based on what these people are capable of doing. So now when you look back, this is where then you have a fault, right? If you look at Jonathan versus Buhari, because that's the only rubric you have to measure now. Now that you know, between Jonathan and Buhari, who's better? You're going to find out that the Southeast think that Jonathan is better than Buhari, and that's, there's no doubt. If you come here and say it's not,
I think we all universally think that, though.
Yeah, now, but at that time, the Southeasterners were able to see more than the other people, because we went through a complete metamorphosis to be Nigerians. We went to war. You haven't done that yet, right? So that's why it's not because God made us better. Right? Somebody could make that argument, but we are more Nigerian than the other Nigerians. We started the country, and then we went to war. So we are like a butterfly that goes through a complete metamorphosis. Egg, larvae, pupa, adult. But the other people, like the star, now this is not insult to you, it's just analogy. You are like a cockroach. You went from egg, and then you merge as a nymph that looks just like an adult, but you really are not an adult yet, right? So politically, we get it right all the time, but there's something we never do. We never come back and we say, no, we told you were wrong. We would have done that to Gowon and his people when we went to war, right? These are Christians, Benue people. They're not Northerners and they're not Muslims. They were food to go fight in their Southeastern borders. Now they're in the concentration camps, not concentration camp, but we'll call it, what the hell they call it over there, right? IDP camps. And their people are they're being killed a score a day, and their lands are being dispossessed, and nobody cares about them.
I don't even know where we are going, but
no. So where we're going is that they got it wrong. Benue people got it wrong. The Yorubas got it wrong with Jonathan by choosing and bringing in Buhari, right? And they got it wrong in 2023 by voting for Tinubu. Right now, they're saying they've been power. Now we're supposed to come to you and say, you know what, we told you. There is no doubt in anybody's mind now that, number one, Jonathan was better than Buhari. Peter Obi is better than Tinubu. If you make any of those arguments, then you fall into either you're clueless, unenlightened, you're basically an idiot, right? Because now we know. So what you're supposed to do when you come here is not to reiterate, hammering on what people said during the campaign, but rather move forward and know that we're all brothers. We have a country to secure for prosperity. Do you understand? This is very, very important. But since there's no time, I hope to meet you again. Now, remember, I'm not hitting you hard only because I don't think you're evil, right? I believe that due to where you come from, the Yorubas are very myopic. You know, it's the way it is. Right from
all right. Just address that, and then we'll move on to start. But before you address that, for the Ajale Koko followers, Ajale Koko is all right. He's just overwhelmed with work. He says to send his regards and to tell you that he listens often and he joins us soon. So I'm not sure if
where's Ajale Koko?
That's what I just said. He's overwhelmed.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. With work. Yeah. Not with the conversation with work. Yeah, but at the start.
Okay. Let's have a guest too. Is Baba in the platform?
No, Baba has dropped, but bring it home and then.
Okay. Yeah. I really appreciate Baba. During the last session we had with our guest, that was when I was able to see Baba for the first time. I never knew that he's an elder. So for the way he has been staying with us,
don't worry. Don't worry about Baba. Baba will still be the first one to throw the first punch. So if anybody, it will still beat you up. If you did he'll be the first one to throw the first punch. Don't worry about Baba.
But for the sake to even stay with us, mingle with us, I think it takes somebody that is humble to be able to successfully, deal with the our level and
it's a very elegant man, Baba. He's an aristo. But he won't tell you that, but he's an aristo.
So I really appreciate it.
I have a respect for Baba. He's a good guy.
Yes, I have my respect for him too. So Pansat, I think because of our time, most of your submissions are subjective, and let me also use your words to myopic of average Igbo man. So you've always you got it. Jonathan was not your making. Rather, it was the making of the Yorubas. We supported him 100. Let me say 90%. But when he mess up, like how the monumental looting that happened during his regime, so that was when Yoruba turned back then and looks towards Buhari. Unfortunately, Buhari did not cover himself in his glory. He also messed up, and Tinubu is coming from a terrain that we had known before, because that was when he started with Lagos in 1999. It was like this, but third year, fourth year into his first regime, then we could start seeing things going on. Then there are some allegations too that you people you love to be making. You are talking of Owando. That was the same way you equally, many of your people were talking of a First Nation airlines then. It was owned by Tinubu. At the end of the day, it was pure propaganda and lie. Then lastly, back to Obi. Obi will have been a disaster, because he was the least qualified, competent of all the candidates that we had in 2023, based on their antecedents. Many of us, some of us, like myself too, have been to Anambra several times, because I first worked with Chrome Airlines. So I actually Obi performed. If there's anything, no, I cannot even say pass. He performed negative. Ordinary in nursing school Obi did not build. Obi could not increase IGR, not even 12% throughout his 8 years. Is it local government elections that he couldn't hold? Is it the money, the dollars, $20 million that he put in his aero beer factory, that later turns to be great loss? That the value of the money now is $4 million. So is it that, or is it so? In all applications, what will you? In fact, Obi did not. The best he could have done be in Lagos State is commissioner. So don't rate Obi is the least because today Lagos State that is as good as a country on its own now. The template, the model that many of other countries, other states are copying now. While the baby was making master plan of a Tinubu. Are you talking of successor?
Obi won Lagos now.
Are you?
Obi won Lagos in that region.
Yes, because because of it is not new. Was it new? During Awolowo and Sikh in Oyo State, in Ibadan, didn't Sikh beat Awolowo? It was not new. Then can you compare the two? Can you compare the two? The thing is Yoruba. Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute.
Pansa, just let him land so that we can get other voices.
Why Obi? The reason why Obi won in Lagos is the same. It is the same way Obi Sikh beat Awolowo in Ibadan. Because Average in Igbo man, they don't want to know. Once it is their own, all of them collectively, they fought to their tribesman. But Yoruba people, they don't.
Just 1 minute.
But Yoruba people,
hold on.
they don't care. They fought for whoever they want. So that is the difference.
And hold on now. Take a question on that. So hold on. I'm saying from what you just said, you said he cannot win on a council seat in Lagos, right?
No, I said the best it would have been there was a commissioner in Lagos State.
Hold on. It said his competence level cannot exceed being more than just a local government chairman in Lagos.
Finally, then.
And it's not the first person to say that, but that's a universal.
Hold on. The point is that election in that state took place. So you say now the Igbos collectively vote for Peter Obi. So are you saying, hold on, that the Igbos then, there are that many Igbos in Lagos enough?
You didn't hear what he said now.
No, one man, you're misaligning what he's saying. He made two statements that don't make sense.
No, I said.
Hold on, this sir. Just hold on, because I want to wrap it up and move on. What he said was that he said Obi winning in Lagos is not anomalous, because we've had antecedents of that in Yoruba land before when Zik defeated Awolowo in Ibadan. It said the Yorubas are egalitarian thinkers who go with conscience or belief or for a myriad of reasons they vote. He said, and that distinguishes them from the Southeasterners who, by hook or crook, go with tribe over the any other nuances that should guide them. And that's exactly what he said. So,
100%.
That's what I'm saying then. He needs to be clear on something. If the Igbos vote for their own, and that's the reason why they won in Lagos.
That's not what he said now. He said the Yorubas voted with their will. And that was why Obi was able to win in Lagos.
Okay, so if that's the case then, right? Then Obi did not win because of Igbos. He won because the Yorubas voted for him.
No, he never said. But hold on. Let's just no. I want to cap it off. He never said Obi won Lagos because of the Igbos. So that's why I said you didn't listen to him.
No, but you are giving him a soft land, and I'm saying
no. That's exactly. Hold on. I don't want to create an argument so that we go another half an hour. That was
okay. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Let's go on to Larry. Yeah, let's go on to Larry. So sorry, thank you, the star. Larry, you're up next. Just to give us a 5-7 minutes monologue. Yes, he often gets spiked up often here, but Larry, yeah.
No, I might not even take up to 5 minutes. I've heard a lot of people talk on this platform, and the unfortunate thing is just that we have a lot of hypocrites. We are talking about Nigeria today. I was listening to the platform yesterday when people were making case for Yama, and I was asking myself, who are these people? One of the problems we have in Nigeria today, why we're in this particular situation, is because of the likes of Yama. People are talking about Jonathan. We saw a lot of things that actually happened. A lot of emergency billionaires in that country. They took away from that country. They stole away from that country. They took advantage of that country. People are talking about foreign exchange today. Oh, why is foreign exchange like this? It's because of people that have taken away the future of that country. And those are the people that you see people coming here to hail. If I were Tinubu, I don't have any choice. I repatriate the Yama. Airpeace can continue as a company, as a going concern. Because they took advantage of that country. And a whole lot of them are in that country that have taken advantage of that country. And people, it's all about, let me hail my own thief. I keep my thief, you keep your thief. And people bring a lot of sentiment, and people come on national platform and say, oh, the USA team and stuff like that. And even when people have helped you to help you know people that are really killing your country. You hear a lot of people, emergency importers, right? Oh, dollars is this, dollars is that. And if you go in depth to look at what most of all those people have done, these are people that have taken away our foreign reserves. They took advantage of the system, get dollar cheaply, and look at the whole thing as far as Jonathan period. And that is just one person out of like thousands of people that have done so much bad to that country. And at every time, oh, because they don't like him, because they don't like this, because they don't like that. So as far as I'm concerned, I think the more we keep seeing people like that, and the more we keep praising them, then we don't even love that country. And that's why I said the only problem I think I have with Tinubu was the fact that Tinubu was not really ready to probe anybody. If Tinubu had wanted to probe anybody, all those emergency billionaires, put them to their fate. If anybody has stolen Nigerian money, they need, as far as
Is Tinubu himself not an emergency billionaire? So how can you prove other people?
I don't even
Can corruption fight corruption?
I don't even care. You're right. Let me
You will not care now. So when you are talking about in general, when you want, you just look at the person that will prove first.
To be fair, you've had a good go today. So just
it's my time to speak, and please don't interrupt me. Everybody that have taken away from that country, because everything that they've taken are things that are meant for generations to come. Imagine taking that amount of money during Jonathan period. If you invest that money in anything, do you know how much that will have been now? They took it away from the system without doing any work. They make double of it. They turn themselves to billionaires. And after some time, you won't know them from nowhere. You ask, what exactly have they done before? And what you see is just they turn billionaire and they turn to heroes, and everybody start praising them. What's the difference between a Yama and Hush Puppy? Are they not the same? I know the thing is still coming up. And I want to
sorry, Larry. Why should we start with Oyema as the scapegoat?
Yeah, because that's the one that we've just seen now. We never even thought that there are people like that. Because that's the person that we've just seen now.
Larry, they are, see, if a batch of sons are they run around the country boasting about how much their father stole, and nobody can, they are untouchable. There are plenty of people around Tinubu, the Northerners, with billions of dollars, perhaps way more than Oyema. Nobody's doing nothing to them. Why do we start with Oyema? Why?
Yeah, you know the problem I have? When individuals like that, right, come out and people are defending them, that's my problem. And that's why I said the problem I have with Tinubu is the fact that he's not really ready to probe people. Probe everybody. If you really love that country, you need to bring everybody to book and take every little thing that every of those people have taken from that country.
Larry, in your heart of heart, I know you know very well that Tinubu does not have that power nor the capacity to do it. You know that very well. He can't do it.
You know, I've always said it here, right? That one thing the only one thing, right, that I'm against Tinubu on is the fact that Tinubu does not probe people. That's the only problem. People are talking about policies, these and policies about this. It's not about those policies. It's about people that have taken from that country. People that mix that country dry. And the same people will now be the people, you know, blackmailing the country. Oh, dollar is this. Oh, dollar is that. Oh, this and that. And these are people that have taken away from that country. So as far as I'm concerned, if Tinubu really loves that country and he puts politics aside, everybody has to be brought to book. Everybody has to be brought to book. And this this hypocrisy of it's because this person is this, and that is exactly what I don't like. When people come on national platform and start defending these people. So that's the only thing I just have. One man. Thank you.
One man, let me put a question to. Was that Larry that just spoke right now? Larry, was that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Today, by the way, we should actually have a moment of silence for the type of explosion that we had there in Jigawa. I believe it was Jigawa tanker explosion, killing over 105 people. It's a Dangote that's transporting petroleum. Apparently, when there's a problem, people come to scoop gasoline, right? Fuel. But there's a lot of our people in Jigawa that were killed. Now, hundreds of our Nigerians are being killed every week or every month in Nigeria from this inequity that we have in our country, right? You have Northerners come tapping oil from the south and having to take it, for example, to Kano or Lagos or other places to go and refine and distribute. And it's killing a lot of people. And when we're here complaining and you come and you're quoting little things, Jonathan, there's no human being, even those who were against Jonathan, they tried to run him last election, APC. They demonized and they lied. Demonized Jonathan. Jonathan is a minority. He's not an Igbo guy. He just has an Igbo name. He's not an Igbo man. When Igbos support him, it's not because he's an Igbo guy. So when you perpetuate those kind of lies,
but he added a Ebele to his name. Then the Jonathan, the Southeast, they say it's our own. So don't.
No. Listen. Let me line up. But that debate we've had that's old now. Let's just forget about that. But we do know.
But are you saying Jonathan is an Igbo man?
No, he's not an Igbo man. He's from Bayelsa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
So, but a lot of people think he's an Igbo man, or that the Igbos are supporting him. Buhari has run against a lot of people. So
he started calling himself as Zikwe. I don't know why he started doing that. I don't know what's wrong with that. Some of these South people, man, they are confused, man. Some of them, they like it.
Desiani is not an Igbo woman. He has an Igbo too. But what I'm saying is that, but when you come to it, relatively speaking, right, culturally, he's one of our own, right? When you look at the true regions of the country, you have three.
Where's Desiani from, by the way?
You have. It's from Bayelsa area. Yeah, Bayelsa.
Sorry. As Larry landed.
I was asking a question before Mike interrupted me. So what I'm saying to you is that when you look at the Jonathan administration, I mean, I'm not going to be in a panel where anybody today is still making that argument. We have to be civil, true, but you cannot be irritating and then want somebody to be civil. The Jonathan administration is a democratic. He's a Democrat. He's educated, right? He's from a minority group, so he really couldn't do what somebody like, let's say, a Buhari can do, right? Who has the gravitas. So a minority. It's like Obama being president of the United States. He's from a minority. He couldn't go in there and paint the White House black, for example. So, but do not make the argument like Jonathan is comparable.
Let some of these people, let them have their thoughts. So they don't have to align with your worldview.
Larry, sorry. I want to ask a question quickly, and I want you to take it along with whatever question the other guy was talking about before. My question is simple. During Jonathan era, we have over 60 billion external reserve, and we have sovereign fund over, I think it's over 30 billion. By the time he handed over to Buhari, that money has been withdrawn down to about 20 billion. The sovereign wealth that Obasanjo built during his era is already gone. And there's a lot of, fraud and corruption during his 5-year tenure. And so many other shenanigans that happened under him. I want you to now reverse the case. Reverse that. If Jonathan is the one taking over from Buhari, that is Buhari that spent that 5 years of Jonathan in the first instance, what do you think Jonathan would have done if he met the condition that Buhari met when he took over from Jonathan. I think you understand my question. I just turn it around a little bit and then let's see how Jonathan can handle it. So far, they said he's a better candidate. That's my question to you.
Okay. Mr. Passad, do you have a question so that I can just answer the two before I leave?
Okay. Yeah, my question is that you do understand that in time with what Remy just said, if somebody is here printing money, right, he doesn't have to go touching our national reserve, especially if he's already blown it. The plenty, at least there was integrity in the bureau reports, statistic bureau reports. But overall, there is no. Do you compare Buhari to for us now? Just compare everything, apples to apples. Compare Buhari to Jonathan. Tell me the shortcomings of Jonathan and the virtues of Buhari. Thank you.
All right. Before you do all that, sorry, Larry. Let me bail out. Thomas, Mike is here, so I'll bail out. Mike can shut it down when it comes to his natural plateau. So, Mike, Larry has the floor. Prince Daddy has been in and out, so Prince Daddy goes next. Remy joins us after a long time of not being here, so still quite a few people. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Super chatter for today, Niger Man. So there's definitely tomorrow we want to see a vast improvement in those super chat spaces. But thank you, everyone. See you.
Okay. So just to do a little bit of comparison, all right? And I will just say this, as I said, Jonathan was a president that came in when there was a lot of abundance. And he came in at that point and he had a lot of people around him that were basically ready to make the country down. And they took advantage of it. And they were able to bastardize that country. And even though probably some of the things Sanusi said were not really substantial, we can't substantiate it, but at least some of it were true. And they did all those things. And we got ourselves to part of where we are today. Buhari, on the other hand, he had a lot of visuals, right, economically during his tenure. But the only problem Buhari had was the fact that Buhari was, more of the northern, it was more of bringing ethnicity and some other things. And he was not really ready to really face people that are probably his own people. And he was not really able to manage those people. And he left them to do some of the things. When he first came, a lot of people felt the body language and everything was going to fight corruption. But it got to a point that a lot of people were doing a lot of things, even within his own cabinet. And basically because some of those people are people that are closer to him and northerners, he wasn't really able to really go after them. So if you ask me to talk about them, none of them is saints. They all got us to where we are today. We've not really had that president that is really firm, that was really ready to really face corruption. All we had was just, people that really not ready to really face the reality. And that is exactly where we are. We had a lot of people then. Imagine we had reserve as big as like $60 billion. And, it was really mixed dry because of the fact that a lot of guys were taken from that thing. And those are things that are supposed to be the future of the people that are still coming. And those people took it away. And the same thing with Buhari. And that's the only problem. If you ask me today, I have with
Tinubu. Larry, sorry to cut you. You know that the main reason why people started voting for supporting Buhari back then was because they thought he was going to come in to tackle that corruption problem that was just rampantly going on during Jonathan's time. Because people were using that 80-something, the first time he was in office in the military time, when he was a disciplined kind of person. The war against indiscipline. They were expecting that he would come in and go after that corrupt. Yeah, that was the main reason people supported Buhari. It wasn't because of anything else, and that's why most people blame Jonathan for just allowing that corruption to be like openly It was so open. You understand? Where even they want to ask him question about the corruption, like, hey, we hand out these billions, you stop taking, and the guy would just say, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, his attitude was just towards that corruption was just like free flow. So people were just looting right in front of everybody. So that's what, to me, that's what allowed Buhari to come in. Yeah, but go ahead, Sha.
Okay, but Larry, we're gonna restore you a couple of minutes. Let me ask you.
Hold on, but wait. I'm sorry. I don't want to cut him off. So I wanted to just let you.
I want to ask me a couple of direct questions, right? And I will be exiting very soon.
I have Mr.
Answer this for me. Answer this.
Wait. If you want to ask question, just ask the question. I have very limited time to use here. I have less than like 3 minutes to be here before I leave. So you
Okay,
can ask
so
the question you ask.
Here are the questions I want to ask you, right? Do you agree that apart from Abacha, who was a military dictator, that Buhari was Nigeria's worst leader so far? Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
I don't agree.
It depends. It depends on where you're looking at.
I don't agree also.
Okay, but I'm asking Larry now. Larry, just yes or no. I have 3 more like that. Yes or no? You could say no if you don't agree, right? So
no, I don't agree, because it depends on where you're looking at it, right?
Okay, but we don't have all dinner for that.
Yeah,
So just
so I don't agree with you 100%.
okay. So who is it? Who is it then? We have to have a worst, right? Who is the worst?
Yeah, so it's a difficult question to say somebody is the
okay.
worst.
Then next, do you believe that he has tribalistic? Hold on now. I want to get to
no. Let me just say this.
Do you believe that he's tribalistic? I think you hinted that he has tribalistic tendencies, right?
Yeah, that must.
Okay.
Yeah, those are part of. That's why I said depends on the variables you are comparing.
Okay, I'm just asking you a yes or no question. I don't believe you think that Jonathan has tribalistic tendencies, but anyway, do you believe that he has a brutal regime of terror to innocent Nigerians, even when he was there the first time? You believe that he's a brutal guy, brutal man. He's not like a civilian, right? And you believe that he's mismanaged.
If Buhari was brutal, now they can't be in the cemetery by now. He'd be in his grave. I'm telling you.
He wouldn't try. He wouldn't dare, right? Don't forget that the Igbos dealt with the first Sadona with the big mouth.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with that. I'm just saying the guy was brutal.
Yeah, he is brutal. He wanted to, but he wouldn't try. Now, do you believe that the tolerance of the Fulani herdsmen is use of SS, DSS to intimidate political opponents? That the speeches are filled with hate, right? For the Southerners, especially the Igbos, right? And he was high-handed. That his ignorance when it comes to corruption, even in his own party. He has erratic policies that he helped destroy Nigeria socially, economically, and politically, right? You are timid about answering a direct question because you know why? Because you know very well. You don't answer the questions because you want to go into an area that is abstract in nature. You don't want to answer the questions.
So if you don't,
but Bansa, give him a chance to answer now. I mean, like you're not giving the man a chance to even respond. Let him answer.
Because I have a lot of things to do tomorrow morning. So if you want me to answer, I can answer you. And if you don't want me to answer, probably next time when we come on the panel.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, answer.
Okay. So I've said some things, right? The lapses of Buhari, right? In terms of, him more lenient to people that are probably northerners, and a lot of things were also happening around him that I felt he was supposed to be able to checkmate, which he didn't do. And also don't forget, right? Because sometimes, we talk about these are our leaders. Don't forget that these are leaders are also human, right? A lot of things actually happened during Buhari's period. And, sometimes when you look at things, probably Buhari hates the Easterners. Sometimes, even if you are Buhari's family, some things were really done that were really wrong during that period. From the point that this guy was sick, this guy was trying to fight for his life. You saw some people, thinking a whole lot of things. He's dead.
Poor guy, poor Buhari, right?
He's dead.
Poor guy.
He's not the same Buhari. Can you see that it's machine Buhari? It's a whole lot of things that actually happened during that time that, psychologically I felt probably people that were his family, were really going through a lot, because you can't keep waking every day and making you to doubt your father, that probably is actually the same person, or probably some guys that is dead in Saudi Arabia, that probably some machines that they just put together. So it's a whole lot of things. So more, how do they react? I don't know, because I've not really been in that shoe, how people will really react with those kind of things. So for me, I don't even want to, be here and start saying one of all these leaders are actually better, because all of them, all their tenure, there were a lot of things that were wrong that actually happened during their tenure, you know, that have really taken away from that country, that have really gotten that country into the present situation that the country is. So for me to now say one of them is good, I can't tell you here and sit down here and tell you one of these leaders is actually better than the other. Because ever since 1999 till date, every leader that we've had, they had a lot of lapses. And these are the leaders that have really got us to where we are. And we're able to have someone that will be able to stand up and get all the people that have taken Nigeria to this present state from 1999 till now, to probe them and take everything that they've taken away from that country, then I don't think anybody is serious in that country. So I have to drop. Thank you.
All right, Remy.
Yeah.
Right.
So actually, I've been listening for a while and comparing and contrasting various leaders and people choosing which criminal is good, which one is not good, and people are talking from both sides of their mouth. Actually, when you look at Nigeria in retrospect, everybody will agree that this is a country that's been messed up over 4 decades or more than 4 decades already since independence. And as we are today, everybody know the truth that the country need a lot of reforms. And when people are doing reforms, there is tendency for pain to come along with it. The way we rule ourselves in Nigeria, according to the constitution of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it does not give an absolute power to the president to control or tell the state governor how he spends his money, the money that directly allocated to him via the constitution. So that is where the problem lies. And I think majority of general populace, they don't know who to really hold accountable if their state is not moving forward. And luckily for us, most of us, we are living in the diaspora. We all know that the local community, especially the city or town, the mayor or the governor that is in the state, they are even more important than the president. Sometimes you don't even know who is their president. If you have a problem, you go to the local office of your community or your council to lay your complaint. So they are even more powerful because they are the one that will do a lot of community development. They see to education. They see to a lot of stuff. To me, generally, I would just say this, that most Nigerians, I'm sorry, sometimes the way we make our money is not clean enough. Everybody believes that once you get to that national cake, just go there and slice the bigger one. Who get the bigger one is the problem. That is why you see the infighting among the elite. Unfortunately for the populace itself, the followers, they too, they are also dreaming to get there and also to go and cut their cake. They don't hold them accountable.
Remy, you know what makes it worse? It's like when somebody gets caught, right?
Yes.
Rather than we saying that person should be punished, so that way people can at least make people have a little bit of concern or fear of not, doing the same, right? We would find a way to make that person get away. So if people are getting away now, so what would give anybody reason or any kind of fear not to even consider doing it later? You understand? So it's like we just make a situation worse.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Because when you look at it from the whole thing, look at this woman, Alison Madueke. Look at the amount of money she stole under this same Jonathan. Billions of dollars. She doesn't even know how to spend the money. And when you accuse her, some people will defend her. Not only her, so many people from Yoruba, from Igbo, from Hausa, from Edo, everybody will defend their team. That is not
Usually
how
the same Nigerians that will cry about corruption all day. The same people. Oh my God.
Okay, look at it for now. Look at it. The price of petroleum, actually, the per liter they are buying in Nigeria. Do you know why I like what is going on in Nigeria today? This is the reality of this country. You are a poor country. Everybody, you have to take that one to your left hand and put and hold it tight. How do you now make your country from a poor to become an average country? And probably in future, maybe 50 years from now, maybe all of us were already gone. Maybe we become a wealthy nation. It's like we are rebuilding from the start again. Because now we know our reality. Before we are just patching everything, borrowing money to defend the naira, borrowing money to subsidize everything. Everything is subsidized, free. When you hear people say, I went to medical college or maybe went to university in Nigeria, the total money I pay for tuition fee is not close to 200,000 for 4 years. Can you just oppose it with people that study medicine in America or maybe in Europe that they have to borrow money to go and do this and they have to repay back when they start working? So sometimes we don't know what that country have given us. It has given us a lot of free things and we take it for granted. So everybody just want to go there to get a big cake. But if to say the people that are ruling us, especially in the House of Assembly, they can come out with a new law that I will also emphasize it with this. Every state, control your resources. No more of that federal allocation. Go and write it down. 50% or 60% of people jostling for position in Nigeria, they will drop out. It becomes a difficult job immediately because you have to start racking your brain. This is the little resources I have in my state. And then when you look at the pool of civil servants in your state, maybe running to thousands, how do you pay salary? How do you build new roads?
Remy, that's a brilliant thing you just said. Like, if a governor actually have to come to office and actually have to earn the money that he has to spend or used to pay or used to function, he has to earn that money, you understand, like doing something, I think nobody will be running for the office because they know they have to go there. Yeah. You'll be because you are going there to work, you understand? Because if you don't work, you don't make money. If you don't make money, you will fail. You understand?
The moment that Nigeria start that thing, go and everybody should write it down today. You will see a lot of people drop out immediately.
Exactly. It will only be the best people that will be running for that job because anyone that can't do the job will not go there.
Away from it, the people that have their dignity, that they really want to preserve their dignity, or they really want to work, you cannot work in that climate because the money comes from Abuja, and there are people that in your state, everybody have interest.
Do you know now, Remy? Even a monkey that doesn't have anything in his head can just become a governor, and the state will still survive. Like meaning, he doesn't have to do anything because the money just comes in.
Yeah.
You understand? So the money you used to pay for whatever salary or the liabilities is just coming from Abuja. So he doesn't have to work. He doesn't have to do anything, and no one will know whether he worked or he didn't work.
Some of
because
them that they cannot even generate IGR from their state. And they will complain. Okay, look at what is going on in Nigeria today. When they pass out this new minimum wage, a lot of these governors said they cannot pay. But today we have Ogun State governor saying he can pay 77,000 minimum wage. We have Ondo State say he can pay 73,000. Edo State said, Obaseki said he can pay 70,000, and this guy, someone said 85,000, in anticipation that he can even make it up to 100,000 in the future. So why are they not changing voices? Why are they not saying totally different thing now? So sometimes when you look, why is Nigeria? Why are Nigerian, some of them that are smart are going for that CNG, making abnormal profit? Why some people are condemning the CNG? Because of what reason? That is an alternative. If the government is giving you free of charge as a commercial driver or whatever, why don't you go and get it? It saves you a lot of money and you make more for now before they start fixing the price for you in the future. These are how rich men are made. These are how people that complain, they continue to remain where they're complaining and they will remain poor. Because people that seize the opportunity, they will turn their life around as quickly as possible. And people that does not see nothing, they will still retain their position, complain until the mother heart took them away. We take them away, sorry. So in a nutshell, there is a lot of criminality going on in that country. So nobody should come here and start to tell me this one is a better thief, or this one is my people from my state or my tribe. What does he do? People should pardon him. Everybody knows the truth. You do not work for a long time, and then you came up buying a lot of new plane. We did not know you that you're a businessman like Aliko Dangote, or like Oba Tudeko, or like Koskari Moto, or Innocent for a long time. Nobody knows you. But just from the blue, you just came out with a lot of plane. Where did you get the money? So if we try to defend him and say, let's give him a soft landing, how many people are we? So if we give him a soft landing, what about the rest? We should not.
I was surprised how some people came here to be arguing about they should give give Onyema. I mean, soft land. If the guy is busted committed with to have committed a crime, I mean, why should Nigeria be opening their mouth saying? I mean, come on, are you kidding me, man? In a country where corruption is so rampant, if somebody is busted, I don't care who it is. Anyone at this moment, no Nigeria should be opening their mouth to even be defending any criminality or corruption.
Mike, everybody always say America is the best country. They know what they are doing. They are the one that came forward that they wanted to come and answer to this question or something like that. If he does not have anything, you just go there and defend yourself. It's as simple as ABC.
Yeah, some Nigerians came here. I can't believe it, man. The kind of people that even came here. I was listening.
I think they're looking at it from this angle that maybe he helps some Nigeria.
Okay, let me chime in real quick. So
somebody even said, I think it was Kulata. He said, name a Nigerian that hasn't done fraudulent. I'm like, are you kidding me, man? What are you saying, guy? Are you serious? This is not the kind of things to be saying now.
Another thing
hold on, Remy.
We use that excuse. We say because other Nigerians are corrupt, so we shouldn't punish anyone that's caught. Oh my God.
Well, as for me, I'm not saying that, but you're waiting for the American court to catch your criminals. It shows how unserious you guys are. You're waiting for the American court to catch your criminals, but we have plenty of those criminals back home. Okay, we know them by name. We know them by name. You don't want to do nothing about that.
So I'm not. Are you saying me or whoever the corrupt people in place that's supposed to be doing something? So if America is helping us to catch somebody, why should we not? If whether it's American or Nigerian or if a court or anywhere, so a little bit of justice we can get from somewhere. Let's at least appreciate it.
Okay.
Whether it's UK court, American court, Kenyan court, Nigerian court. If somebody is caught, let's at least appreciate that. Hey, we can celebrate a little bit of justice we get.
Okay, so every decade, hold on, every decade or 20 years, when they catch you.
Now, if you are telling me that someone is wrongfully, if you are telling me that someone is wrongfully charged, then that's an argument. But if you are clearly caught, we should open our mouth to be defending it.
No. Okay. Hold on, Remy. Let me line my point.
Let me put this
1 second.
to you and you take it together, and then you answer.
Go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. There was a time there were 2 Nigerian teenagers that bullied one American teenager to death in America. And when the American government filed a case against these 2 Nigerian teenagers, I think they were repatriated to America to face justice. And what these people did is not a crime of, embezzling thousands of dollars or millions of dollars. So tell me, which crime is more grievous between these 2 guys that you just use the online just to molest this guy, and before you can turn your eyes around, this American teenager killed himself? Why the other one you are trying to say, okay, he has done good things for Nigeria, but you are overlooking the millions of dollars he has embezzled from Nigeria and international donors? So that's my question to you. So when you are
see, I have no problem with Oyema being exposed if truly what he did was a crime, if they caught him.
That's not my argument. But my point is that the way you guys are talking about the issue is so disingenuous. Why? We know we have people in that country bragging. For example, I said it earlier, Abacha's children bragging about how billions of dollars that their father stole, and many more people. We know them by name, and they go to courts. They go to the corrupt courts in Nigeria, and they play the shenanigan games, and nothing happens to them. Okay, but those are the people that are crippling that country. But we want to waste every decade, every 2 decades, when America or some foreign courts, indict these criminals, and we jump up and down. So, oh yeah, they're doing a good job. No, we just been unserious. It just shows the level of unseriousness when it comes to fighting corruption or doing the right things.
Oh man, I'm with you on this 100%. Nigeria is a very unserious country in terms of fighting corruption, and all those people you mentioned, they should all be arrested. And any moment any of them is arrested anywhere or charged anywhere, whether in Nigeria or US or anywhere, I will celebrate it. I will never defend them. Anybody that's caught in anywhere, in any court, I will celebrate it. Unfortunately, if Nigeria was a serious country where they are aggressively indicting and punishing corruption, then maybe I can even defend the one that American courts are not supposed to punish, because I can say I'm confident that my country has been doing their job. So we don't need America to help us to do our job. You understand?
Exactly.
Then I can make that argument, like, okay, but if Nigeria, they're getting away, and another country finally help me catch one, and I want to see them be crying to me defending that person, I can't do that, man. I can't do that. That's why I'm like, I'm surprised that Nigerians are even coming here to even little bit of justice we can get from anywhere in the world. We are still defending the criminal. So where do we now? What are we left with? We know in Nigeria they will never indict anybody. They will never prosecute anybody. And somewhere in the world, someone is helping us to prosecute someone and want to defend it. Are you kidding me? That's just my own argument. That's my position. Defending justice, someone charge. Yeah, we can start against that. But call defensive criminals. That's that will come online, perma corruption all day, and we open their mouth to defend corruption. It just irritates me, That's just what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I hear you. And Larry earlier said it like a couple of times that Tinubu should get aggressive and bring all these corrupt people to justice. How come Tinubu's not doing it? Just like I said earlier, we know these people are even known by names. They brag about it, and we still want to fight corruption. We want to better the country, but we don't do nothing about it. So I'm not jumping up. I'm not supporting a Yemen for anything, but I'm not jumping up and down that they caught him in such a situation. No, not at all.
No, I won't jump up and down, but I will not defend this my own position. I will not go and stand for him or stand for anybody. I will not even jump. I won't jump up and down for the fact that it shouldn't be UK and American justice system that should be even catching anybody. I'm disappointed that they are the one doing it for us. Argument. But my own is not jumping up and down, because first of all, Yema is a guy I like, and if there's any disappointment or any sadness about the whole thing, Oyema is the person that is being caught, and I would rather have them catch other people. More people that way more. He's the list of. He's probably the. If I'm out there to go catch all the corrupt Nigerians, it's probably been the bottom of my list, or probably not even be on my list, because I have too many other more corrupt people that are there before him. You understand? You get what I'm saying? So I'm not jumping up and down that he's caught, but the only thing I will not do is stand up and defend anything he does wrong. That's just my own.
Exactly.
You understand?
Mike, yeah, Mike. That's exactly my position, right? You haven't heard me here defend anybody, any politician. I have never done it. Now, I've said people are entitled to due process. I've said that we should all have equal protection of the laws, just like we have here in the United States, right? If any of these characters does anything, you do have to accord them due process rights until they're convicted. Now, it's a laugh. The justice system in Nigeria is a laugh. right? A Muslim should never sit in judgment of a Christian. You see, here in the United States, where we have a jury system, right? One of the cardinal rules is that you have to be tried by a jury of your peers.
Sorry, Pansat.
Let me land.
I just want to quickly ask you a simple question. You mentioned
What is
something
that?
now. You said Muslim should not adjudge a Christian or something like this. I don't understand.
Yes,
what you are
I said that. Let me tell you
what
why.
you are trying to no,
Hold on now.
Let me get it clarified.
I haven't landed yet.
Let me clarify.
Let me explain what I mean by that.
Hold on.
Just 1 second, please.
Mike, tell him to.
What was? Okay, Remy, just let him lie. You're asking a question.
Yeah, I said something very controversial, and that's why. Let me explain what I mean by that. Let's take an example, a neutral example. You go to Israel right now. You have Israelis and Palestinians, right? They're in conflict. There's a conflict. For whatever reason, they don't agree. It's the same thing. Believe me, the hatred between the Igbos, Christians in general. When I say Igbo, it's a euphemism for Christians. And then you have Muslims. Unfortunately, that's the kind of world we live in. If you go and you make judges out of, let's say, Hamas, to be trying Israelis, what do you think the result is going to be? They're going to be convicting all these people left and right. So in a pure jurisdiction where everything goes according to the Constitution, first of all, we should have a jury system, not judges. But we don't have judges. We don't have jurors. We have judges. Therefore, Christians are not getting a fair shake, not just Igbos. Now I'm speaking for my own people.
So Nigerian call you a Sharia court. Well, anyway, but let me ask you this question so we can. Let me ask you this question before I forget, so we can take it together.
Okay.
Yeah, let me go ahead.
He has clarified it, and what he's trying to say is that if a Christian in Nigeria, whether you are from the north or south, you have a criminal case on your neck, then a Muslim should not be a judge to adjudge your case. I think that's
exactly. You got it right.
If you're trying to say something like that, then you're already bringing that division again.
No, but listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. If you listen to what I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying. That is not, you have a dichotomy. You have Christians, you have Muslims, right? There is not, I want to repeat that so you understand, moral equivalence between those two religions, okay? In Nigeria, we're using the Western jurisprudence, where it's a secular constitution. It says we're a secular country. So we're not, but according to, as far as the Northerners are concerned, that secularity means Christianity to them. So they do everything to undermine it, whether it's democracy, whether it's election or whatever. They're not happy. They don't like it.
Pastor, let me see if I understand what you're saying. Nigerian judge who happen to be a Muslim, whenever a case is presented, maybe put a Christian in front of him, he's going to put aside the Nigerian law book, the Nigerian constitution, and use the Quran to carry his judgment. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm saying, because I'm going to demonstrate it for you. Listen to this. Look at all the famous cases we have, right? It's not just limited to Christianity and Islam. It even goes as far as inside Islam itself, they have two schools of thought. They have Shia and they have the Sunnis. So even, for example, somebody, the Shia in Kaduna, when even if he's released on bail, okay, because justice includes being charged itself. In essence, to make the decision to charge somebody. Now, when you're charged, if you're given bail, what kind of bail conditions you're given, how you're treated when you're in custody, how do you get access to your lawyers, and when the judge rules that somebody should be released, okay, they don't release those Christians from custody. So
give us an example.
Okay, I just said Elzazaki. Hold on, Elzazaki of Kaduna, right? He's a Shia Muslim. Nnamdi Kanu as a Christian, right? And then we just said here that Bagudu was the bag boy for Abacha, right? And they looted over $5 billion, and then 3.5 billion of those were returned. He was still able to get over $104 million back given to him for helping.
But hold on now, you answer a question, but you jump to a different topic. Give us a chance to respond to your answer.
Go ahead.
So you give us two names. He says there's a Zakawi. Now, do you have the document that says, court, accident to be released, and then the law enforcement refused to release them or something.
Yes. Nnamdi Kanu is one example. Ezazaki was another one. There's so many of them, right? Even Showore went through, every time there's a Muslim judge, right? Showore, we saw how they mishandled him. They charged him with terrorism. Showore is not a terrorist. Okay, you're looking at right now, you have a guy who was the central bank.
No, but you're talking about the judge. Hold on. You're talking about when George asked someone to be released, right?
Yes, that too. Plus.
But wait. Okay,
yeah.
did another judge ask? Did the government have to go through the same court system to get a what's it called? Another approval for the person to be detained before they detain the person after the first judge asked person to be released?
They seldom do that, but it's not only in that. Even
but they go to his Nigerian system now. But you're asking, yeah.
Mike, yeah, just hear me out first. Wait a minute. You asked me for examples. I'm giving you some examples, right? Let's look at the last election. Peter Obi clearly won that election, right? So he goes to court.
No, according to you, not to me.
Now let me land. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, in that case, Peter Obi went through the court system because as a patriot, he believes in the system. So he went to these judges, and what they did was to completely toss out his case with disrespect. Now, remember the people, the judge, the lawyers that he took to, these are luminaries. These are our best. They went to court with evidence, and the judge just tossed it because all the judge has to say is, look, I don't see the merit in what you're talking about, so get the hell out of here, right? So they abuse every single part of our constitution. The main point we're arguing is I'm saying that they argue that they should have a Sharia court, right? They're different from us. They don't believe in our constitution. We believe in our constitution. These judges should not be sitting. They should only judge their people with their Sharia law.
Hold on. Are you saying the judges that handled Obi's case were Muslims?
Yes.
Really? Yes. Give me their names. Give me their names.
For example, come on. Google it. You want me to Google it? I would only Google it if you're going to show it when I Google it here now. Were there one or two in there in inferior positions that are, let's say, just a normal justice? Yes, there were some that are not Muslim, but the court itself is run by Muslims.
So the one that are not Muslims, well, what was their judgment?
Well, it would be a split decision in some cases, but in most cases, they also are very selective when they want to corrupt a system, right? You may think it's one of your own, right? It's from the southeast, but it's corrupt to the core. He's already been bought in order for him to stay there. So Buhari, at some point, shook down the justice system, investigated judges. For example, at the time the Buhari came in, it was a Christian that was the chief justice from Calabar, right? Justice Onegin. So the first thing he did was to remove him illegally. Right? In our constitution, in order for you to remove a chief justice, you have to go to the Senate. And then over there, you need a super majority to remove somebody in the capacity of a chief justice, right? So he didn't do any of that. So what he did was to suspend him, technically suspending him, right? So what I'm saying to you, though, obtains. If you had Onegin there, yeah, then he's going to apply the law. But they wouldn't do that.
But how would you know that? How would you know? Do you know Onegin personally?
I know that from universal truth, right? Christians, Christians and Muslims don't get along, okay? Christians and Hindi don't get along. Muslims and Hindi don't get along. In the case of Pakistan and India, they start to separate it.
But you say Onegin would have been honest. I mean, well, you don't know him personally.
No, I would know because
is it because he's a Christian?
Yes.
So all Christians are honest.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm using universal truth to tell you. I'm giving you an example. Now, I want you to answer this question. Do you think if you have a courtroom where you brought in an Israeli soldier and the judge, okay, even if it's a panel of judges, and then you have an Israeli soldier and you have a Hamas judge, what do you think the verdict is going to be in that case? Just tell me the truth.
Because they say, hold on now, because those are enemies, you understand? Those are sworn enemies that want to wipe each other out. So, hold on now.
What one is to another Muslim? We're friends?
Huh?
What?
No, we are Nigerians. I don't think a trained Nigerian judge see other Nigerians as enemies. I don't think it's that ignorant.
No.
I don't. They think this thing you're drawing about, you're drawing as if Nigeria is a war zone. Like we're
It
just
is.
a war.
No, listen to me. It is, right? What is war? War is politics by other means. That's all it is. War
No, but in the case of in case of courtroom judicial system, that's not politics now. It's not a political thing being practiced there.
Okay, Mike.
It's people just doing their job now. It's an occupation.
Let me ask you. It's your turn to answer. You're here in the United States, right? And you know at least the American people, they're savvy. They know about the court. If a defendant goes to court, right, does that defendant have the right to say, you know what, I think you're going to be prejudiced against me. Therefore, I'm asking that you recuse yourself, right? The defendant can have a judge and then it will be determined. Maybe another judge will determine if he has merit in his claim. The other day, the Kano made a similar
Hold on. Before I go further, a defendant has to be able to prove. He has to give a reason and a convincing reason why the judge will not be able to. Yeah, but you can't just say. You can't just say for no reason. Wake up, say, "Oh, I think that this judge will not give me justice." I ask.
Yes, you can. Yes, the rule. Okay, the rule is that you can do that. But the exception. Let me answer you now. We're having a good conversation. The exception, though, is that sometimes you don't meet the standard to do that, right? But the rule is that you have the right to do that, because if you don't grant that defendant that thing, then he could appeal, even if you convicted him. The reason why it's done most times, like 90% of the times, is that if you don't, then he has a cause for appeal. You can then go and have that thing overturned.
You can always appeal. Either way, whenever you are found guilty of any crime, you can always appeal. You have a right to appeal in any situation.
That's one ground.
So in any case,
but what we're talking about now is the concept. We're talking about the results. Now, what I'm saying to you is this: there should not be a case where, in a country such as Nigeria, where we're in a state of war, right? You cannot have Muslims.
A state of war?
Yes.
A state of war? Are we in a state of war? Are we in a religious war in Nigeria?
Yeah, we're in a war. We're in a state of war. Now, maybe you don't know that, but I'm trying to tell you. Politics is
I don't know.
So, I mean, war is politics. But listen to this, Mike. The point is that here's a big deal. Christians should not stand in judgment of Muslims. It should not happen. Even a defendant is entitled to a juror of his peers, not just a judge. That's why when it comes to justice, it is very, very important to have that scenario.
Master, should Christian doctors in Nigeria should also be banned from treating Muslims, and a Muslim doctors in Nigeria should also be banned from treating Christians? Well, where should we? I mean, how far should we go with this? Since we're in a state of war, according to you, we're in a state of war, so we can't trust all the opposite religion. So we should all not allow. Is that what you are telling us here?
Let me answer.
No one should be working for the other. No one should do their job.
Let me answer you, because it's a good question. The point is that one right there is not done by fiat, right? As an individual, you have the right. You don't have to choose, but you're not mandated to be treated by a Muslim doctor. Now, if you're that dumb that you're gonna go and have somebody do an intrusive surgery on you, where he believes that you're some kind of infidel, for example, right? And then you go, you could do that. You have that right. But in the case of justice system, right? The thing you have to understand is that you have to. It should be delineated according to our constitution, just like we copied it from the United States, right? You have to have a system that is fair. You have to avoid the human elements of emotion, of religious bigotry, tribal bigotry. The point that you don't understand is that there is a big fight between Christians and Muslims in Nigeria, right? It's a big fight. While we're not developing, right? You have to have. If we're one, we'll be developed. If we're not one, so when it comes to somebody going to court, you have to have due process. These due process rights are delineated. For example, here, I just told you the jury system is one. Even a juror if you in America here in California it's 12 jurors, right? Maybe in other states like Florida it's like 5 or 7 or something like that. But you could come there for peremptory reasons. You could say to this now, I don't think this juror, after you ask about their background, maybe they're gonna say, look, I'm a Muslim. Then you as a defendant, you could say, I want him removed, right? For cause. You don't have to explain any other thing, just for cause.
Isaac, I think Isaac Black wants to come here. Isaac Black, what's
Isaac
up,
Black
man?
can come in here. Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Black, go ahead. Okay, until he's ready.
He's muted. Remy, you come in there.
Mike, I don't want to go through religion or whatever. Because what you guys are saying, you are trying to say one religion is superior to another one.
It's not me saying that, too. Don't say you guys, so not me.
It's totally
I didn't say that.
And it's totally irrelevant. One thing I know about the Western world, they are secular countries. Even the so-called America or Europe or wherever, I can tell you that not more than 5 or 10% of them go to church or even mosques. They don't care. They just do whatever they want to do. But when you now go to your Africa and talking about one Christian, Muslim, that is totally irrelevant. If you don't want to do the time, don't do the crime. If you don't want trouble for your life, don't bring a trouble. Don't bring problem. If you stay where you are not fomenting trouble. It's fine, but when you bring trouble, the consequence is so there.
Okay, but answer the question now, Remy. Here's a question for you. Do you believe that a defendant, somebody who's accused of a crime, is innocent until they're proven guilty? Do you believe in that?
That is absolutely right, and that is why they took him to the court of law. And
Okay.
so you will not allow the country court to determine that. You cannot do that.
Okay. All right. So the follow-up is this.
At the end of the day, whether he is innocent or he is not, let's leave it to them. So
okay. So do you believe that the court can err, right? Like a judge can err? Do you believe that a judge is not inerrant? A judge can actually break the law, right? And abuse the right. Hold on now. Hold on.
Whatever you want to say here is irrelevant.
One voice.
Yeah.
Tell you why it's irrelevant. Anywhere in the world, there is no the judge or justice. They are human beings. Even in developed countries, we have seen a case where they send an innocent man to jail that spends many years in prison before they were able to say, "Oh, he's innocent."
Right.
Sometimes that is the law for you. So everything you are just coming here and say that it's immaterial to me. It's
okay, but then answer the last question I have for you. Then I'm saying to you.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
Okay, then shut up. Then shut up. If you don't want to answer, don't answer.
Yeah, answer, man. Come on, we can't be insulting now.
No, I'm not insulting. He doesn't. He interrupts me.
But then you can't be shouting out.
So when I ask my question, say one answer. They don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Just stay on your own lane. Right now, we are talking about reality. This is not abstract. We're comparing jurisdictions. The key point I'm making, which is the major point I'm making that you had an issue with, I'm saying that people who are accused of crimes in Nigeria should have due process rights. One of those due process rights is that a Muslim should not sit in judgment of a Christian. It shouldn't happen. It is one of the worst things any defendant will face because, number one, the case is not going to be determined based on the merits of the case, but with primordial feelings. You have this Boko Haram running around killing people. Some of them are judges. Some of them, the governors.
Yeah, wait, you said Boko Haram are judges?
Some Boko Haram are judges. Some Boko Haram are governors. Some Boko Haram was president, for example. What is a Boko Haram? So what?
Well, can you define Boko Haram? Can you define Boko? Maybe your definition of Boko Haram is different from other people's
Boko
definition.
Haram literally means people who believe that Western education is
sinful.
Wrong. It's sinful, right? So once you have that kind of mindset, it doesn't matter if you're carrying an AK-47. You could be a Boko Haram governor. You don't believe.
Okay, so a judge that went to school, right?
Yes.
So he have the belief that Western education is sinful, but he decided to go to school to become a judge.
Yes.
And you believe that's a Boko Haram? Really?
Yes, because here's what happened in Nigeria. We have a dual system, right? People of the North believe in Sharia law. Do you understand? They have a lot of judges that went to school, not like you and I who think about going to school. They went to school studying their Quran, right? Their book, the holy book, and they became a judge. See, a judge doesn't mean that somebody went to Harvard and then they got a degree.
Hold on. So there's no guideline to becoming a judge in Nigeria. So you can just go and study Sharia and come there and say you want to be a judge. I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
What are you saying here now?
You know, it's not. Look, I cannot blame all that on them. Even here in the United States, you don't have to be a you don't have to be a lawyer to be a judge.
Can you come in there?
Hold on now. If you're appointed by a governor or somebody who's eligible to appoint you, in some cases the Lawyers Association, right? ABA, for Nigerian Bar, NBA, Nigerian Bar Association, or whatever, and they recommend it to the governor. And then
Wait, hold on.
And then the governor sends you to be a judge, to be checked out. That's how you become a judge. 99% of Northern Muslims, they didn't go to law school like you and I would think about it. They are Sharia judges, including the last.
Wait. So the Nigerian Bar Association, hold on, Gani, you are coming in. So is a governor, not the Nigerian Bar Association, that call people to the bar? Pastor, what are you saying here, man? Come on, man.
No, listen.
Okay,
Is the Nigerian Bar Association that will submit 5 names, right, or whatever number of names to the governor, and then the governor would then tender that name to the legislature for that person to be. I'm talking about federal system now.
Okay. All right.
So when you look at it, though, in Nigeria, all this really doesn't matter, right? Because you could go and bribe that governor, or the governor himself has his preference, and he will choose whoever he wants. But the reality is that even the last Chief Justice that we had that took over from on again was a Sharia judge. He didn't go to law school like you and I would think about law school. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense to have a Sharia judge handle a case such as Nnamdi Kanu's case. It's a laugh. That's a joke. These are fundamentalist Islamic Boko Haramists, right?
Okay, I get your point.
Yeah,
All right. Okay. Gani, who want to talk? Gani, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Can you just, Passat, use your brain when you are talking, please? This platform, a lot of people listen to it.
On me now. Would you?
You are not the only one that has madness in his brain. Your brain is not working. Let other people talk.
You have money, the guy.
Shut up, idiot.
Mike.
All right, guys, no insult, man. You guys just debate, man.
Remove it. Remove it.
I can't remove anybody. You shot at a few seconds ago now. Did he say I should remove?
He deserved it, though, right?
You see this hypocrisy. You can't be doing the. You were shouting at Remy a few minutes ago. Now someone is shouting at China. You're telling me to remove somebody.
I didn't deserve it.
It's the same thing you do to people, Pastor. That's the same thing you do to people.
You know, Mike, let me ask you something. Now that you know that judges in Nigeria, right, that they have a 2-tier system they're coming up with. Now, these Muslims actually believe that the people who got trained in the Western school, they shouldn't be judges in Nigeria. They believe that it's a Sharia country, right? So these guys, they want to take over.
Who removed Ganu now?
The Holy Spirit. You're not the one with power. But listen, Mike, what I'm saying.
I think it was one man.
Now that you know that, right? Do you then regret the fact that people who have that line of thinking, they don't believe in our constitution?
Hold on. Wait. One man, were you the one that removed Ganu?
He says he did not. I think he just came in to insult me and leave. That's all. That's okay. But look, Mike,
left.
you know that you have Sharia judges, right? Who do you support Christians going through those courtrooms where a judge is like a god? You understand? If you didn't get trained in the Western jurisdiction,
hold on. Who's calling me?
It's Oroyo.
Oroyo. Musa Oroyo.
Okay. All right. Pastor, let's hear from other people, man. They are here to talk.
I just want to say something to Pansat. Pansat, I don't think it's nice when you just start bring out ethnic group also and start talking all manner of things about them. I don't think it's really nice.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Yes.
If I say that Felaran Somkuti died, right? It's true. It's sad, but it's true. right? Fela Anikulapo Kuti died, right? It's not a thing to discuss that should be really pleasant thing, but it's the truth. When we are here talking, we're not here to talk about good things. As far as it's the truth of the matter is that in our country we have a secular constitution. We copied it. Now here's the big word. I don't expect you to know what it is. It's called ipsissima verba from the United States Constitution, right? We copied it word for word, verbatim from there. And in that constitution, a defendant has certain rights. First of all, a defendant has inalienable rights given to him by God, liberty. So we all come together and form a country whereby we say it's secular, it doesn't respect any religion. But unfortunately, a lot of it comes from the biblical 10 commandments. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not do this. So over the years, the Americans formed it into a constitution and laws. So now you have a brand of recalcitrant northern Nigerians, number one, who don't want to adopt
It's not good now.
Say that again.
What you are doing is not good.
So tell me, if I'm doing something that is not true.
Because you are saying it. Because you are saying it doesn't mean that it is true.
Okay, but when I say you have do you know what's called a Sharia court?
Do you know what a Sharia court is? I know what Sharia court is.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. So now, when Obasanjo came into office, they were able to talk him into having a Sharia thing that is civil. They say, okay, we're only going to handle civil cases that's customary, that is according to our religion, for debt, for loaning money, for marriages, and Obasanjo led them inside that into our constitution, which is civil, right? If you're a Muslim, then you could opt for that. But then over the months, over the years, they then brought it into our criminal jurisdiction, right? Where now they become judges and they want to take over. For example, it's like Sharia banks. They don't like the banking that we have, where you have interest and all that. They want to have a Sharia bank. Or they go and enroll Nigeria in IOC, Organization of Islamic States, OIC, or whatever. Okay, we are not an Islamic country. So we are a secular country.
Okay, Pansat, let me ask you just one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since they established Sharia law, how many people have they tried against their will or against their wish to be tried in the normal courts?
Okay, first of all, let me tell you anecdotally, right? If you're a youngster, I don't know, 18 years, and you get a haircut, whereby maybe you do afro or you do cornrow, right? You go to Kano, the Hizbah will grab you, give you a haircut, right? So now when you go to their courts as well, right? Or their judges then get promoted and they're now in our up to Chief Justice. These are Sharia judges. They didn't get trained. They didn't go to a law school. They've never stepped foot in a law school in their lives. These are 90-something% of northern Muslims.
Yes, Pastor, do you have proof to show to us that?
Yes, I do. Just Google.
I can Google, even if I Google, I won't find it. Unless maybe you went there to Google to go and post something. I don't know. The fact is, there's a process. Hold on now. There's a process of becoming a judge anywhere in the world, in Nigeria and everywhere in the world. So you can't tell us that some guy that didn't go to law school, didn't go to school, you just made him judge in Nigeria. Are you kidding me? Come on now.
I mean, I just put it. I don't know if you're gonna show it. Let me post a link from AI. Okay, at least because you
from AI.
Yeah.
From
So here's the link that will tell you what I'm talking about. Now remember why we have a conversation on this. I made a controversial statement. It is only a paradox. Do you understand? See, when you catch somebody, the only way to catch somebody who's talking without knowing anything is when there's a paradox. It's something that it looks like it should be this way, but it's actually the other way. So,
Pansat, what you just posted is Wikipedia.
Well, you have something better. There's something called the best evidence rule. That's what I've posted. Do you have anything that shows that it's not true?
Wikipedia is not an authority.
No, I am not posting something.
Someone was telling us the IBOB, you guys have been frustrated Wikipedia, man. Like, you guys have been posting things on Wikipedia now. Is that true?
No, Mike. It's true. A lot of people post things on Wikipedia, but here's what you do, right? It's not this AI. right? The AI, what I posted is AI, right? But check this out. Wikipedia, if you go to, somebody cites something on Wikipedia, when you go there, it should say, it's going to cite the references. If you don't have a reference, then Wikipedia will tell you that this particular citation is not proven yet. You understand? But the ones that are proven, it would have to have small numbers, 1, 2, then at the bottom, it will tell you where that comes from. So Wikipedia is okay in that sense, right? But listen to what I'm telling you. You didn't know before that a judge in Nigeria, most of them, especially in the north, 99% of them are not trained lawyers or in our laws.
How did you come up with these facts, man? I mean, 99% of
I researched it and I know, I'm telling you, it's the truth. There's no doubt about that. You've heard about it before, I'm sure you have. But
so you look up the name of all 99, did a background check, research on all of them.
You know I won't be talking like that unless I know for a fact, right? Because you're gonna somebody like Musa here would have poked holes in what I'm saying, or Isaac Black. Isaac Black doesn't want to talk because he notices that I am prepared, right? So, but let me tell you something, Mike. I want to ask you a question. Let's make it for maybe tomorrow or the next day, right? If you find out that I'm right, that these Sharia judges, including the last Chief Justice, right? If you find out that they're not trained in the jurisprudence that we call the Western jurisprudence, that they're Sharia judges that came from the Islamic school of thought, right? Would you then advocate that Christians should not be tried in their courts? Just give me that as a something we're going to continue another time. But once that's the case, do you see why a Christian should not be found in such courts? Because it's not, they don't have due process.
Which
right?
Pansat, please wait. Which court are you referring to? Because I asked you how many people have they tried under Sharia law.
There's a difference between a Sharia law and a Sharia
they don't try Christian. They don't try Christian in Sharia courts. They don't do that.
They do try. What I'm saying is that there's a Sharia judge. That's different from a Sharia law. A Sharia
judge they don't appoint Sharia judge in the Nigeria.
I just told you the last.
No, they don't. It's only in the Sharia court that they use Sharia judge. Come on, man.
Let me tell you. Let me find the name of the Chief Justice that just left. Right, it's a Sharia judge.
So are you saying they tried an Igbo man in the Sharia court before?
I didn't say Sharia court. For example, Nnamdi is tried by a Sharia judge, right? But
who's that judge? What's the name of that judge? Binta Yako. Is she a Sharia judge? She's a Sharia judge?
Yes.
Pastor, she is?
Yes.
She's a Sharia judge.
Let me tell you how you know a Sharia judge. It's very easy to find out. If she's a Muslim, she's a Sharia judge. So that's the way.
Now see, your definition of a Sharia judge is anyone as a Muslim is a Sharia judge.
Yes. That's it.
Wow.
Look, I gave you.
Maybe you should explain that to Gani, because I can understand why Gani was frustrated all day for everything you're saying. Maybe should I explain that as you.
Mike, on this platform, everybody knows everybody.
Gani need to come back.
Gani is a known phenomenon. Everybody knows Gani. Everybody knows Remy. Everybody knows you. When we talk about Juju worshippers, devil worshippers, they know that you're one of those, right?
Me? I'm a devil worshipper.
Juju, now when you're not worshiping the Lord, you're a devil worshipper. That's the way.
Who's the Lord? So anyone that doesn't worship Jesus Christ is a devil worshipper.
Period. It's not even a debate. Yes.
And but you have to be you have to be a Bible believer to worship the devil, right?
Not necessarily.
But wait. But the only place where the devil exists is in the Bible, though, right?
No, that's not true. Remember when the Lord Jesus Christ came?
Where else does it? Okay, but that's also in the Bible, right?
Yeah, but before he came, you also had people who worship devil, right? It's talked about in the Old Testament. Now,
but the devil phenomena is only in the Bible.
That is not true. We have devils in our traditional.
No, we don't have devil in my. Maybe Igbo traditional religion have devil, but in Yoruba we don't have devil.
Ekwensi, right? That's the devil.
I don't know. I don't speak Igbo. I'm not Igbo. But in Yoruba, we don't have devil.
It's a noun now, not the name. So.
But in Yoruba, we don't have devil.
Yeah, but listen, Mike.
So we don't have devil in Yoruba. So am I worshiping devil then?
Listen, what you worship is not determined by you. It's us outsiders that will look at you and say, okay, Mike is worshiping the devil.
No. Okay, so hold on. So you that you are worshiping Jesus. So am I the one that will tell you what you are worshiping, or you are the one that will tell me that it's Jesus that you are worshiping?
Let me ask you something, Mike.
Mike, please ask Pasat, how did he know that he's worshiping
Hold on,
Jesus?
Mike, what year is this year? What year are we in? What year is this?
2024.
Don't be afraid now.
Answer.
What year is this? I'm going to tell you why. What year is this?
2024.
2024. Do you know why?
No.
That demarcates from 300 BC or whatever. That's when the Lord Jesus Christ was born, right? Okay. After the death of Christ. That's what you mean by AD. So whether you like it or not, you don't determine these things. Before the Lord came, it was prophesied. Then after he came, then it changed. He said it's now a new order. That is why you live in 2024. It's not because of your
Lord.
Yeah, the Lord Jesus Christ. There's only one Lord. The Lord
do you know Yoruba people? We have our own calendar I will follow. You know Yoruba New Year is in June, right?
Yes. Yeah, Mike.
Okay.
When the Lord was here, people used to go, you go and make your own little God. There's nothing wrong with that. You make your own God, right?
But that's your Lord, though.
Our God made us. In your case, you made your God, right? So listen to this. Our God made us.
Wait, hold on. You said something. Master, hold on now. Hold on. Let's you can't be the only one talking. Hold on now. But you told me that the devil in Igbo. Hold on. You gave me the name of the devil in Igbo language. Can you also give me the name of your Lord in Igbo language?
Yes. Chineke.
So that's Jesus. So that's Jesus in Igbo language.
Yes. Chineke.
So Chi is Jesus in Igbo language.
Yes. Now it's technical in a way. Let me tell you. Let me explain. In Igbo language, we have the Chi, which is God, right? Chi. But in the Bible, it tells you.
Which one is Chuku?
That's Chuku is the same thing. It just has many variations. It's like God. Jehovah.
Okay, so Chuku is Jesus Christ. So your Chuku is Jesus Christ.
One is from Biafra.
Hold on. What's the question, Mike? What did you say?
The other one is from Israel. I'm saying who's Jesus Christ in Igbo language? You say is Jesus Christ. You say Chi is Jesus Christ. Now you say Chi and Chuku is the same. So Jesus Christ is Chuku.
Listen to the way it works. Here's the way it works, right? When it comes to God, right? You have God the Father, God the Holy Spirit, and God the Son, right? So Jesus Christ is the one who created everything. Jesus Christ himself. He created everything. Created you.
And he's Chuku. He's Chuku.
Exactly.
Which one is the Son?
In the Bible, it says that Jesus Christ was light, right? So in that Trinity, the word Trinity doesn't appear in the Bible, but you have to be conversant with the Bible, right? It's very confusing unless you're in the spirit. You cannot understand it, right? And a lot of people discard the Bible based on that there's 3 in 1, okay? The way, what I do is the administration of heaven is none of my business. I don't get into it. The way God made it, the way God says it, that's the way it is. I don't get into it to question, okay, who should be on top and there. That's none of my business. But the point is this. Jesus
okay,
Christ,
another question I have for you.
Hold on, one more statement of that. God came down as a human being, right? Son of man. And when Jesus Christ came down here, he was not feeble and all that. He was still God.
And when he came, where did he come to?
Where as far as location?
Yeah, location.
Imo State.
You don't want to get into all that kind of stuff, right? Listen to what I'm saying. Whether Jesus Christ been in Jerusalem or this, that's not because human beings, because they moved around so much, right? We're forever precluded from that kind of stuff. Jesus Christ says, "Look, you keep wanting."
And when he came, tell us now, we are trying to learn from you. Now you are the Christian here.
Okay. We're changing the topic. We're changing the topic to Christianity. So go ahead.
No, we are on the same topic. Don't run away.
Okay. No, I'm here. Go ahead. Talk about it. What do you want to talk about?
You said Jesus Christ is Chuku, and then you told us that he came down, and then we're asking you where he came to. Is he?
Yeah.
We say whenever
According
you
to the
were,
Bible,
he came to Igbo land. He was in Jerusalem.
Bethlehem. That's where
And
he was
where's
born.
Bethlehem?
In
the Middle East.
Jerusalem. In Israel.
So when he was born, was he born an Igbo man, or was he born a white man, or was he born a Palestinian or Arab? What does he look like when he was born? What was he looking like?
The Bible is not concerned with those things. It's a spiritual thing, right?
Nah, but whether it's concerned on, but no. But if he was born, was he born in the flesh, or was he born as an animal? When somebody was born, you have to be able to describe what the person looked like. Huh?
Yeah, it was described, right? It was described.
What did it look like?
The description is in the Bible, and
give us the description.
The spirit behind your question. A lot of people have trouble with that, right? We all claim it. He came down the spirit. What as far as the body, what he looks, the features. If he's a Jewish man, he's a Jewish man. As far as the features.
Okay.
Right?
So what can you give us a description of the Jewish man? Like today's people. Like which one of us does it look like? Does it look like Netanyahu, or does it look like Nnamdi Kanu, or does it look like Vladimir Putin, or Xi Jinping?
It's a very, very important question. It looks ridiculous, but it's very important. Today, right, in modern day, a Jewish person could run the gamut from Ethiopian, Nigerians, Igbos, right, to pure white people, because.
Okay, so the Jesus.
Hold on. Biologically, right, human beings transform. Like when they go to cooler climate, their skin's different, their hair's different. There are so many things that are natural that changes the human feature. So that's why it's artificial. It doesn't matter. Or you
if it doesn't matter,
everybody.
Okay. So tell us, what did the Jesus look like? The one that came down.
Say that again.
The Jesus that was born, the one you are telling me about, that he came.
Yes.
What does it look like? What did it look like?
Okay, listen to me again. Jesus is the same yesterday as he was today, as he's going to be tomorrow. It doesn't change.
He's not here today. He's not here today. When he was here,
no.
What does it look like?
Jesus is here. Listen to what I'm saying. Jesus is here.
When
he was ascending into heaven, he did what? He gave us the Holy Spirit. Now, I know you abuse Jesus all the time. Once I say the Holy Spirit, then that's where you have to stop, because the moment you sin against the Holy Spirit, then you're doomed. So I'm warning you now, because I know
you can't use your mouth to say the Bible described him and everything, and you told us where he was born and everything, and we're asking you a simple question. You can't answer. So you don't know what you are practicing.
I told you where he was born, right? I told you that he was a Jewish man, the way we look at Jews. But
and what does a Jewish man look like?
It's changed over history. People in Israel right now.
Okay, during that time, what did it look like? Tell us now. You gotta know what your savior looked like now, please. I can tell you what my own savior looked like. You understand?
Okay, tell me. What's your savior look like?
It looked like Yoruba man. Shango, Orunmila, Shango, Eshu, Oshun look like a Yoruba woman. You understand?
Yeah. Keep going.
So my own saviors, they look like Yoruba people. So your own, I'm trying to ask you, what did it look like? Your savior.
Okay, so now what
you can't even tell me, you can't even comfortably tell me that they look like Igbo man.
I asked you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I listened you talk, Phoenix, right? Remember, we're comparing apples to a grain of, not even a grain of sand. You know, you're talking about the Lord Jesus Christ, right? This is somebody who was in the beginning, right? And it says, let's make man in our own image. And he created you, so you could breed us.
He didn't create me. No, he didn't create me.
Now.
You can't laugh by saying something like that now. You can't say one Jewish man created me now.
No, but listen, what I'm saying is that Jesus Christ himself, even when somebody asked him, who are your brothers? And he told them, it's not that people that are born biologically by him. Jesus Christ, it's not somebody you should be talking about. He's a gentle, meek, gentle, but he is the savior. You believe in him? I'm telling you because it's but once you know what, challenge him then. That's another thing. If you don't believe, challenge
So
the Lord. Say, "Okay, show me."
Netanyahu see you as a brother, right? You go and meet Netanyahu today.
No,
Netanyahu.
is a war criminal, right? That's what I'm saying. Jesus Christ answered those
But
kind of
that's
questions.
where
Mike,
those are Jesus people.
Mike, there's a lot of people listening. So let's be clear. When you want to talk, I'll let you talk. Let me answer you some things that are important here. Because you don't do this by fear. It's not my business if you want to accept your salvation or not. That's your business. If you don't want to, don't do it. All I'm saying to you, though, is
But
that...
Shoma is saying Jesus is an Igbo man. Shoma is telling us like Jesus is an Igbo man.
And you're telling the
okay,
truth.
go ahead.
That's the way you have to understand.
So Jesus is an Igbo man. That's what you're telling us. So why did you take it so long to say that then?
Igbo man, Igbo woman, Yoruba woman, Hausa man. All of us are one. That's the way the Lord
can't be everybody.
Oh man, I can't.
So Jesus Christ look like an Igbo man? That's the question. Was Jesus Christ an Igbo man?
Yes.
Jesus was an Igbo man.
Yes.
Your pastor said it though. Everybody don't hear that.
Yoruba woman, we are one. That's the way the Lord describes it. Jesus says that he's one with his Father, right?
All of a sudden we are one. But you don't want
You're talking like somebody who doesn't want to hear the truth. Let me answer you because it's a spiritual realm. We are all one in the Lord. One. So if you both can claim Jesus, we can claim Jesus. You can claim Jesus as a Yoruba man. I say Jesus is a Yoruba man, right? That's fine. You're one.
Jesus is not a Yoruba man. If Jesus was a Yoruba man, I would have known him. No, he's not.
Yeah, because you're talking not in the spirit, right? So
there's no talking in the spirit. We are talking sense here. We are not talking spirit. There's no talking in the spirit.
Let me, if you go to John 17, 21 to 23, right?
Say Jesus is a Yoruba man.
Do you believe in the Bible?
Do I believe in what?
Do you believe in the Bible?
Why would I believe in something white man wrote?
Okay. Well, let me. For those who do, see, another thing is that when we're having a intellectual exercise. Yeah, no, listen. When you come to John 17, 21 to 23, in the King James Version, I believe it starts in 21. It says that they all may be one. Semicolon. As thou, Father, art in me, and I in thee. This is math now. Listen very carefully. That they all may be one, as thou, Father, art in me, I in thee, that they also may be one in us, that the world may believe that thou hast sent me, and the glory which thou gavest me, I have given them, and they may be one, even as we are one. I in them, thou in me, that they may be made perfect in one, and that the world may know that thou hast sent me and hast loved me as thou hast loved me. Right? Love them. As
okay, I get it. So hold on now. Before you continue.
Yeah.
Okay, so all this is just said now. So because King James of England wrote that in the book, so I'm supposed to accept. Fansa, coming from you, that you yourself don't trust the British people, you don't trust Englishmen. Now, for some reason, you are trusting a book that you said King James book, King James version, whatever you call it, King James version of a story.
Yeah.
King James version means what? King James version of a story. King James wrote it. King James of England is the one telling you what to believe, right? Is that what you're telling me, Pastor? You're an Igbo man. King James is the one telling you what to believe.
Let's have an orderly discussion. What I'm saying is that, unfortunately, in those days, kings have jurisdiction and they do things. These books were written. Some of them were written in thousands of years ago, right? Some of them were written at that time.
But you said you are reading.
This answering now. I want to tell you.
Go ahead.
King James was just a king that then had the books assembled in a book. You understand? So that it's not corrupt. You understand? So the king did not write anything there.
King James is not corrupt.
No, everything there, and he did not corrupt the text. In essence, everything that was written, they were written hundreds of years before he was born. So all those books were put together into a King James version. But there are other versions. Hold on, listen to this. There were other versions that are not King James, but it shows the same thing. It's just that the English language is different with the King James English. Just like we have an Igbo Bible. You pick up an Igbo Bible. That's not done by King James. right? So you
But
have
they translate King James into Igbo now.
they could do that.
But it was also the British people that preside over that translation.
No.
So, Pastor, from you always talk about the British, what they did to you, they betrayed you, Biafra, and all those things. I'm surprised you still trust the British. You can still trust an Englishman. I'm really surprised, man.
Let me tell you, to tell you the truth, there's never been any Englishman that could be saved as far as if I was the one doing the salvation, right? English people have been brutal and they've been horrible, and they still are till today. There's no doubt about it.
And you're trusting what
you have to separate them, though, because how long ago did England come? They're not even a democracy, right? England is the Romans. Now remember, the Romans were like you, Mike. Let me tell you, they didn't believe that they were persecuting the Christians, but eventually Christianity converted them. Now there was a particular guy that's badass. Okay, you know how you're disrespecting the Bible because you're a badass. There was a guy called Saul. This guy was a killer. He killed a lot of Christians. He was very, very good at it, right? Persecuting Christians, killing them, and all that. But the Lord Jesus Christ then converted him by force, right? Made him blind. He made him blind. Go and read it. That person ended up being Paul. His name was Saul. So go and read it. If you think you're badass, you're not as bad as Saul, right? So Paul then became an apostle that was able to write Peter and all those books that you see in the New Testament. So he was bad, right? So
what's the evidence of these stories you're telling me, Pansa?
It's in the Bible. Read it.
Because I'm supposed to believe a story written by a British man, English man. You still trust the English man? That sounds like colonial mentality to me, man.
No, listen. I just told you that Britain came after the Roman Empire. That's who colonized that place and made it Britain, right? So they're young. They're not even the Romans. So,
but the fact of the matter, the book you are reading today is written by the English people.
No, I just told you that those books, those are Gospels and the Old Testament. Those date. Some of them date thousands of years ago, right?
In what language? In what language?
In both Latin, Hebrew, those kind of languages, right?
What about English?
English, then that's when the English did their own. We did.
Okay, so the English did their own.
Bible. Do you guys have a Bible? Do you know Bible?
I mean, I don't follow any other. I'm not interested in.
Well, Mike,
Bible.
let me give you a gift, right? Listen to what I'm.
We don't have Yoruba Bible.
Listen, let me tell you something, because I believe there's one problem you have. That Bible describes that problem very well. That's
really
when you go, there's a sin that you commit. Then you have ears but you can't hear, right? You have eyes but you can't see. Now that's a condemnable situation to be in, right? I will give you the verse so you could see how to cure that. Because no matter what I'm saying, you're not gonna listen. You won't get it, right? First of all, it's in Psalm 115, 5. You have mouths, but you cannot speak. Right? You have eyes, you can see. You have ears, but you can't hear.
So all this one I've been saying since you can't. Are you hearing me? And you say I can't speak.
So you also go to 1 Corinthians 2:9. Now that's the one that really applies to you, right? You're gonna have to come out of this situation. Now, what I recommend for you is to probably go.
Honestly, you are the one that needs to come out of the situation, because there's nothing you're saying that's making any sense. You're saying I have mouth, I can't speak.
I know.
But what I'm saying, you're hearing me talk, but you say I can't speak.
Nothing I'm saying makes sense, because you have ears, but you cannot hear. How is it going to make sense to you?
So am I able to respond if I'm not hearing you? So am I responding to you?
Because what I said is not the one that I'm saying to you, and between you and I, right? I'm saying to you that you have a situation, right? So that you could hear. But when I tell you why you should go and do what I'm saying, it's not, then you won't be able to get it. You see what I mean? Because you already committed that particular sin that I'm talking about, right? I want you on your
I'm refusing to hear bullshit.
Okay, see what I'm saying? You could never say, okay, I'm gonna go do it. You know why? Because you're condemned. You can never, you're forever. You cannot get it.
So who determined this condemnation?
Maybe your family will intercede on your behalf, right? Grab you by force. If you're my brother, I would have grabbed you beat the hell out of you, right? And they drag you there, so they're gonna pour some holy water on you.
Pastor, if you and I, you are the one that need help, man. Don't
You shut your mouth, right?
Because they're scientists and everything you are saying here is just rubbish, man. It's just not making any sense.
So I know that. I just told
you are the one that will condemn the British the most. You are the one that will say how you don't trust them, you don't do anything, but you commit yourself to a propaganda book that they gave you to brainwash you.
No,
and you are here trying to convince me. Come on now.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I mean, it was the British that convinced you to believe that book and accept it. It's the British now. Was it not the missionary from England that came to Igbo land to come and convince you to accept that? If it wasn't,
is there a question? Can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay, I just gave you the chronology, the dates. I said that Britain just came in not long ago, 1800s. I mean 800s or something like that, 700s. They came from Romans. That's the true Brits. The Romans that came over there, built that aqueduct that you see, still there today. You could go to Britain, England, and you're gonna see the aqueduct that was built by the Romans. So they're new. King James basically put together. It's like the cover of a book. You assemble it together the way you speak. And all these are guided by the Holy Spirit. There is the Holy Spirit here now.
How do you know King James was guided by the Holy Spirit? How do you know?
In order for you to get that answer, when I answer it, you have to cure that disease you have, whereby you have ears you cannot
answer. You're the one with disease, man.
I have to tell you all out until I'm ready to face. You're not gonna be able to get it until.
So King James told you, British told you that the British Englishman told you that King James was guided by the Holy Spirit. A white man has known to lie, and you believe them.
I just told you the chronology that these books supersede the Brits. So why you keep going back at that? You can't understand what I'm saying, right?
Everything you are telling me is something that was told to you by the British, by the white man. You believe him?
That's not true. See, because
what do you mean it's not true? Who told you?
Man, let me tell you why.
There was a Chinese man that came to Igbo land to tell you this.
I cannot answer it. Because the white man left his place, wandering around other people's places. They're forever precluded from making any claims, right? Anything they got, they might have gotten it from somewhere else because they left their place and they were wandering around other people's places, picking up their languages, picking up their traditions, picking up their... So it's not a white man thing. They are small picking when it comes to Africans, right? If you go to Ethiopia...
I would say not small picking.
Huh? What did you say?
But Pansa, who introduced this knowledge?
They don't have any claim. They were in caves.
But they the one that brought it to Igbo land, though. They are the one that brought this knowledge to you in Igbo land. They brought it to you. They brought King James Bible to you in Igbo land. That's what I'm telling you. It wasn't Chinese man or Ethiopian man.
Okay, let me get it back a little bit for you so you can understand. All of us, right? Igbos, especially, we come from somewhere, right? If you,
where?
For example, listen, I'm going to answer you because it's very important. We should make this a topic because I know you like this kind of stuff. And you're going to agree with a lot of it. If you go to Egypt right now, who do you see with their mouth open, dirty, doing nothing over there where they have no business? Arabs, right? Then Egypt. You go to Jerusalem, why are they getting slaughtered right now over there in Jerusalem? These are Arabs and Muslims. What they were doing is that when there's a big capital, a huge civilization, they go and they fight, kill people, take them over, convert some of them to whatever they want, right? They did the same thing in Egypt, right? So a lot of us come from there. So they at some point they were so powerful, right, that they scattered everything, take over a lot of. So the Jews don't want to forget. They say, hey, we're not gonna forget. We're coming back to our land that the Lord gave to us. It's the same thing we're telling them now. I haven't started that campaign yet. I will. Those Egyptians you see there that are digging out our ancestors, who they have no business whatsoever.
Your ancestor
in Egypt, yes. So they're digging them out from the ground, and they over there will attack them. Right? These are
okay. Who are these ancestors they are digging? Who are these ancestors that the Muslims are digging in Egypt?
Africans. That's Africa. It's a black
Africans
continent. Yes, it's a black continent, right? So we are Africans, and that's where we all come from. So these Muslims are very they've been doing terrorism for a very long time. So they come there and they take it
So
over.
okay. So those Egyptian ancestors that are there, right? You're talking about the pharaohs, all those people, right?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, those pharaohs was Jesus Christ, their Lord and personal Savior, their Lord and their Savior.
They predate Jesus Christ coming down in flesh, right? But they were still there. Remember, you have to understand that this is a different epoch. This is in the BC, right? This is before Jesus Christ came down, maybe 2,500 years ago, right?
So Jesus was not their Savior.
No, in that sense, because God was administering the face of the earth by himself directly. You have Moses, you have all kinds of people that Jesus Christ would come and deal with his prophets directly.
But you said something earlier now. You said Jesus Christ created everybody. You created me, you. That means he created your ancestors, those pharaohs, right?
Yes, he created everybody, Adam, everybody.
He created the pharaohs too.
Yes, now. I say he created Adam.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. Oh, you didn't know. No wonder you have no respect for the Lord.
How did he create them?
Well, he spoke in the case of Adam. He says he created other things before that, separated day from night. Then he says, now some of these are metaphorical, right? So you have to know the metaphor. But this will involve advanced information. Then this is what you need to know. In the beginning, God created heaven and the earth. He separated this. He did this. He created, and then on the last day, he says, "Let's make man in our own image." You understand? So he made Adam, and he saw that Adam was very lonely. He said, okay, you're going to give him a companion. So he reached to the ribs of Adam, because he formed man from mud and all that kind of stuff, right? But then
now you are talking something different. We are talking about Jesus now.
Oh, that's Jesus we're talking about here.
Hold on. Didn't the Bible say, hold on. Didn't the Bible say Jesus was a carpenter when he was there?
That's Joseph, his father.
Oh, his father. His father was a carpenter. What was he doing? What was his own job, occupation when he was here, sir?
When he got to, he was helping out doing that kind of work, right? You know how you working. Now remember though, this is metaphorical, right?
So he created man, but he couldn't create anything else. He was just a carpenter. Come on, man. So why didn't he create?
You're not listening. When you go to,
he couldn't even create nuclear bomb when he was here.
Listen, Mike. You're doing it in jest. Let's be serious, right? It's important. There's a lot of people watching us. Some people are getting something out of this. Here's what I'm saying to you. When somebody comes before he starts his ministry, they did it. I think it was 30 years old or thereabout, right? In today's day. So now we're talking now in the man terms. You have to know how many days, what is God's one day? I don't know if you know how many days man's day make up one of God's days, because what makes
you tell me now.
Okay, that's why if you listen, I'll tell you. First, let's go to Colossians 1:16. It says that Jesus is the creator.
I can't hear you.
Colossians 1:16. Now, if you could put that up, I will appreciate that. Could you put that up? So
that's what King James said. Now. That's what.
Let me post it here, right? I'm also posting it for the people who are in the comment section over here, right?
But that's a lie King James told you now. King James of England. You know the British lie a lot now.
You have to listen now. Else this exercise is gonna be So in also John 1, right? Verses 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. You look into that man.
Daddy, no, John is not a liar, man.
No, but it cannot be now. That's what I'm saying to you. Listen,
you man not a lie.
Over the years, here's how you know the Bible is the Word of God. Remember, have you ever heard the story of David and Goliath?
No, Jonah. I know. I even this one too. Jonah, the one that was swallowed by a whale. After 3 days, it didn't digest and it came out. I know that one too now. There's so many of those stories, those lies, man. It's only people like you that will believe those kind of things. You know? The British can lie. They just lie to you. I can't believe they can equal lie. You got all of you just believe that kind of stuff.
Right.
That's how they are controlling your oil. They came to scam you, man.
Listen, there's only one thing here that's important, right? In this thing, you're asking some good questions, but you have to understand that a lot of it is metaphorical. If
Ah, nice metaphoric.
if you're fixated on white man, should not tell you anything. But
You know,
what you
Yahoo
have to do,
boys, man.
you
Yahoo
know
boys,
that,
when they tell their victims something, they tell that it's metaphoric now. All these things are telling their victims.
but listen to this.
Yahoo, Yahoo.
There's one that's not, though, that proves to me that God is faithful at all times. God, the word of God is true, because thousands of years before Jesus came, right? Thousands of years before Jesus Christ came here, the Arab, what you know now as the Palestinians, they're actually the Philistines in the Bible, right? So, and there are a lot of them. It's like you have Egypt, you have Saudi Arabia, you have Jordan, you have Iran, you have so many of them, but there's one tiny Israel, tiny piece of land. So in that case, there was a battle in 1 Samuel. That's where that's taking place. David, that would be Israel, and he fought the Philistines, the Palestinians, who were giants. They're big. That's what we mean by metaphorically, right? Metaphorically, you have a tiny Israel whooping them up till now.
How do you know it's metaphoric now? How do you know it's metaphoric? Did they tell you it was metaphoric?
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean.
You're telling me that the story I'm telling you is metaphoric. Now,
Yeah,
did they tell you it's metaphoric?
Listen, instead of a giant, like a human being who is big, like 8 foot tall, he's talking about a country, right? So metaphor, that's where metaphor works.
Is that what they told you? That they are not telling you about, they are telling you about a country?
Mike, that's a proverb we say in a place that says, it's not when you're told to catch a word, you open your hands and catch the word, right? It's telling you that a small country is going to face lots of countries and beat them. And you're watching it on your screen every day. That's thousands of years ago. And this is going to be the 4th time they're going at it. They try to eliminate that tiny Israel, and they can't. So,
but that's because America and everybody are supplying them weapons now, and they, it's weapons now.
Yeah, now
that's what it is. It has nothing to do with it got nothing to do with anything.
God works in mysterious ways.
Even if it's not has nothing to do with God, man. Even if they come to give small, you always call other tribes small. So you say all this Sasa will be your mates, this and that. If America comes to give them all those weapons they are giving Israel, they will wipe people out now. So does that mean they are, you always say, like the last time you were telling Tony, say is it Esan or whatever, the tribe, Benin, say Benin, you're not their mates. Because Igbo have bigger land, bigger population and something like that. If America give them the same weapon they are giving Israel, you won't be saying what you are saying now. They will wipe you out too. So don't say it's got to do with because they are Jews. It's just because they have the weapon. They have bigger weapon. That's what it is.
Yeah, but something made them have the weapon, man. Right?
What? Jesus?
Like us, when Nigeria wanted to wipe us out, we were the David, and Nigeria was the Goliath. The 3 years they still couldn't do it. They had to settle for no victor, no vanquish, right?
What makes you David?
The next one.
Pansa, I think you are the Goliath too, because David always defeat Goliath. Now, Gowon is from a very hold on, Pansa. That war was between Gowon and Ojukwu. Gowon is from a very small tribe. It's from a very small tribe in Benue. Today, most of them know that tribe. You know the name of the tribe? It's called Angas. That's the name of that tribe. Very small tribe. Now Ojukwu is from a very big tribe, the Igbo tribe. Now Gowon will be the David. Ojukwu was Goliath. You understand? So Gowon from a small tribe defeat Ojukwu from a big tribe. That's what happened. So Gowon was David, Ojukwu was Goliath. So that Bible story, yeah, maybe that one I can go with that one. Yeah, go ahead. But that's what happened. Am I lying?
The war was between us and
Nah, I want to change. It was what? Between what?
Between Nigeria and Biafrans, right?
Nah, it was between Ojukwu and Gowon. It was not Nigeria, sorry. Okay, it was between Ojukwu and Gowon.
Israel is fighting the Arabs now. Remember, this will be probably the 7th one. So there was the first one, maybe in 1948 or something like that. And then they did a little bit, right?
It's the same thing with us. There's the next one coming, right? At some point, we're gonna kick some ass as David. And you'll be watching it the same way you're watching this one now. So it's not a one-time event; it's a process. So
what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't get it.
No, what I'm saying is that in 1948, Israel fought the Arabs. In that case, they did a little bit. They didn't do as much as they're doing now. Right now, they're overwhelming them. A lot of them don't even want to fight. They're letting the Palestinians, poor Palestinians, die. And then Netanyahu, he let the devil get into his head and is committing a genocide. That's not God's plan, right? It says beat them. It didn't say wipe them out like a genocide. So it's not carrying it out the way it's supposed to. So I'm against that. But I'm telling you though, in the case of your case, what you have to know is that stop comparing that man-made God you got in your pocket with the Lord Jesus Christ, because you're making a fool out of yourself. That God you made by yourself, right? The juju guy you have, I don't know. What's the name of your God? What do you call him again?
It's called Olodumare.
Olodumare.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't make Olodumare by myself. What do you mean I made Olodumare myself?
No, there's another God you called before now. You didn't call Olodumare. Olodumare, isn't it God himself?
No, you're talking about Orisha, Ormila, Ogun, Shango.
Okay. What about God, our God? What do you guys
Those are my ancestors now. They were all created by Olodumare too. They were just power. Olodumare just created them special. He gave them special power. You understand?
Which one fell from the skies? Oduduwa fell from the skies, right?
No, they didn't fall from the sky. They have special power. You know, back in the early days, because then they are called that they were the first Olodumare created before, and they created us. We are their children. You understand? They have special power. Even till today, they still have it. So they usually have power to go to the heavens and come back. You understand? Whenever they like. You know, okay. They're not like us too. Yeah?
Right? Oluwa is God. Like we know our God to be Chineke. You have an Oluwa, right? That's God.
No, it's just a way to describe God. Like Oluwa means our creator. You understand? That's what Oluwa means. But it's the same as Olodumare. It's also Olodumare, but his real name, his official name is Olodumare.
Olodumare. Okay, so that's God. That's God. Like Chineke.
Yeah.
Okay. That one I will recognize, right? If you're talking about God, and I don't want anything Yoruba thing on it or whatever. This is God, our God. For example, Allah is.
Okay, let me. Your Bible is also similar now. Your Bible say you have God and you have angels, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't want to. Do you believe in the angels?
Yes, I do.
So why shouldn't I believe in my own version of angel, which are the Orishas? Those are like the version of, but the only difference, your own angel don't have any power. You know, they're just artificial.
Right. Actually, you're right about that. The ones that you believe in, right?
They're kind of like the way saying where you believe your God create your angels, right? It's also where I believe my own Olodumare create my Orishas, you know, my ancestors.
The Bible dealt with that, right? That's what you're talking about. We have the same thing back home.
So why you say my own is bad, your own is good?
I'm gonna tell you why your own is bad. We also have bad one, like the one you're talking about. When in heaven, okay, Lucifer, who is the morning angel, he was a powerful guy.
That's in your own heaven. Yeah, go ahead.
This is in the Bible. Okay, let me tell you the origin of the things we're talking about. It's in the Bible. It's covered. So Lucifer, who was in charge of morning and night, handsome, powerful guy, a chief kind of angel, he got jealous.
In Christian's heaven, right? Not in my heaven, though. Your own heaven, not my own. But there's no Lucifer. You see the heaven where? Hold on. Let me before you go. I just want to make correct. The heaven where Olodumare is, right?
Yeah.
Because I have my own heaven where Olodumare is my own creator. There's no Lucifer there. So that's why I'm trying to correct you. Like maybe your own heaven. Your own heaven where your own God is where Lucifer is. So you are telling me your own story, your own heaven.
I'm telling you what happened at the time certain many ancient eons ago, right? How you end up with those kind of God you're worshiping down here.
What do you mean the kind of God? You mean Olodumare?
Not Olodumare, the other one you mentioned. What's the name again?
There's no other one. Olodumare is the creator of all of those. Are my ancestors. I told you what they look like. They were They lived in Yoruba land. Ogun, they lived in Ogun was a king in Ire. In present day, he was a king in Ire. In present day, Ekiti. Do you know Shango was a king in Oyo? He was Alaafin of Oyo. So those are my ancestors.
Okay, but they're not gods. They're just your ancestors. Is that what you're saying?
They are Orisha. They are special ancestors, powerful ancestors. So don't mess with Yoruba people. We are descendant of. They are not God. We don't have the word God. We have the word Orisha. You know.
Okay, so they're like angels, right?
You can call them angel. That's your own language.
Okay,
We don't listen. We don't English people don't have name terms for them because they are not English people. So don't use English terms to describe our people.
It therefore comes in by confusion. You're trying to confuse everything. Let's be clear.
If you want to learn about my creator, my ancestors, you have to come and learn my language. You have to come and learn Yoruba language.
One man was telling you yesterday that it's nothing unique about what you're talking about.
One man is an Englishman, man. It's an Englishman.
Everybody's got one of those, right? Indians have it. Igbos have their own.
No, you know, India don't have
Amadioha. You have those kind of gods, right?
I thought, why is your okay? So you have your own. So why is your own Bible then? Why is your own all this one you're telling me about?
Saying that village people, right? People, ancient people before.
But you told me Jesus was Igbo now.
Make a line.
Go ahead.
Right. What I'm saying is that every civilization, you know, ancient people, they have something they worship. We have our Amadioha and all that, which is for for thunder, god of thunder, and all that kind of stuff, right? So you have that. One man was right. There's a lot of. It's not similar. It's not identical, but it's similar. That was the point. So if you look, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about God now. That's a totally different thing. We're talking about the Lord Jesus Christ. That's it. You have nothing to do with all this man-made God now. This small.
Whose Lord is Jesus Christ? Whose Lord?
Everybody, whether you like it or not. It's everybody's
Lord. Can you convince me how is my Lord now?
Okay, thank you very much.
Because King James says so.
Right. I'm beginning to have a little faith that disease you have. You're cure it.
You are the one I'm fearing with the disease.
I'm saying that everyone on this platform should organize. I pay for the ticket to go and grab you, take you so they pour some holy water on you, and then you'll be able to hear. Listen to what I'm saying to you. It's a good question. The Bible said it, so that's the way it is. The Bible describes the Lord Jesus Christ very well. He came down here. He came down here. No matter what version, all Bibles are Bible. The King James version is different only because maybe it's not saying thou art. Instead, it will say you are. You understand? King James version is just using those English language days, but it doesn't change the content of the stuff. So you have even more modern Bibles that don't use those kind of language. They'll just say you are. This is thou art. That's the only difference. He didn't write the text. It's translation. Just like you have an Igbo Bible, it's not going to say thou art. It's going to say something Ebo, or whatever.
Okay. So King James told you that Jesus was Igbo man. Because you and Choma were telling me that earlier. You and Choma told me that earlier. So don't change it now. Don't change it.
No, Mike. I'm going to try one more time because, like I said, it's futile. You have ears, but you can't hear. You have to get cured first. Let me say one more time, just in case there's a miracle here, right? The miracle can happen, and you'll be able to hear what I'm saying. King James did not write the Bible. He's just translating the English way of speaking with thou art. Just like you read Shakespeare, right? If you read Shakespeare, it's going to sound like the Bible. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because of that kind of language. But if you read Igbo, it's going to be purely Igbo. Are you going to say the Igbos wrote the Bible? No. They're translating it to their language. So King James version just does that. It's a simpler form. Choma is aiding us here visually, right? It's a tool. But so what I'm saying to you is that how you know the Lord Jesus Christ is your Savior is the word of God, right? He's telling you Jesus is a meek, gentle person. He says, love thy neighbor as thyself. Period. You know, all those laws that you have, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not do this. Jesus Christ came down here and dealt directly. Instead of you dealing with God, and then he's going to be punishing you for breaking these laws and doing all that. So Jesus interceded because after God said, now this is an interesting thing though. It's not
okay.
Let me make this point, Mike. It's a very important point. It's not the gift itself did not come from Jesus Christ. The gift came from God. Here's the way it reads in John 3:16, right? Let me find it. John 3:16. And I want you, this is very important, right? It says in John 3:16, it says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. So the gift comes from God himself, right? You have to know how much God loved his Son, right?
Pastor, you are using Bible to prove point to me.
Exactly. And my Yahweh doesn't like that. If she says she would have been mad.
How would you feel? How would you feel if a Muslim start using Quran? Hold on now. Hold on. How would you feel if a Muslim start using Quran to try to prove point to you?
They say the Muslims, they're copycats. They copy 700 years
ago. Or somebody else using.
Listen to this. The Muslims 700 years ago want to come up with their own, and they want to copy the Bible to do about the same thing, right? But listen, I'm not gonna feel anything because I'm not even paying them any mind. Because why would you go copying the Bible to come up with your own thing? That doesn't make any sense.
But the Christians also copied the Jews.
No, I would not. You have the Old Testament; it's still there in the Bible, right?
And then the Jews also copied the Greeks, and the Greeks copied the Egyptians. So if you know your history very well, you know that everybody copied everybody.
No. Listen, you're not listening.
The Egyptians are the first.
They're not going to heaven because they don't want to accept. Now remember, that's thousands of years ago. The Bible predicted that the Jews are not going to accept Jesus Christ, right? So a prophet is nothing in his own land, right? Now to tell you the word of God is so apt and perfect.
So Jesus Christ is a Jew.
They don't want to accept the Lord Jesus Christ. You know how many years? Have you seen it?
So Jesus Christ people. Right. Hold on, Pansa, I've been talking now. Allow me to come through now. I can't listen to your preaching all night. So Jesus Christ's own people, Jew, will not accept him, but you and Igbo man, you are the one accepting him.
That's what the irony. That's what. Listen, it's a paradox. Listen to this.
Don't you think you are the one confused? The people that he claimed that Jesus Christ came from, they are telling you that he's not real. He's not. The Jews don't believe that. Hold on. The Jews don't believe. They don't believe that he's their savior. They don't believe he's their God.
That's the beautiful thing.
And he's one of, and he's from them. You that are not Jew, you are believing. Come on now.
Mike, that actually advances my point.
No, it doesn't. It make you look bad, man.
No, can I finish now? Give me a minute to finish on this, right? Because you're dabaroon the session. What I'm saying is that you have a hang up with the fact that you don't want to take orders from Jews and white people, right? But here it is. The Bible says they're not going to accept the Lord Jesus Christ. They're very stubborn. Remember when God punished them and they were taken as slaves in Egypt, right? So that's the beauty.
King James said it. King James said it.
I'll make it finish. So the paradox is that they themselves do not accept the Lord Jesus Christ, right? They don't. No matter what you do, but during Christmas, you see them sad, so sad face when we're jamming.
So you know better. So you know better than them. So you are smarter than them, Pastor. You are smarter than the Jews. Is that what you are saying?
1,000 times. I'm an Igbo man.
You are smarter than Netanyahu and all of them.
Netanyahu is not my picky, right? But listen to what I'm saying to you. They don't accept the Lord Jesus Christ, and then during Christmas, when we're praising the Lord and enjoying Christmas, the birth of the Lord Jesus Christ, they're sadder than a sack of potatoes, right? So that should make the case for you. The Lord Jesus Christ is not about pride. It's not about all that nonsense. He's everybody's Lord and Savior. If you don't believe, then you're not going to have everlasting life, because the gift of Jesus Christ comes from God himself. A lot of people don't know that. They don't know that for God so loved the world. God loves us, right? But he doesn't mix with sin. It's just the nature of God. He cannot mix with sin. Everything that's wrong has to be punished right there. That's only God, right? So instead of in those days where people are sacrificing, doing this, doing that, God then decided, okay, sin entered the world through one man, Adam, right? Remember Adam and Eve? That's how we became sinful, because they went and ate of a forbidden fruit. The Lord said, don't eat this fruit, and they want to eat it. Now, that's metaphorical. We don't know what that is, right? If it's a fruit like a banana or something like that. But
so everything is metaphor. So you don't even know. You say something, but you don't know. So you don't know what you're talking about then.
I make this point. Listen to what I'm saying. So for God so loved the world.
So you are talking a bunch of metaphors. You don't know the truth.
Well, like I said, I'm here debating a devil worshiper. You're not going to be able to listen to what I'm saying. You have to be grabbed and washed with the Holy Spirit, with the water, so you could hear. You're not competing with a fellow man or me or whatever. We're talking about the word of God.
Everything you believe is metaphor. And you wonder why you don't think you're confused.
In those days, they're not going to write that Adam and Eve were there having sex and all that when they're not supposed to or whatever. But it says they're not supposed to eat of the fruit. So they put it in a way that it's none of my business. That's where I approach the Bible.
It's not your business.
Let me tell you what I do. I don't get into any administration, right? What happened here?
Did King James explain the metaphor, what it really means to you? Or you have to figure it out yourself?
Look, Chioma puts it down there for you. Says the fruit is a metaphor for fornication, sex. Still a sin.
Is that what King James told you guys? The one that people that gave you the Bible, or something people just made up?
Everybody that's listening can actually see the demonstration of the word of God, right? It says that if you that's a sin you commit, which you've committed, Mike, because you have no respect for the Lord, so you run your mouth. Now you have ears you can hear. So everybody can hear you asking the same question and getting the same answer. It's a vivid coming to fruition of a prophecy. You cannot, you want to know, but when you're told, it goes into one ear and comes out the other, right? But you still want to know. You keep saying the same thing over and over, right? You got the answer already, but you cannot hear. Now you have eyes you can't see. Now what kind of
so let me ask you now. So it says you are the one that know God, that know the Lord, and the Lord you believe. So why you keep failing you keep losing in Nigeria then?
Because that is not the issue. We have everything. God gave us everything.
Why is the Lord not helping you?
No, listen to this now. Time is an illusion, right? Everything happened at once. You have to
losing politically. You lost the election. That election was Christian versus Muslim. You lost.
Exactly. Here's the answer. The point you're making is a valid point, but listen to the answer now. You made your point, right? You have to understand that this world is made for the glory of God, not you, not me. We are created for God's own glory, right? So that's tactical thing that you want there. Let's say Yorubas, right? You have Tinubu win. It's tactical stuff.
Oh no, Isaac Black, please, are you guys still here? Come here, I've exhausted this talk, man. I gotta go, man.
Let's do it another day. All right, buddy. Isaac, you guys.